Chapter 11. When you get married, the man, your husband, is going to want to consummate the marriage, and this, in the eyes of God, is a good thing, just as long as his purpose is procreation. The joining for the sake of pleasure is sinful. But, as a man, your husband will have power over you. So when he comes to you in a drunken, smelly stupor, the best thing to do is to give in, because then it will be over in quick fashion. You just have to keep in mind that it is for procreation. Now, all forms of contraception are sins against the tenets of Jesus, except for one, and that is the rhythm method. That is the week or so following the monthly and the few days before. But if the husband's lust is too strong then, he will not be able to wait, and it would be sinful, if not dangerous, for you to ask him to. And finally, lust is forbidden in the eyes of God, especially if taking part in the heathenish act of oral copulation. Ada learned these things and other teachings about sex at the convent, and they all conflicted her on her wedding night, December 29th, the Saturday after Christmas. That day she wore a simple, full-length, white dress that flared a bit at the bottom and had sleeves that stopped at her elbow. That was the first time everyone saw how long her hair was when Cousin Dorsey styled it for her, and it stopped halfway down her back. She invited nuns from the diocese, but only 2 showed up in their full robes and habits. Sister Rita Mary was her favorite. She couldn't attend the reception, but pulled Ada aside before she had to leave. "Ada, you turned out to be a beautiful bride, and your husband seems to be a thriving young man. Thank you, sister. I am so glad that you and Sister Amalia came to my wedding." She looked at the small white woman who had been a mentor of reason during times of self-debate, and for the first time embraced her. "Thank you for everything, sister." "You're welcome, dear. But there's something I need to tell you." "Yes?" Ada listened diligently. "Sex is a gift from God. You enjoy it as much as you want, however you want, and for as long as you want. I don't believe God ever wrote any rules about it. The only place sex can be bad or good is in here." She touched the side of Ada's head and smiled. "Enjoy your life, Ada, and write to me." "I will, sister." She embraced her again and then said goodbye. That night the newlyweds stayed at the fabulous Hotel Lincoln on 13th Street. The building was practically new and listed in the Green Book, which was the Negro's Traveler's Guide. Adam thought about testing the civil rights laws in a different hotel, but didn't want to chance it on his wedding night. Ada sat on the side of the bed in her slip. She had turned on the television so that the noise would drown out her thoughts. Her mind raced in thousands of directions about what was coming that night. Sister Rita Mary's words echoed against all of the things she had learned every year since 8th grade. I should be looking forward to this. She looked up when Adam came out of the bathroom with just a towel wrapped around his waist. "Hey, are you all right?" "I'm just a little nervous," she smiled. "Don't worry, you'll be okay. I love you, Ada." "I love you too." "Okay, I've been lusting for this man, my husband, since I first saw him, and I'm ready to do his bidding, whatever it is." She made the sign of the cross and then slid to the middle of the bed and spread her legs open. "Okay, I'm ready." "Hold on, Mrs. Daniels. I'm going to take a shower." He gave her a reassuring look and kissed her. "I promise. Everything will be all right." "Okay, honey." On the way back to the bathroom, he unwrapped the towel and carried it. "I saw my husband naked. Oh, my God. Sex is a gift. Sex is a gift. Sex is a gift, she repeated in her thoughts over 30 times until she heard, "Hey Ada, the water feels really good. Why don't you join me?" She wondered if this was normal. I should have asked somebody, like Cousin Diane or Dorsey. You want me to get into the shower with you? Isn't it kind of small? Ada, come to the door." Her new cousins had told her to be assertive, but she did not feel so assertive at that moment. Yes, sir." She tied her long, bushy hair in the back before she opened the bathroom door and saw him naked from the front, standing in the bathtub with a shower in it. "It doesn't look harmful. I shouldn't be afraid of that." "Take off your slip," he said, and she obeyed. Her bra was next, and then her panties. He held his hand out. "Come on in." He was right, she thought. The water does feel good. He closed the curtain, and she began to relax until she felt his hands. "I'm going to bathe you." That's okay, I can do it." "I want to, sweetheart, and then you can bathe me." She nodded and felt the smooth soap in his open hand on her back and her shoulders. He gently caressed her soft neck, slowly seducing her body into willing submission. He kissed her ear, which was strange, and she would never have thought to do such a thing, but it felt really good. It distracted her for a moment until she realized that he was touching her breasts. It was all so new and wonderful. She wanted to scream, but instead repeated, "Sex is a gift. I should not feel guilty for enjoying this. God would not give us these feelings just to suppress them." "I like this," she said in a sultry tone that she never knew existed inside her. "Don't ever stop." She took a deep breath when she felt one hand in between her legs while the other still caressed her breast. "How does this feel so wonderful?" "I'm glad you like it. You have nothing to worry about. I will take care of you." With those words, her lips found his, and then she found the part of him that had concerned her earlier, pulsating with excitement. She heard him moan with pleasure. "He likes what I'm doing." That knowledge excited her more, and she jumped into his arms, wrapping her legs around him. "Take me, Adam. Turn me into a woman, your woman, and I will love you forever." Then she felt herself being carried to the bed. "He's going to take care of me. He's going to take care of me." She was sure the pleasure would only continue, but when it first happened, she gasped from the pressure inside her all at once. It felt like something broke, and she held him tightly while taking deep breaths. Her husband moved away a bit, and the pressure slowly subsided until it left, and the pleasure returned, even more intense. He knows what to do. How does he know these things? It doesn't matter. "Go deeper," she commanded, when it seemed like she couldn't get enough, and she wondered if the pain would return, but it didn't. Adam could not remember feeling so gripped with affection during sex, but this was not sex, it was love, and it disrupted his focus that usually allowed him to hold off his burst of ecstasy until his partner was satisfied. Ada was different from the others, however, and his mind raced with excitement because he loved pleasing her. The lustful expressions of desire on her face excited him, and her body controlled his. He could not stop his rising exhilaration that became primal. He hoped his forceful exertions did not hurt, but also couldn't help it. And suddenly he realized that he did not have to pull out at that moment, and that excited him more. He moaned lightly, and soon afterward it ended. "I'm sorry, baby, I'm sorry." He felt badly that he couldn't do for her what he did for others who didn't come close to affecting his heart the way Ada did, though she was totally confused by his apology. Sorry for what, Daddy? She thoroughly enjoyed what had happened, though she admitted to herself that she had sensed something building inside that did not get to come out. That was amazing, and the kissing was fun too. But it can be better. She rubbed his shoulders and then guided his head up to her lap. It amazed her that sitting naked on the bed felt natural rather than shameful as she imagined. Better? She asked. Wow. Better than what we just did? Yes, better. Her body fluttered when she felt his mouth on her breast. Then she held his manhood. So, does this mean we are done for the night? No, it'll be ready in about 15 or 20 minutes. Oh, okay, that's good news. Then, with her hand, she tried to hurry things along. Adam had heard about female orgasm in excerpts of the Masters and Johnson studies and began to feel inadequate since his Ada did not reach that pinnacle with him. He suspected that her sex was just too much for him because of his lack of control. None of the women he engaged with during his college years presented this problem. He wanted to please her the same way, and over the next few days she gave him every opportunity, since she craved what he could already do and was eager to experience what he wanted her to feel. How will I know when I feel it? She asked in their bedroom at home. The hotel stay was only the one night. This was their first night home with Auntie Susan, who had gone to bed. I'm not sure how to explain it. He spoke in low tones in order not to awaken his aunt. I know for me, it's a feeling that I had never felt before, and when it happens, I don't want it to stop because I love you so much. But unfortunately it does. They sat cross-legged in front of each other on the bed, and his words excited her passion. She took off the long t-shirt she wore and then reached across to remove his boxers. Well, I guess we'll just have to keep trying, she said, with an intense expression of passion. Adam liked her enthusiasm but felt weary of the effort he could put forth. After all the sex they'd had, he lusted for her and moved forward until she stopped him. You lie on your back this time, she said, and gently pushed him backwards. She figured sex could work with either one on top, and was right. Her legs straddled him, and with this position, a surge of euphoria shot through her. She controlled every sensation he gave her, and eventually found the perfect spot. This is what he was talking about, she thought, when he felt an unbelievable surge building inside. She began an intense rhythm and hoped that she was not hurting him with her forceful hip movements. Oh my God! She grabbed her t-shirt from the bed and stuffed it into her mouth to muffle her screams. Then she grabbed Adam's hair to have something to hold on to as waves of rapture rolled through her, bringing tears of elation. She could feel his surge inside her, though her body quivered 5 times longer. Sex is a gift, she repeated. Thank you, Jesus. Ada Daniels discovered the reality of family life and all its messiness in the beginning of 1963. With the marriage, she had to endure unexpected personality and mood swings of her new aunt, who was stuck in her old ways. What do you mean I can't work? She asked, trying not to raise her voice. You need to stay home and learn how to keep house for your husband. Now, I'm not going to hear no more. Susan had tried to instill these values in her daughters, though without success. Aunt Susan, please listen to me. I can keep house when I get home. I can clean and cook while Adam studies. No, you're just 17, and there's a lot you need to learn. Both women wished Adam would come inside from taking care of the yard, but he purposely stayed out, pretending not to hear. Susan went into the kitchen to prepare a cup of tea, and Ada followed. She watched her aunt take out the teapot and then noticed her trying to remember something, so she went to help. I will start marking everything to help you remember where things are, Auntie, but I'm going to work. I will cook and leave food out for you, just like Adam, and Dolores is here to help. When I get pregnant and reach 5 months, I will stay home with you then. Ada's defiance upset Susan until she heard the girl's determined declaration, which made her laugh. The night before, she dreamed that she was a young girl in a boat on the Mississippi River. The boat flipped and she had to swim to shore before an alligator could get her. She woke when it seemed like she wasn't going to make it in time. That moment in the kitchen, she understood the dream. "Well, then you'll only be working 5 months because you're pregnant already." She laughed some more. "No, I'm not, Auntie. I can't be pregnant that fast." Ada continued to make the tea, but her aunt's words troubled her. "I mean, technically I can be." "You're going to learn to listen to me, young lady. Auntie Susan knows." Ada had heard about Susan's gift of knowing things before they happened, but wasn't sure if she believed them. "How could she know I'm pregnant before me?" She went outside to ask Adam, who was sharpening the blades on his lawnmower. "Well, she must have had a water dream. That means that someone close to you is pregnant," Adam told her. He had learned a lot about his aunt's abilities even before he moved in. "She must truly see you as a member of her family." Now I feel badly for the way I was just now talking to her. But I want to work to help out with our finances, and you know I want to go to college. Adam smiled. I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Why don't you sit down next to me?" Ada became anxious with his request for her to sit. There had already been 2 surprises that day, and it wasn't even noon. "Adam, what's going on? You're not going to stop me from going to college, are you?" "It's actually the opposite. Our finances are just fine right now. You really don't have to work." He told her about the money his grandparents left him, plus the money from the sale of the house. He had used it only for school, which was the reason he worked around the community. Most of his earnings came during vacations, and he was actually able to supplement the funds. "Are we rich, honey?" Though she was tops in math and science, she had no training in household finances, which the church left to a prospective husband to teach her, if he chose to. "We could live comfortably on what we have for a few years, but that wouldn't be any fun." The news about the money and her husband's attitude toward it made her happy. "No, Daddy, it sure wouldn't. So I'll be starting back to work next week." She moved to kiss him, and they playfully tussled in the grass until they heard Diane's car horn. That day ended much better than it started. She still felt skeptical about the family superstition until she started throwing up the next week. A checkup confirmed Susan's dream, and Ada started staying home 3 months earlier than she wanted because some of the smells in the kitchen at work made her nauseous. She had always loved bacon, but the smell of it frying suddenly repulsed her. Then there was a mixture of colognes and perfumes law students, 95% male, wore into the cafeteria. That concoction was worse than the bacon on her super-sensitive olfactory. So she bid farewell to Daisy and to Candace Eddings in the cafeteria. They had attended the wedding along with some of Adam's classmates. "It looks like that convent put you in the perfect place," said Miss Candace, who was quite happy for the girl with the everlasting smile and who was always happy to help out wherever she could. She had started working in July, and by January she had married a promising law student and was carrying his child. Candace remembered the first time Ada saw Adam in the cafeteria and seemed to instantly fall for him. "He looked at me and said hello," she said excitedly after Adam went to eat, "and he had the nicest voice when he gave me the book the other day." Then, every day for 2 weeks, she watched the door until he entered the cafeteria. Those days were funny for Candace because Ada became flustered and turned red until the day she took him the pudding cup and nearly demanded a date. "You take care of yourself," Miss Candace told Ada, and hugged her tightly. That was in the spring of 1963, and Ada felt good about her life. College will come, she told herself. The baby was due in September. Maybe I'll start the next fall when I'm 19. Adam said I can go, and he wouldn't lie to me. Would he? I would never lie to you, he told her that night in bed, except maybe to spare your feelings. Spare my feelings? What are you talking about? You would actually lie to me? Her tone became serious. Your wife? She started to get out of bed, but he grabbed her. You look sexy when you're angry, he said in a seductive tone. You are trying to change the subject. Explain yourself. All right. Let's say you have a demoralizing pimple on your nose. I would tell you the truth about it. It's ugly and funny looking. But if some stranger said it, and you asked me what the person said, I would make something up or just not tell you. Ada thought for a moment. I guess that's an acceptable answer. She leaned over and kissed him. How would you have felt if I never told you that I orgasm and made you keep trying harder and harder? Adam laughed. You're funny. You didn't have to tell me that. I knew it right away when your eyeballs turned all the way around. He broke out laughing, and she joined him, but tried to keep it low. Shh, she motioned. You better not wake up my auntie. What if? She quickly kissed him to shut his mouth. Then he ripped open her pajama top. The feral action stimulated her passion, and she attacked him with her lips and body, rendering him helpless. Staying home full time allowed Ada to see that Aunt Susan's forgetfulness had begun to occur more frequently. Some days were worse than others. In the beginning, she forgot harmless things like which drawer the silverware was in. Ada gladly cooked, cleaned, and did whatever she could for Auntie, even though Dolores was getting paid to do those things. She did watch television with Susan, and that helped Ada complete the daily chores, which she didn't mind doing. She knew the family appreciated her effort, except for one person. Do you dislike me? She asked Dolores in the kitchen during a television commercial. She was 6 months pregnant and showing as if she could deliver any day. Of course not, baby cousin. Why would I not like you? Other than the easy way you waltzed in here and married Adam just by holding a cup of pudding in his face, plus the fact that you could be a millionaire at any moment. Adam told me about the money. We're far from being millionaires. Oh, I don't mean money from Peter Daniels. I mean, Dolores, get in here, Susan shouted from the living room. Dolores took a deep breath and realized that she nearly let out a deep secret that only few family members knew about and had circulated around town with mythical stature. I'll be right there, Auntie. She tried to smile, but it came out only halfway. Ada, don't worry about how I feel. I'm just jealous. My auntie told me that there would be a change in the house and to get my shit together. That was before you met Adam. So I started typing and such, and here you came, just like she said, all shiny and new, 18 and pregnant in less than a year. My birthday passed and I got a cake and a song. You turned 18 and had mass dedicated to you before they gave you the biggest birthday party in East Baton Rouge Parish. It wasn't that big. Ada, stop it. Dolores went to hug her. I do like you. It's just that you're the family princess and I'm jealous. Let's just leave it at that. All right, Ada answered and squeezed her tighter, wishing they could be close. Susan turned 68 the next Saturday, June 1st. The celebration started mid-afternoon, and by 7 she was tired out by the activity. I need to go lie down, she said, and stood up from the screened-in picnic table on the backyard patio. Adam had framed and screamed in the brick surface as soon as classes ended, with Auntie's party in mind. He also landscaped the yard like he did his grandmother's place. I'll help you, Mama, said Diane, who stood as her mother got up. No thanks, I can put myself in the bed, she said with a smile, and then looked at Ada, with whom she had become more comfortable. Ada stood with Diane, and everyone noticed how she had to turn sideways to get out of her chair. "Auntie, why don't you let Diane and I both help you?" A few days earlier, Susan couldn't find her room, though she was standing right in front of it. "All right." "Cousin Ada, you sure had to struggle to get out of that chair," Diane's daughter Adair said. Then she rubbed Ada's tummy, as all family members did when she passed them. "I know, little cousin. I blame Adam for this," she said, and everyone laughed and then cheered when she went to kiss him. "I plead guilty, but for reasons of insanity. Whenever my wife is around, I go crazy." "That is so sweet, honey," Ada said and kissed him again. Then she and Diane took Susan inside. "You sure married a good girl, Adam," said Dorsey. "She fits right into the family." "Amen," said a few other cousins. Then 15-year-old Rachel joined the adults in the patio. "Have you told him yet, Daddy?" The question caught Rex off guard. "Girl, you sure have a big mouth." He took a half-hearted swing at her with his open hand, and she easily dodged it. "I'm sorry, Daddy." She put her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek with a funny noise, showing what everyone knew. "That's a spoiled daddy's girl right there," Dorsey said, and everyone agreed, but then Rachel spilled the beans. "We're moving to L.A., Cousin Adam. Los Angeles. I'll have to speak proper so that people out there won't think I'm from the sticks." "Then I guess you should speak properly," Adam said with a smile. That's when Rex moved her away. "Girl, go eat. Your mouth is too big." "I ate already." "Well, go pack some ribs to take home and turn the music down so your grandma can sleep. Just go. You're getting in my hair." He gave her a slight shove to get her moving. Adam did not immediately comprehend the long-term effects of the news. "That's good news, Cousin Rex. Do you have a reporting job or something?" He thought Rex might have been hired by one of the big Los Angeles newspapers, since he was one of 2 Negro reporters for the Advocate. His stepbrother Billy had been elected to the city council in Los Angeles and offered him a job on his staff. "He wants me to be on his public relations team. You know, I wrote quite a few of his campaign speeches. $30,000 a year." Adam heard the number and quickly realized that within a year and a half, Rex would earn the amount that he had left over from his inheritance and the sale of the house. "Wow, cousin, you're going to be rich." Adam was happy for his cousin's family. Diane also brought a good one into the family, he thought. He admired Rex and remembered the fighting lesson he gave him and the culminating fight as well. "We're moving to L.A. too," said Cousin George, and Adam's reminiscing ended. "What?" George and Dorsey both smiled, and he spoke again. "Oh yeah, Billy got me a job in tree maintenance. Once we're out there, I'm going to take the test to become a building inspector. I'll be making more than double what I'm making now." For Adam, the day suddenly became less cheerful, and he wondered how Ada would take the news. She had obviously found out while inside with Diane and Susan, because she had to force her joyful expression throughout the rest of the party. Then, later that night, he found out the full extent of her feelings as he tried to console his young wife, who had broken into tears. "They're leaving us, Adam," she said, as her emotions flowed. Since this was her first family experience, she craved the bonding of her new relatives. Both of Susan's daughters, Diane and Dorsey, visited at least twice a week and nearly every day during vacations. They always brought the kids, and Ada loved the family exchanges. She was teaching them how to quilt, which she learned in the convent from colored ladies who came in to teach the girls. The 2 sisters would sit and discuss their men with Ada, though not in detail, since their daughters participated. One afternoon, the conversation became intimate when Susan went inside to start dinner with her 3 granddaughters. Ada surprised them when she disclosed, "I have an orgasm every time we have sex," and sometimes more than one. Occasionally, it's so powerful, it takes me a while to remember where I am." The sisters looked at one another and wondered. "What do you do to have an orgasm?" Diane asked. "Well, are you sure you want to hear?" she asked, because of the Catholic views toward sex. "Yes," they both answered. She explained the different positions she used. She started to explain what they did orally, but Dorsey stopped her. "Cousin Ada, do you and your husband want to go to hell?" "Cousin Dorsey, do you remember the nuns who came to my wedding?" "Yes, it was nice of them to show up." "Yes, it was. And one of them, Sister Rita Mary, told me that sex is a gift from God. She told me to enjoy it as much as I want, however I want, and for as long as I want. She didn't believe that God ever wrote any rules about sex. The only place sex can be good or bad is in here." She pointed to her head and then added, "Do you want me to continue?" Diane and Dorsey looked at one another. "Yes." She continued and then swore them to secrecy about the last thing. "All right." She moved close in case someone was listening. Adam read a Masters and Johnson article that said masturbation can help a man last longer. Ada noticed how wide their eyes opened. "We promise we won't tell," they said. Those kind of moments would be sorely missed when the two older cousins left for California. Later that night after the party, she got out of bed because she heard Susan in the kitchen. "Auntie Susan, are you all right? Can I get you anything?" Susan looked at her and cringed her eyebrows. "Dorsey, what are you doing up? You have school in the morning." "Auntie Susan, I'm not Dorsey. I'm Adam's wife, Ada." She smiled and noticed her aunt's confused look. "I'll make you some tea." "Oh, Ada, come here, baby girl. Give me some sugar." She opened her arms and Ada embraced her. Then she went to make tea, which she knew her aunt liked. Whenever she could, she touched her to communicate their bond. She also smiled to hide her concern because Auntie was forgetting things more often. For that reason, she made chamomile tea to help Susan sleep. She then sat on the side of her bed and listened to stories about the old days until Susan closed her eyes and drifted off. This is what families do, she told herself, even though she had been part of this family less than a year. I am really going to miss the cousins, she thought about Diane and Dorsey. Then she made sure Susan was sound asleep before leaving. Back in her room, Adam was also asleep. Wow, I cannot believe that I have such a good-looking and caring man. This was the good part of her life, and once the door closed, she blocked out everything else as much as she could. A selfish feeling came upon her, and she took off her gown before climbing into the bed. She did that thing to excite his manhood and then climbed on top of him just as he awakened. "Damn, I thought I was dreaming," he said in a low tone. "This is no dream. You are making your wife feel really good right now." She put her finger on his lips and slowly shook her head as she focused. The baby inside made it difficult to move the way she wanted, but she managed. It did feel better, however, when Adam began to help, because he could tell that she was hindered. Her body began to reach its peaks quicker than ever, and suddenly all of the emotions of the day overcame her. Her new cousins were leaving. Her auntie's memory was getting worse, and yet her body's ecstasy confused her. Tears began to flow, but she didn't know why. "Tell me you love me, Adam. Please tell me." "Of course I love you. I love you more than anything or anyone in the world, and I'll never stop loving you." That's when she grabbed his hair and closed her eyes to slowly ride out the huge wave rising inside her. Chapter 12. By the end of July, the family was starting to adapt to life without the regular visits. Ada suffered badly in the muggy southern summer. She couldn't wait until September 22nd, when the baby was due. but her pregnancy didn't stop her from helping around the house whenever Adam wasn't there. When he was home, he treated her like a queen because he could see the effort it took for her to move about. "You sit yourself back down and tell me what you need," he would tell her. He did most of the cleaning and cooking and kept an eye on Aunt Susan. He did not mind that Dolores was little help, though he reminded her to check inside if he was leaving. "Honey, I'm just pregnant," Ada complained, but actually loved his attentiveness. She knew he skipped summer courses because of her. Aunt Susan also did what she could unless she had a memory lapse, which began to occur regularly 2 or 3 times a week. The humid summer wore her out, and she began to take naps. Adam utilized her downtime to run errands. One afternoon he came home with a full set of suitcases on which he splurged for the first time since Meemaw passed away. He surprised Ada and Susan with a vacation to Los Angeles. When Ada tried to jump but had to lumber out of her seat when she found out. Tomorrow morning. He loved making his young wife happy, and her expression that day was priceless. That night she was so excited she could not sleep until she fixed herself a cup of chamomile. Then she woke with the sun the next morning and put on some of the new clothes Adam bought for the trip. He was full of surprises, and Ada felt blessed to be married to him. Dolores watched their taxi leave from the front porch and immediately felt the emptiness of the house. This is the change Auntie was talking about, she realized. They're going to follow Diane and Dorsey to Los Angeles, and I'll be without a home. I'd better start using what I've learned and get a job. "A colored skycap will be around soon," said the taxi driver. His company sent only Negro drivers into certain areas of town because most white drivers wouldn't serve coloreds. Adam and Ada confused the white skycaps, who couldn't tell if they were foreigners, but one look at Susan told them to stay away, despite a very pregnant woman and 4 suitcases. "Good day," said a young colored skycap, who hurried over with his cart. "My name is Benjamin, and I'll take your luggage for you." "Thank you, Benjamin, and this is for you." Adam noticed the white skycaps, ignoring his family, and handed over a $5 tip to Benjamin. "Thank you very much, sir." He quickly earned the tip with the suitcases and set a chair on the cart for Ada. 20 minutes later, things got a little frightening when the airplane took off, since none of them had flown before. At the end of the flight, the visitors noticed how vast Los Angeles was and couldn't believe the number of cars as they flew into the airport. Cousin Rex and Rachel met them at the arriving gate that afternoon. Ada immediately noticed the lack of humidity and the ocean breeze. The entire experience amazed her, and she noticed that in a short time Rex and Rachel had changed. It was easy to see that they had left Baton Rouge behind, especially when Rachel said, "That's my mama's car right there." It was a brand new, shiny green Chevy Nova station wagon. "Wow, Cousin Rex," Adam said. "This is really nice." "Thanks. I bought it for Diane 3 weeks ago." He opened the back doors for the females and then helped Adam put the suitcases away. "She has a surprise for you all when you get to the house." "Here you go, Auntie," Ada said, helping Susan get into the back seat. "Where are we?" Everyone but Ada stopped when they heard that question. They all became concerned until Ada said, "We're in Los Angeles to visit your girls, Diane and Dorsey. Remember? Do you remember me?" Susan looked at her. "Yes, baby girl, Ada, you're my niece." "Yes, ma'am, and that's your granddaughter, Rachel." She motioned for Rachel to come, and the girl went to embrace her grandmother. "Hi, Grandma, welcome to Los Angeles." "That's where we are, Los Angeles?" "Yes, Auntie. There's Adam right there and Cousin Rex with him." Adam went to hold Susan's hand. "We're only visiting, Auntie, and then we'll go home." Rachel got into the back seat and held out her hand. "Come on, Granny, let's go." "Oh, okay." The word Granny triggered her memory. Surprisingly, the car took bumps the same as Adam's 11-year-old station wagon, though it was quieter. "Cousin Rex, how do you get around without getting lost?" Ada asked, overwhelmed by the size of the area. Oh, he's been lost before, Rachel teased her father. Well, that was when we first moved here. He laughed and the others joined him. I want to know, how do you all sleep at night with all this noise, Adam said. Our neighborhood is quiet, Rex replied. You won't hear any of this when we get there. It's sometimes too quiet, Rachel added. I have one friend, her name is Janine. Don't listen to her, it's not too quiet, Rex said. You guys will like it. How long have you been living out here? Susan asked, creating another silent moment. Mama, we left Baton Rouge 2 months ago, Rex answered. Remember? Right after your birthday. Are you all right, Grandma? Rachel asked. Ada embraced Susan. Of course she's all right. Yes, Auntie? Susan smiled from the affection. I'm fine, baby girl. Adam had turned around with concern. He had never witnessed this side of Susan's memory loss, but Ada seemed to be used to it. He completely missed the drive into the neighborhood from thinking about this new situation. Ada made sure that Auntie was all right and was trying to prepare her for the new environment. Remember, we're on a trip to Los Angeles. Adam bought new suitcases and clothes. You look very nice in your new dress. Susan looked at the dress she had on and smiled. Thank you, dear. You're welcome, Auntie. And here we are, said Rex. He beeped his horn a couple times and the front door of the house opened. This area is called View Park. None of the visitors could believe the house on Olympiad Drive and the neighborhood they were in as Rex's other two kids, Adair and Joey, rushed outside with Diane following to greet everyone. Each house stood proudly in rows of stately manors with well-manicured lawns and lush gardens. Diane and the others smothered them with hugs and kisses to start the grand reunion. The 2 months was the longest time the family had been separated, and they were all glad to be back together. Ada was relieved when Susan recognized her daughter, Diane, who was 4 weeks pregnant. Her sex life had improved from a few hot minutes on her back to hours of sizzling erotica after trying the things Ada told her. She and Dorsey became pregnant within weeks after they left Louisiana. Surprise! Thank you, Diane whispered to Cousin Ada. Rex then reached inside the car and pushed the button to start the automatic garage door. He and Adam looked at one another and started laughing. Oh, now you're just showing off, Adam said, and everyone laughed with him. Diane, how much do they pay you to clean this house? Susan asked, and the laughter slowed down. Diane took her mother's hands. Mama, I don't clean houses. I'm a teacher. And this is our house. Rex and I bought it. She gently stroked her mother's hair. Come inside, I'll show you around. She led her to the house. Susan recognized her daughter again. All right. Are you all rich? She took a few more steps and remembered. That's right, we're in Los Angeles right now. Everyone felt relieved that Auntie began to remember. That's right, Mama, Diane said. You got it now. You know what, Diane? What, Mama? You have a nice house. Thank you, Mama. The split-level home had 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, a formal dining room, laundry room, living room, family room, and a pool. Diane was still decorating, but taking her time because the house swallowed everything they bought from Baton Rouge and had room for a lot more. She did not want to make an impulsive purchase that she would soon regret. Next to the pool was another room with a fold-out sofa bed, 3/4 bath, a small fridge, and a hot plate. That evening, George and Dorsey showed up with their kids, Christopher and Lena. The family celebrated the reunion around the pool with a cookout. Rex and George used the built-in brick grill for the meat. Diane and Dorsey wanted to boil corn on the cob, but Ada changed her mind. She wrapped each piece loosely in foil with butter and set them on the grill with the meat. Did Sister Rita Mary teach you that? Asked Dorsey. No, Father David. We're going to have to go to that diocese and thank everybody for what you've taught us, Diane said. Dorsey rubbed her tummy and said, You can say that again. The reunion ended just after 9 o'clock. Christopher and Joey needed their rest, since they had Little League games down at the Rancho Cienega Park the next morning. The two families had to get used to activities in Southern California because George had gone to the park and asked where do the color kids sign up and found out that everyone played in the same league. Later that night, Rex and Adam sat outside by the pool and sipped Millers in glass. They sat quietly for a while, taking in the ambiance. Adam wondered if he and Ada could end up in a place like this. Rex was glad that he and Diane already did. The night was quieter than in Baton Rouge, and the air was not sticky. You know, Adam, if Mama becomes too much for you and Ada, you should put her in a home. I'll sell your grandma's house and use the money to pay the bill, all right? Thanks, Cousin Rex. Adam had been wondering if he'd have to use his money to pay for a nursing home. Oh, yeah, Diane is quite concerned for her mother. We didn't know she was forgetting so much. Ada thinks it's because we're away from home. I guess that sounds about right. They later said good night, and Adam went to the pool house where he thought Ada was sleeping. She had only closed the screen door, however, and the voices kept her awake. I love our family so much, she said, after he showered and climbed into bed. Did I wake you? No, honey, and I heard what Cousin Rex said. They care about us, and that makes me so happy. I'm going to light a candle to give thanks that we met. I love you. I love you too. Before falling asleep, she thought, wow, his body feels so good. But here we are, too tired to make love at the same time. I hope this doesn't happen often. The next morning, they woke up with the sun at just after 5:30 and decided to take a walk. The morning air was fresh and still. They walked 3 doors north to Mount Vernon Drive, and Adam checked the street sign, Olympiad, just in case they got lost. They marveled at the different designs of the homes as they walked hand in hand, wondering if they would ever reach this level of prosperity. Ada figured as long as she was with Adam, she would be happy. They both wondered if they were having a boy or a girl. The baby's gender didn't matter to either, but they prayed for his health because Auntie Susan was already a handful. That sure is a pretty house, Ada said about a light yellow ranch-style home with a short stone facade on Inoral Drive. I'm just dreaming, honey, but I sure would want something like that. And in your dream, your wish is my command. They laughed together and then continued on their walk, wishing they could actually live there. You two picked a fine morning for a walk. They had turned into a cul-de-sac where they saw a fit Negro man carrying a tennis racket to his court on the back side of his garage that provided a vista of downtown. Ada immediately recognized Roe Huberman, the prominent civil rights and defense attorney who had opened his own firm in Los Angeles 6 years earlier. She had read about and seen him on a few occasions with Dr. Martin Luther King in Ebony and Jet magazines, as well as The Advocate at home. He had a stately 2-story manor with a 3-car garage in addition to the tennis court. Ada imagined correctly that there was also a pool in the back. And the perfect place to do it, Adam replied. We're visiting from Baton Rouge and falling in love with Los Angeles. Huberman smiled and approached them. Well, you see how small the world is? I grew up just a stone's throw from you in Lafayette. I'm Rose Huberman. Adam shook his hand and introduced Ada, and then himself before she took over. Mr. Huberman, Adam just finished his first year of law school at the Southern University Law Center. She figured the encounter would be brief and dismissed the proper niceties to get to the point. You want my husband to work for you. Adam's mind was far from law school and wondered what was going on, but Huberman smiled. Oh, really, he replied. I bet you've had your fill of constitutional law, especially the impact of the 13th Amendment, which granted citizenship to anyone born on U.S. soil. That statement triggered Adam's thoughts. No, sir, I'm sure you mean the 14th Amendment that established jus soli as a basis for citizenship, contrary to the previous jus sanguinis standard, which granted citizenship only to those of blood descendants. Such is the case in countries like Japan and Germany. One of the sweeping effects of the amendment was that it granted citizenship to former slaves regardless of which state they lived. "He's good, isn't he?" Ada asked. "You just tested him, didn't you?" "Yes, I did, and yes, he is good. And I'm sure that having a strong, supportive young wife like you has something to do with that. Let's keep in touch, Adam. Maybe one day you might end up at Huberman and Feinstein." That's when Adam realized the significance of the chance meeting. A couple of his professors had mentioned Huberman and Feinstein. "That would be an honor, Mr. Huberman." Huberman invited them into his home to exchange contact information. They met his wife, Amanda, and their cook/housekeeper from Mexico, Dulia, who spoke little English. Huberman hired her to help his wife juggle her life as a mother trying to establish a social standing in the community. She came recommended, and he thought his kids might learn Spanish from her. Dulia pointed at the young visitors and asked in Spanish if they wanted to eat. She tried to help them understand with a hand gesture to eat. "No, gracias. No podemos quedar." Ada surprised even Adam when she replied that they couldn't stay. He knew she spoke Spanish, but had never heard her. She wished they could have stayed, but saw that Huberman was preparing to play tennis. Ada was also sure that breakfast would be ready when they returned to Rex and Diane's. "Here you go." Huberman gave Adam a business card. "My home number is on there as well, Adam. Keep in touch and call whenever you have any legal issues you need to discuss." The brief meeting tickled Ada because her husband made a good first impression. They both shook Huberman's hand, and she clutched Adam's arm as they left after. Roe and his wife watched and admired the young couple. "So, did Sister Rita Mary teach you Spanish as well as everything else?" Adam asked during the walk back. She couldn't believe that he'd rather talk about her Spanish than about what had just happened, but went along. "No, that was Sister Amalia. Remember? I told you that she was from Mexico, and I explained to her that I wanted to learn Spanish, so that's the language she spoke to me, all the time." Adam knew that meeting Roe Huberman was significant, but did not want to get their hopes up too high that anything would come out of it. They walked quicker to get back than when they left. Both were excited, but for different reasons. Adam greatly appreciated the way Ada promoted his capabilities. She is a great wife, he thought. Ada couldn't wait to tell everyone how Adam impressed Roe Huberman. "Roe Huberman, Cousin Adam? That's a real important contact," Rex said. "I just met him at a dinner my brother had. Before you know it, you'll be right up here with us." They were in the kitchen. "You should have seen Adam," Ada continued telling her version. "Roe Huberman tested him right there on constitutional law, and Adam passed with flying colors. It was easy stuff that he asked me about," Adam added. "I know, honey, but I'm sure he was trying to make sure that you didn't learn the material just to pass a test. Remember, half of the attorneys out there finished in the bottom half of their class. Roe Huberman wouldn't want to stay in touch with one of them." Bubbly Ada kissed him, but also noticed someone missing. "Where's Auntie?" "Well, she's getting dressed and Rachel's with her." Diane cut off Rex, whom she thought might explain what happened when Susan woke up thinking she was in a nursing home. She also thought that Rachel was Diane and kept asking her why she put her in there. It took 15 minutes to calm her down and to remember where she was. When Diane saw how happy Ada was after the walk, she thought her young cousin would blame herself for not being there when Susan woke and did not want to ruin the happy moment. That day the families went to Disneyland, where the group rate was $8 per person. The next day they went to Mass and then to the beach. After that, Rex and George had to work, but Adam and Ada were able to sightsee with the others. Susan grew accustomed to their whereabouts, with everyone reminding her of who she was. Upon hearing Grandma or Granny, She looked at the person and remembered the face as one of her daughter's children. She had to do the same with her daughters calling her Mama. "Mama, do you want to stay in Los Angeles and live with us?" Diane asked the day before Adam and Ada were to leave for Baton Rouge. They were all outside in the backyard again to celebrate the end of a beautiful week. "No, thanks, Diane. Thank you for the invite, but I need to get back to my own bed." "But we'll move all of your things out here." "You're going to move my house out here too?" Everyone laughed because it seemed like Susan had acclimated herself well to Los Angeles. They all began to wonder if the worst of her memory spells was over. Though there was some doubt, they still hoped. "Adam, there is no way I'm staying 7 days in the hospital. It just doesn't make any sense. You have a test to take, and you cannot do that and take care of Auntie Susan at the same time." "I can make up the test, Ada. You just had 2 babies, and the doctor wants to observe you." 36 hours earlier, September 22nd, 1963, Adam could see the pain on Ada's face when they arrived in the colored section of the General Hospital. It was just after 8 that morning, and the nurses wanted to prep her with a shave, an enema, and bathe her, but the first baby rushed into the world just as they put her on a gurney. "We don't have time for that. The baby's coming now," Ada tried to warn them, but the doctor insists that, "Oh my." One nurse had to quickly change her tone when the Daniels baby started to crown. Everything happened so fast that the nurses forgot to escort Adam out of the room. He had heard that the delivery room was no place for a man, but he backed away and blended into the walls and curtains. Then his wife surprised him and everyone else in the room. "Oh shit, this hurts. Get the fucking doctor in here." I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." She moaned in pain as the contractions came faster and gave her no time to rest. Adam became teary-eyed because of his wife's anguish, and one of the nurses quickly ran out of the room. "Take it out," Ada yelled as the baby's head became fully exposed. "You'll have to hold on." "It's coming now, goddammit." Ada felt her lower back muscles tightening like a tourniquet. Adam was about to go help until another nurse moved over and grabbed the baby's head and pulled when she felt Ada push. Then seconds later the baby was out. "Oh my God, thank you, Ada said to the nurse. Then the doctor finally entered. He was the only white person in the room and looked to where he could find fault. "How come this patient wasn't prepped?" "There wasn't enough time, doctor," one of the nurses said. The nurse with the baby cut the umbilical cord and began to clean her as Ada tried to recuperate with deep breaths. Then she moaned again out loud, feeling more pain, but this time it came from within, as if her organs were being pulled out. "There's another one! There's another one!" "That's just the afterbirth," the doctor explained, until Ada grabbed his arm with a firm grip. "I said there's another baby inside me! Don't you think I know what that feels like?" Her pain forced her to lie back as it quickly shot from moderate to intense. "Fuck, this hurts!" "I'm the doctor here, and I know." "Doctor, there's another baby coming," said the nurse who delivered the first one. The doctor pushed her out of the way and started to grab the baby's head. "Don't you fucking touch me!" She wanted the nurse who delivered the first child to take the second. "Ada, stop!" Adam surprised them all from his spot in the corner. The doctor was about to ask him to leave until he noticed the effect he had. Ada covered her mouth with her hands and closed her eyes. "She hasn't had any anesthesia, doctor," said the delivery nurse. The doctor quickly took over. "Ada, try to relax. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you." He looked at her face and saw the perspiration pouring off of her. He had seen other women scream more than her with the medicine. She must be strong. Ada moaned, and 10 seconds later, Adam and Ada had one more baby than they had prepared for. Monica came first, followed by Beverly, named after her great-grandmother. Ada felt much better a few hours later and apologized to the doctor and nurses for her outburst, for which she confessed to the hospital priest when he came by the next morning. She rested most of the day except during feedings, which didn't come as naturally as she thought it would, and the hospital did not provide much help. The woman next to her in a semi-private room, Gladys, helped her out. She was on her third child, and Ada appreciated her help and suggestions. The next morning, Ada was ready to go home when Adam came to visit. He made sure that Dolores would stick around to watch Susan. She thought she might have a job interview, but it was made for the next day. After hearing her plea to come home from the hospital, he was uncertain about allowing her to leave the doctor's care so early. It had always been his understanding that a woman usually stayed 5 days to a week. The doctor, however, was adamant about her staying, but Ada stood her ground and started to get up to dress. She closed the curtain around her bed because Gladys's husband was visiting. "Doctor, women all over the world have babies and then go back to work the same day. Those women are destitute and are trying to survive, and I'm not, so I have an advantage over them. My husband has a law exam tomorrow. He's already missed a day of classes, and we have an aunt at home who needs looking after. Therefore, I cannot lay up here in bed when I could be home helping him. But Mrs. Daniels, this is our standard procedure." Ada looked at Adam and motioned for him to come, remembering what Diane and Dorsey told her. He moved close, and with her warm breath to his ear, she whispered, "Please take me home, Daddy." Those 5 little words, said with just the right amount of intimacy, proved effective. "I'm going to sign her out," Adam said, and Ada embraced him. Then she went to the bathroom to change. "This is highly irregular, Mr. Daniels," the doctor said, and left the room. "Say, young blood." Adam turned to the man standing next to the roommate's bed. "Yes? Man, you're going to go far with a girl behind you as much as she is." "Yes, indeed," said Gladys. "You take care of her. I had to show her how to breastfeed, but she got it pretty quick. Is she in college?" "No, ma'am, not yet. She'll start when we decide where we're going to live when I finish law school." "Well, she sounds like she's already graduated. Every time the news came on, she knew exactly what they were talking about. Real smart, that girl." So where y'all heading once you finish school, north or west?" her husband asked. "Well, we have family in Los Angeles." When those words came out, it hit him that moving to Los Angeles was a real possibility. He did have family there, and with their help, moving Auntie Susan wouldn't be hard. He had tasted something new and liked it. Ada liked it as well, and that was very important. For the first time, he became anxious about the future. In talks with other married law students, he heard about wives' complaints over spending too much time away, but Ada was the opposite. She encouraged him to no end and smothered him with so much love he could feel it physically. He tried hard to deserve her and to return her affection. The days right after the hospital were difficult. Twins don't necessarily eat and sleep at the same time, but Ada was determined to train them to do so. She first tried to breastfeed both at once, but found the balancing act awkward. Then she would breastfeed one and bottle feed the other with formula. She snuck in as much sleep as she could when they slept, and even Aunt Susan helped. Back in familiar surroundings, her memory lapses nearly disappeared, at least during that fall semester. Then her symptoms slowly returned after the president's assassination. "Ada, where are you going, baby girl?" she asked when Ada turned onto Choctaw Avenue to go to the Cajun Farms market. "Auntie, I'm going to the market because Diane and Dorsey are bringing their families out for Christmas." She turned into the parking lot and hoped she didn't strip Adam's gears. She'd been driving only 2 months. "But you made the wrong—" Susan saw the store and recognized the sign. "Oh, how did we get here?" "Don't worry, Auntie. Sometimes people have so much on their minds, they forget things." Ada did not mind caring for Susan during these times, especially since Dolores also helped. At the convent, she had seen worse when she had to volunteer to care for older nuns who usually lived into their mid-90s, and Auntie was always around to help feed the babies. It was a drill to which she had adapted, but when the family showed up for Christmas, and everyone wanted to hold and feed the twins, Susan became uncomfortable and defensive, in addition to mixing up everyone's name. It didn't help either that her daughters' faces were slightly bloated from being pregnant. "Diane, hand me the baby's bottle right there," she said early in the evening of Christmas Eve, with baby Beverly on her lap. "Grandma, I'm Adair, your granddaughter." "Then how come you're not in school?" "Because it's Christmas vacation. We're visiting you from California." "I don't know nobody in California," she said, and then everyone gasped when she forgot the baby in her lap and stood, nearly dropping her to the floor until the alert granddaughter caught her. Ada quickly got up from her chair to make sure her baby was all right. "Adair, do you have Beverly?" "Yes, Cousin Ada, I have her." "Thank you, sweetie." The baby started to cry but stopped when Adair started to comfort her. "You're okay, Pumpkin." "What's wrong? Why is everyone screaming?" Susan tried not to alarm herself because she recognized only half of the people in the living room. The Christmas tree triggered a memory. "Dorsey, you tell that boy that your daddy don't want him coming around here. I don't care how much money he spent on a gift." Ada quickly hugged Susan. "Come on, Auntie, let's make you some tea." She wanted her aunt to see something familiar and gently led her into the kitchen. "What boy was she talking about?" George asked playfully to lighten the mood. "She was talking about you, Big Daddy," Dorsey responded. "Our daddy didn't like you," Diane added, and everyone laughed. Then the conversation became serious when Adam came inside because of the noise. "What's going on in here?" He had changed a few bad Christmas lights. "Adam, I thought you were going to put Mama in a nursing home," Rex said. He felt the kids were old enough to hear the truth about their grandmother. "She's been all right up until now, and those are the key words," Diane started. "Until now. She almost dropped your daughter, cousin. You cannot wait until she really hurts one of those babies." The discussion continued until Ada and Susan entered from the kitchen and then disappeared down the hallway. It had been a year since Susan invited Ada into her home, and the devoted niece stayed with her until she dozed off. When Ada returned to the living room, everyone stopped talking and she felt all of their eyes on her. She knew what they all thought from the looks on their faces. "She's going to be all right, you all, I promise. Cousin Dolores will help me with her." She turned to Dolores, who had joined the gathering while she was out. Everyone looked at Dolores and waited for her to report her news. "I'm so sorry, Ada, but I have a job at the high school, and I'll start after New Year's. I was going to tell you after Christmas." Ada's eyes grew teary, and Adam saw her emotions. He quickly got up to comfort her with a hug. "She's going to be all right, baby." "Ada, honey, we had a family vote," Diane said as soft as she could. "But family, I can take care of her. I know I can. We're putting her in a nursing home." Diane's word was final, though she did not mean to sound so stringent. She felt badly when Ada buried her face into Adam's chest in grief. "She'll be all right," Adam said, though he felt badly too because his aunt had always expressed a fear of dying if she went into a home. Then they both felt Diane's arms around them, followed by Dorsey and then Rex and George. "We love you, Ada. I love you all too." She could actually feel their love as well, especially when the 5 kids joined the family embrace. She knew it was the right thing to do, remembering how Beverly would have fallen to the floor if Adair hadn't caught her. Chapter 14. Diane stayed 2 weeks after Christmas to help find her mother a proper nursing home. Adam stayed home with the babies while Ada drove Diane and Susan around. "I don't like this place," Susan said about each home at which they stopped. "But it's a nice one, Mama. They have games and there's a garden where you can plant things. There's nothing but old people here." Diane turned to Ada for help. "Cousin, I need you to speak up because I have to go back to work soon, and if she doesn't choose a home by tomorrow, I'll choose one for her." It made sense to Ada for Auntie Susan to stay at the Scotlandville Senior Care Home because it was close to the university from where Adam could visit and she would be close to home. She felt strange about staying in the house that Susan owned but could no longer live in. "It's just for a year and a half," Diane said. "Adam will finish law school and then we'll move her to California where we'll all be." That's when Ada realized that the family would be together again in less than 2 years. That understanding made her happy, and she tried to look at Susan's moving as a necessary thing that was good for the entire family. No one would have to worry about her hurting herself or the babies. The next day, she and Diane packed what Susan needed and drove her to the home. Susan sat in the front seat with Ada, like she always did, and noticed how quiet they were during the drive. "You all are quiet because you know I'm not going to last long in this place." Ada continued driving with tears falling down her cheeks. "Mama, Ada has nothing to do with this," Diane said from the back seat. "Would you want to come and live with us in Los Angeles? I could get you a nurse to come to the house every day." Susan thought a long moment. "No thanks, 'cause when I go, I'm going to be buried with my sister and brother and my parents, Mark and Judith Harper, who were slaves, right on the Harper plantation, which is my birthright." "But that's going to be a long time from now, Mama. You're not going anywhere." Diane was trying to cheer up herself as well as Ada. They rode in silence after that until Susan started to hum. Then she began to sing. "How I got over, how I got over. My soul looks back and wonder how I got over." At the nursing home, Ada did what she could to make Auntie comfortable in her room. She set a few pictures on the bedstand and made sure Susan remembered where the closet and bathrooms were. "I'll be right back, Mama," Diane said, and headed to the resident nurse's office. She tried not to feel badly that Ada was more involved than she. Ada is new to this, and she's never had a family. We all saw this coming a couple of years ago, but now it's getting worse every week. If Ada had never shown up, Mama would have been in a home before Adam finished his first year of law school. "You're the head nurse, right?" Diane asked a colored woman, sitting behind a desk in a full nursing uniform. "Yes, I am. Nurse Jackson." The nurse watched carefully when Diane closed the door. Relatives of patients had closed it before so they could cuss her out for scars or something else wrong with a loved one. She was ready to counter an attack but raised her eyebrows when Diane laid 4 $10 bills on her desk. "This is to assure that my mother gets the best possible care," Diane said. And then she explained how much her cousin Ada loved her Auntie Susan, and that either she or her husband would be in every day to visit. They also had strict instructions to call her in California if something was not right. The nurse listened closely because she had been offered extra money before, $5 here or there, but this was $10 a week in advance, in addition to her regular salary paid by the nursing home. $40 a month that she could keep from her husband could buy a lot of things. It was more than half of their mortgage, 10 pairs of Levi's, 2 or 3 nice dresses, the down payment for a new car, and a month of nursery school for her 2 sons. Then she remembered that most people who came into the home lasted no more than 3 years. "Yes, ma'am," she said when Diane finished talking. "She'll get anything she wants, and I'll make sure that she gets any assistance that she needs." "Good, Nurse Jackson. And one more thing. If she gets worse, I want to know right away. You call me Collect." "Yes, ma'am. Shall we go see how she's doing?" When they arrived at Susan's room, Ada had written everyone's names on the family pictures she set out. "Auntie, I'm going to come visit every day," she said, to make herself feel better. She smiled politely when introduced to the nurse, and a few minutes later they left Auntie Susan in the recreation room watching television. The next day, Diane visited her mother with Adam, Ada, and the babies. After that, Adam and Ada packed their girls and visited every day. Rex called a few days after Diane returned home to report that his wife had miscarried. The doctor thought stress probably caused it, and Ada blamed herself for not helping more with the home placement. An hour later, Diane called and could tell Ada had been crying. "I told Rex not to call you all because I knew my baby cousin would blame herself," she said, and could hear more crying. "Ada, you stop it. This is not your fault. Do you understand?" "Yes, Cousin Diane. Is there anything I can do for you?" "You keep taking care of your family and my mama, and I'll be happy. I love you, Ada, and don't you ever forget that." "I won't forget it, and I love you too, Cousin Diane." Ada did what she was told, though it was difficult to put aside her culpability in the miscarriage. She and Adam continued to visit their aunt together every day until his classes started again. That's when Susan began to get 2 visits a day. Ada went in the morning with Monica and Beverly, who were weaned from her breasts when they started walking in June, and Adam went after his classes. The summer of 1964 was memorable for Ada because time seemed to slow down. If everything stayed on schedule, they would be in California in less than a year, which she eagerly anticipated, living close to her family again. So rather than enduring the next year, she decided to enjoy every day in Baton Rouge, and her girls gave her something new to experience whenever they could. "Don't touch that, Monica," she would say, and the chase was on, and Beverly was the same way. It was fun to run away from Mommy with her running behind, and then they were lifted into the air. Gotcha! When classes were over for the summer, Daddy joined in the fun. The girls liked to follow Mommy or Daddy when they cut the grass with the push lawnmower. Even though Ada missed her cousins, she enjoyed the family that she and Adam had started. Even in muggy Baton Rouge, she sweated with her girls and her husband, either inside or out. "Honey, you know what we need?" she asked just before the 4th of July. They were sitting in the kitchen feeding the babies from jars, and if they emptied the jars, they would get a waffle. "We need a movie camera and a projector." Adam heard those words and got a tickle in his stomach. "Why didn't I think of that? She is so right. You are the perfect wife." "Really?" Her smile was worth the $75 they spent that morning at the Sears Roebuck Holiday Celebration Sale. The Brownie movie camera cost $27.95, and the Brownie projector was $44.95. Adam started using the camera before they made it back to the car. "Look this way, baby." Ada looked at him and blew him a kiss. "Wave to Daddy, Beverly. Monica, wave to Daddy." From Sears, they went to the senior care home and got Auntie Susan on film. She actually had a good day since she remembered everyone's name. Then they went to the university and got more footage to remember. They shot film of Lake Kernan, where they took their first walk together. Then they filmed themselves at the ravine that flowed into the Mississippi River and reenacted Adam's proposal. Ada shot some action footage near the river, where Adam tried to throw a rock across but couldn't make it. 2 days later was the 4th, and Adam put the camera to use. He shot everyone enjoying the fireworks. It was one of the rare occasions in which the twins stayed up past 8 o'clock. After their early afternoon nap, Ada would not let them sleep until bedtime at 8. If they did fall asleep, she'd wake them after 5 to 10 minutes, so that they would be tired at night. It was a lazy summer of 1964, but it included study time as well, since Adam would start his final year of law school that fall. He again found out how far Ada would go to help him study. She read and comprehended his law books, studied cases, and engaged him in titillating legal arguments, though she knew her side was wrong. States should be able to decide what's constitutional according to what is socially acceptable in that state. Therefore, school districts should not have to desegregate based on what the federal government deems constitutional. She sat across from him at the dining room table. Okay, well, first, every public official swears to defend and support the Constitution of the United States, which begins with the premise that all men are created equal, and then supports that tenet with the guarantee of equality as stated in the 14th Amendment. And then finally, your argument of states' rights to self-interpretation of the Constitution only supports the belief of separate but equal, which the court found to be a fallacy as it perpetuates an unequal system. Okay, that was pretty good, honey, but a little wordy. You need to be more precise. Thanks. What's next? Ada thought of a recent case. Okay, I say a criminal does not have the right to an attorney based solely upon his inability to pay for one. That's an easy one from just last year. The Sixth Amendment requires a court to provide poor defendants with an attorney free of charge. Good, now I plead guilty to wanting to have sex with you right now. She closed her book and set it on the table. Then she moved to sit on his lap and kissed him passionately. Your only mission is to drive me into a sexual stupor of incoherent, forbidden carnal pleasure. Because if we have to be hot and sweaty, we may as well have some hot and sweaty sex. So what's the verdict? She moved her hips to stimulate his manhood. He stood up with her in his arms. I sentence you to a night of sex that no one else will ever experience. I will fill you as far as you can endure without crying. What do you say to that? Make me cry, Daddy, make me cry. By then they were in the bedroom where he threw her onto the bed, which they had moved to Auntie Susan's room. Then, in a feral state, she wildly pulled off his underwear and did that sinful thing in the wildness of their passion. It had been 2 nights without sex for them, and that proved to be too much, since she continued her wild behavior past the point in which he could no longer contain himself. Then she climbed on top of him, kissing and biting wildly, as he managed to tear her clothes off, and when he finished he sat up and turned her upside down in front of him so that he could please her. Oh my God, she squeaked. This life more than made up for the years of disappointment of not being adopted from the convent. I love this man so much, and I love this thing he's doing to me. Her toes curled, and it didn't matter that she was on her head. This must be magic because it feels so good, and she found a new way to reach that moment of passion that nearly made her lose consciousness. But then she lost control of her mouth and screamed with utter elation. It didn't matter that she could have wakened the girls. Every tiny cell in her body exploded in ecstasy and quaked around him. Are you all right? He turned her right and stared into her face that showed hot, sultry desire for him. Then she leaned backward and pulled him on top. Come on! Adam smiled and decided to go along with her assertiveness since he found it to be erotic. Ada began to muffle her sounds, and she had surpassed her earlier peak and was climbing higher. She locked her feet to urge him on, but her behavior proved too much, and he lost control just as she was reaching for her final burst of rapture. I'm sorry, baby. I tried to keep going longer. Ada hugged him tightly. No, Adam. You don't ever have to apologize to me. I love you so much. I love you too. But I'm thinking you're too much for me. Honey, I thought we solved that a couple days after our wedding night. You do everything I need. I just don't let go all the way. I hold back. Wait a minute. He sat up and looked into her face. You hold back? Yes. She smiled and laughed quietly. I'm being greedy, and I try not to scream and wake the babies. The way you do me drives me crazy. So you're being greedy, huh? Yes. And besides, I like your expressions when you're making your delivery. You look so intense, it excites me. Adam laughed. So that's what you call it, my delivery? I ought to deliver my hand on your butt. That sounds like fun. I guess I'm not your standard Catholic girl." They laughed and held on to one another. The fan in their room did little against the humidity of the season. They had grown used to each other's perspiration, skin to skin. They loved the connection between them, and that night fought hard to make the sensation last forever, but both gave in to exhaustion just after midnight. Their rest was short, however, because both twins woke at 2 o'clock. Even though Ada tried to wean them from her breast, and since she was still lactating, she gave in when they begged for it rather than the bottle. So after being changed, they saw her exposed and showed their preference. "You may as well let them," Adam said, and she lay back against her pillows, giving them each a tit. "You are so beautiful," he said, and she smiled through her exhaustion. Then she mouthed, "Thank you." The next morning he discovered a variety of marks from her passion, and with his light complexion they were easily seen, even the one on his neck. But it was summer vacation, and no one would see them except for the nurses at the home, though they didn't matter. Auntie Susan did, however. "Girl, you ought not broadcast your business," she said in the shower. "Marking your husband like that makes you look like a bad girl." Ada helped her aunt bathe at least twice a week so that she could check for bruises or sores. "Yes, Auntie, I will be more careful, and I'm not a bad girl." She dismissed the rebuke because making love with Adam was good. Just thinking about it excited her, and she could feel her face flushing red, and other parts of her tingled with anticipation of another session of her husband's body wrapped around her, filling her with his love. Those thoughts dissipated when she felt sprinkles of water on her face. "I wish I was young and in love. Feels good, doesn't it?" Susan asked. Ada smiled and nodded. "Yes, it does, and I'm so happy, and I'm happy for you." "Thank you, Auntie." Ada wondered if any of the other orphans had found as much happiness as she did. Not only did Adam love her, but his family did as well. "I'll braid your hair for you today." "That sounds good, especially in this heat." Ada felt particularly good that day. She noticed Susan's ability to recognize everyone. Her doctor had diagnosed her with Alzheimer's disease and explained that some days would seem like she's better, but she would gradually get worse until she won't even remember how to use the bathroom. With that in the back of her mind, Ada thought this was a good day. The visit lasted until Auntie fell asleep in her lounge chair after lunch. By 2 o'clock, they were at work in the front yard. They set the twins in their playpen, while Adam mowed the lawn without a shirt on, and Ada worked in the flower bed. She often looked up to watch his muscles flex as he pushed the mower, the same one that Peter used and showed him how. "Okay, what is the power of a visa?" she asked, to further help him prepare for the upcoming semester, which led to the bar exam in-state and in California. She was convinced that he would pass both on his first attempt and dedicated herself to do everything she could to help. A visa allows a person to enter the U.S. territory for which it was issued. He was grateful for the constant testing. "My wife is really special." Neither of them noticed the man who parked a brown Ford Falcon in front of the house. They focused on their yard work and on each other's voice. "Good. Now, if I'm a Border Patrol officer and I happen upon a person without a passport, I can just take him back to the border and let him go." "No, you can't do that because he's entitled to due process." "If I'm arrested, what rights do I have?" "You have the right to an attorney, the right to remain silent, and the knowledge that anything you say can be used against you." This issue is the basis for a conviction appeal of Ernesto Miranda in Arizona last year. Ada thought he should argue with more details. "All right, but upon appeal, whose responsibility is to inform Mr. Miranda of his rights? What if he has a mental problem or doesn't fully understand English? Or what if he's just plain stupid?" Adam stopped pushing the mower for a moment. "Good, she's getting me into essay mode." "Well, the state has the responsibility since it is bringing the charges." Miranda signed a confession of sexual assault under advisement of the arresting police department and without an attorney present. The confession tainted the jury, which was supposed to be impartial. So we have 2 violations of his Sixth Amendment rights. All right, that's better. Now, the Supreme Court used which case as precedent in Mapp versus Ohio? Okay, the court applied the exclusionary rule for Weeks versus the United States in 1914. It states that they both looked up when they heard a car door close. You two make a very good team. Roe Huberman looked dapper in a yellow polo shirt, sandals over yellow socks, and green shorts. Mr. Huberman. Adam had corresponded with the prosperous L.A. attorney 5 times since they met the year before. Huberman promptly responded to each letter and showed interest in his progress. He also contacted the university chancellor, who verified that the prospect was near the top of his class. An alum working with Roe Huberman would look good for the school. In his excitement, Adam forgot the hickeys from the night before, but Ada didn't and quickly ran to the porch to fetch his T-shirt. Here, honey. Thanks. The visitor pretended not to see the marks as he witnessed the affection between them. It was great to see. I hope you don't mind that I sat there a moment. Ada, are you a law student as well? No, sir, I just like to read. I've read most of his law books from college. I'll start my freshman year, once we're settled and he starts to work. She spoke while Adam put on his shirt. I have plenty of time since I'm only 19. Huberman could not believe what he heard. Did you say that you'll start your freshman year? Wow. She's smarter than I am, Adam said and shook Huberman's hand. Ada enjoyed the compliment. Oh, honey, that's so sweet. She kissed his cheek and put her arm around his waist. Huberman explained that he was driving back to his hometown of Lafayette from a jazz concert in New Orleans. I couldn't pass through Baton Rouge without stopping by. Mr. Huberman, come on up to the porch and have some lemonade, Ada said, and led the guest to the porch where he saw the babies napping in their pen. He could see the resemblances of both parents in the girls and the resulting beauty. This couple is so close to perfection, he mused. He had heard nothing but praise about Adam from administrators at the Southern University Law Center, and yet his support at home was possibly more adept than he. Ada excused herself to make the lemonade and then joined in the conversation about the changing laws when she returned. Well, Mr. Huberman, you make a good point about the laws changing, but it's actually the Constitution that has matured over the years like a living document. You see, the forefathers sprinkled it with certain words that even the most stubborn people cannot ignore. Some people think that equality and civil rights were written just for them, but over the years, progressives and liberal-minded thinkers find a way to interpret the words so that everyone sees the true meaning intended by the writers, such as in the Brown versus the Board of Education. Yes, but from Brown, we got Cooper versus Aaron. Huberman hoped he was not going too far for her. Cooper was just a failed attempt to circumvent federal jurisdiction. She surprised him and then continued. The only thing that can really damage the growth of the Constitution is the polarization of our party system. Huberman had never heard such reasoning. And then what would happen? Adam knew his wife loved to talk, so he smiled affectionately and cleared his throat. Okay, I'll keep it short. Our political parties would push against each other like tectonic plates in the Earth's crust. She demonstrated with her hands pushing against each other. They push until the energy is released, causing a massive earthquake. Then it's up to the survivors to decide what to do next. They can either splinter and leave the government in ruin, or they can continue to use the Constitution as a model and rebuild. Adam looked at the amazement on Huberman's face and started laughing. She likes science, he said. Wow. Huberman saw a very powerful couple in front of him and wondered if he could acquire both. They make a good team. He checked his watch and saw that it was past 4. Damn, I wish I didn't have to leave so soon, he thought, and realized that he had a 50-mile trip in what was still considered the Jim Crow South, and they had lawn work to finish. I really enjoyed my visit, he said. He initially stopped to evaluate Adam's home life and went away thoroughly impressed. What field of law are you thinking about, Adam? He asked before pulling off. Well, I'm thinking about specializing in civil rights. He thought about what he'd gone through and the stories his grandparents told him. Really? Huberman's mind clicked immediately. Huberman and Feinstone did not have a need for another civil rights attorney, but there must be a way for me to utilize his talents. I'll find some way to hire him. I can't believe how fast time goes. Just a year ago we met in front of my house, and a year from now you'll be taking the bar. No, sir, I'm taking the bar in February, Louisiana and California. February, Adam? What about the prep courses in the spring? I'll be all right. Ada handed Roe a large yellow envelope. We called the California bar and asked for practice tests. She means she called, Adam added to give her credit. Well, we are husband and wife, but here are his practice test results. I think he did well. You can keep these. I typed them in duplicates. Well, thank you very much. Rose set the envelope next to him on the front seat of the car, to be examined later. Then, after a final goodbye, he was gone, and they went back to their lives. They took care of Auntie Susan's house and visited her every day. As the fall semester grew close, their discussions about the law continued and became more frequent. They could start anywhere at any time. Ada wanted to be spontaneous and to have the discussion focus on something topical. She always brought up Perry Mason or legal issues on Meet the Press, especially if they had to do with the Constitution. They watched their girls grow and get into mischief around the house. Monica and Beverly were unafraid of the creatures that frightened their mom, though she did not let on because their father did not want to raise sissies. So when they picked up crickets or looked to see if the bed was too high of a leap, she remained quiet so that they could discover things on their own. Also, toward the end of the summer, Ada began to feel the urge to procreate and expand the family. Her nature swayed her to conceive in the fall, incubate during the cold months of winter, and give birth in the spring. Something inside told her that it did not matter that another child would increase their expenses. Everything was going to be all right. It also didn't bother her if she had to put college off for another year, because she would go eventually. Adam would not allow her potential to sit at home. Therefore, she followed her bodily cues, especially at peak times of the month. On some days, they made love 3 or 4 times as long as they could get away with it. One afternoon, the twins watched Felix the Cat cartoons while sucking on bottles in their playpen. They focused on the television because Mommy always sat on Daddy's lap on the sofa, and since Mommy wore a long dress that day with no panties, the babies had no idea of what was going on underneath the dress, since she also seemed focused on the cartoon. When the babies were asleep in the middle of the night, Ada occasionally gave him legal situations pertaining to the bar. If you can focus while inside me, then you'll surely pass the bar. Okay, give me something about extradition. Ada thought a moment, since she also had to concentrate. Come on now, is this too much for you? He asked when she hesitated, and they laughed. I can do it, she said, but really had to focus. Okay, let's say that back in 1940, an 18-year-old Negro man was arrested in Mississippi and sentenced 5 years for stealing 15 cents worth of candy. He spends 30 days in county lockup, but there's a mistake on his paperwork when they're about to send him to prison. He's set free, serves in the war, and receives a Purple Heart and something for bravery. Then he gets out, moves to Los Angeles, and gets a job at Hughes. He has a wife, 3 great kids, and he's also a part-time reverend. Everything is going fine until yesterday when he's arrested in L.A. for riding a bicycle under the influence. It's no big deal, but a 25-year-old warrant from Mississippi comes up, and they want him extradited to complete his sentence. Now, argue against extradition as the man's defense attorney. Adam thought it was impossible to answer such a question under his circumstances. Ada, come on, I'm willing to admit that you're too much for me. I can't concentrate. His breaths were heavy with the excitement she gave him. My husband can do anything, especially for me. You can do it, Adam, I know you can. He began to remove his mind from his body. This was harder than walking and chewing gum, because the connection with his wife filled him with such pleasure that increased with every movement. Therefore, he had to focus on something nearly impossible to see inside his thoughts. Time served was all he said. What did you say? She also found it difficult to focus, but she was determined to help him. Concentrate, honey. You can do it. I said I would argue for time served because 5 years for 15 cents, a misdemeanor. He paused to get his thoughts together, but it was difficult. 5 years for 15 cents was excessive and considered cruel and unusual under the tenets of the Eighth Amendment. You can do better than that. What if I was the defendant? Save me, Daddy. All right, okay, I got it. The judgment was arbitrarily given because you are Negro, and that same sentence would not have been given to a white man. This premise violates the 14th Amendment, which provides equal protection of the laws. Okay, you pass, you pass, you pass, I can't take it anymore. They laughed together and then held one another tightly as their lovemaking became an untamed joining of 2 souls in a frenzy of passion to become one. In addition to their bodies, their spirits also danced in glory. They gave each other heaven, and both gave equally to the other, until they rose to the highest precipice of ecstasy, where they stayed as long as they could, and then slowly landed gently into each other's arms. They lay together with synchronized hearts and deep breaths that gradually became still until he heard her whimper. "Are you all right?" he asked as a light, steady summer rain fell outside. She put her arms further around him. "I'm better than all right. These are tears of joy that I found a husband so giving and thoughtful and loving and so good at making me feel like a woman. I love you, Adam." He turned over so that she was on top. "And I love you, Ada. I feel your heart beating in my chest, and I would die without it. I exhale when you breathe in. I want to hold you forever because my favorite place in the world is in your arms, and you make me a better man than I ever would have been without you." They kissed gently and fell asleep with her lying on top of him, where she stayed until the twins woke about 2:30 that morning. When classes began the next week, Adam also started a paid internship at Clark, Schofield & Johnson, a white law firm in Baton Rouge. The career coordinator at the university was able to place him mainly because of his complexion. From past experience, she knew that this firm rarely even interviewed Southern U students unless one had a super impressive record. The firm also took in 3 students from Louisiana State University Law School. All of their schedules were going to be staggered so that there would be at least 2 interns in the office at any time. Each received $5 an hour, which meant Adam could stop his part-time handyman landscaping business that brought in less money than the 3-hour-a-day internship. The 4 interns showed up at the same time on the first day, so that they could receive the orientation together. They were all given the same case to research and then assigned to write briefs arguing for both sides. Since Adam had the strongest arguments, he was allowed to choose his work hours first and decided to go in from 1 to 4 p.m. since his classes were in the morning. The partners of the firm may have had their prejudices, but they recognized good, thorough work. "What are you, Daniels?" asked Ernest Collingsworth, one of the LSU students. He was stuck with having to work from 7 to 10 a.m. "Are you Italian, Mexican, South American? 'Cause I know you're not colored. You wouldn't even be working here if you were." They were going down on the elevator with the other two interns after the orientation. "Well, you're wrong, since my so-called mother was Negro, but this might make you feel better. My daddy was a redneck." "What do you mean by that?" Ernest asked with a snarl, and then grabbed Adam's arm, creating a tense scene. Adam's blood rose quickly, but he merely shot a stern, deliberate glare at Ernest, and then turned his eyes to the hand on his new suit coat. "Thank you," he said when the hand disappeared. "That's all right, because a year from now, we could be at the same firm, but I'd be paid $5,000 more than you because I'm white and you're not." The elevator doors opened, and they all walked into the lobby. "If that really happened, I'd better not find out about it," Adam threatened. "Why not? What would you do?" Ernest asked with authority. "Well, since payment based upon race is illegal, as an attorney I would sue and I would win." In addition to school and the internship, mail from Los Angeles began to arrive more frequently. Roe Huberman sent materials for the California bar exam every 2 weeks. In a letter, he explained that he and a friend were opening a San Diego branch of Huberman and Feinstein, and suggested that Adam could apply there, where he could practice civil rights and gain experience in immigration law as well. Then in a couple years he could transfer to the Los Angeles office, which was planning to move to a larger location in that time. "We'll be able to live in the same neighborhood as our cousins," Ada said with excitement in the living room, where they opened the package after putting the girls to bed. Adam tried to think as positive as she, but the pressure of passing the bar began to invade his thoughts. "Baby, he did not offer me a job. He only suggested that I apply. And if that doesn't work out, then what would I do? Where could I find a job?" He figured California would have more opportunity than Louisiana. "But how can I search and keep up with this suddenly hectic schedule?" "Something will turn up," Ada tried to convince him. "The Southern U Law Center has several alumni practicing in California, and Mr. Huberman will help. He's not sending you all of these case studies and test materials to waste his time. He has confidence in you, and so do I. And with my help, you will pass those silly old bar exams on the first try." Her voice and words gave him a bit more confidence. "All right, but how do you know that there were several alums practicing in California?" "I called the career coordinator on campus. She said alumni call on occasions, looking for prospects just like you. Honey, I'm going to do my best to help you do your best." He hugged her tight and wondered if he would ever be able to help his wife the way she was helping him. "You are so wonderful." "No, honey, we are wonderful."
I'm gonna walk me some streets of gold in a homeland of the soul. I'm gonna be the host in white. I'm gonna travel both day and night, coming up from every nation, on my way to a great foundation. I'm gonna sing hallelujah. Oh, I just might shout this street, because my soul looks back and wonders how I got
Chapter 15. That semester, Adam started to take the bus to school so that Ada would have transportation in case of an emergency. He attended his morning classes and then took the bus downtown to work as well. In between, he usually had an hour and a half to study and for lunch. After work, he joined Ada at the nursing home to visit Auntie Susan. Every day she packed up her twins, who had their first birthday September 22nd. Before going out, she made sure she had a bottle and enough diapers for each. Most days were easy unless one or both needed changing, just as it was time to leave. "Ooh, you poopy girl," she would blurt out in frustration. Then she usually sang to them to show that she really wasn't angry. Sometimes she sang with the radio. "Let's do Monica, 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 Fofanica, Fee, Fi, Mo, Monica, Monica." Or other times she sang something from the convent. "Michael rode the boat ashore, hallelujah." She did anything she could to stay happy, because things in the nursing home weren't going as well as the rest of her life. "What's your name again? Are you one of my daughters?" "No, Auntie, I'm Ada, your niece. Beverly's grandson, Adam, is my husband." She pointed at the pictures on the bedstand. "This is Adam right here. Diane and Dorsey are your daughters. They moved to Los Angeles. Beverly is my sister. Where is she?" Ada embraced Susan to help her remember, but it had no effect. "Auntie, your sister died 6 years ago in 1958. This is 1964. 64? Susan thought for a moment. "Whose baby girls are these?" "They're mine, Auntie, Monica and Beverly." Ada tried not to be frustrated, but this sickness was taking away the person who welcomed her into the family. She'll get better when Adam shows up, she thought, but he was not recognized as well. A few days later, Diane and Dorsey arrived unexpectedly in Baton Rouge because their mother's condition was growing worse. Nurse Jackson had called Diane to inform her of the situation. Dorsey accompanied her sister on the trip despite having a 6-month-old at home. Though Ada didn't know they were coming, she was ecstatic to get Rex's call, giving her the arrival time. She gladly rushed to get ready to pick up her beloved cousins from the airport and then drive them to the nursing home. Then she went to get Adam from his internship and found him standing with a young Caucasian intern. "Baby, this is Eric Stowe. His sister was supposed to pick him up, but her car won't start, so he needs a ride to LSU." "Sure, honey, I'll sit in the back." Ada was agreeable as always, though Auntie Susan occupied her mind as she climbed into the back seat with Monica and Beverly. "And guess what? Diane and Dorsey are here." "Really?" That was good news, though he wondered about the sudden visit. "Yes, they're with Auntie right now, and we have to pick them up." "All right. It'll be good to see them." Ada wondered if Auntie was able to recognize her daughters. For a moment her eyes watered with the thought of Susan's passing, but came up with a way to ease her concern. So after Adam introduced her, she started, "Honey, if Mr. Stowe doesn't mind, can we continue Korematsu?" "Oh, I don't mind. I've learned a lot from your husband, Mrs. Daniels. He has a great legal mind." Ada felt encouraged by the words of a young white man, especially since she had an impact on Adam's success. "Thank you, Mr. Stowe." She accepted credit. "But you can call me Ada." "Will do, Ada, and I'm just Eric." By then, Adam was used to discussing the law while doing anything else, so the traffic did not bother him that afternoon. "Okay, what I've always said is that Fred Korematsu should not have been arrested in the first place because the internment was based solely upon race and should have not been implemented. But race was not the reason President Roosevelt signed the executive order. If that were so, then all people with Oriental features would have been interned. He did it under advisement for the purpose of national security. But there was no reason to suppose that this group of citizens proposed a threat other than their race. And also, they were denied due process. You're asserting that the rights of the individual matters more than national security, Wouldn't this create a new classification of law for individuals? And what level of scrutiny would apply? Excuse me, Eric interrupted, but Ada, are you an attorney or something? She's my secret weapon, Adam replied. Eric looked in the back seat and could not believe that Ada was carrying the conversation without a book or notes. Wow. He listened thoroughly to the dialogue and made mental notes of things he hadn't considered. And when the car stopped on the outskirts of LSU, he did not want to get out. Man, Adam, this is really not fair, Eric said with a smile. It's like you're living with a law professor. Diane and Dorsey made sure that the Saturday morning breakfast was special as it was before they left. They made waffles with sausage and ham, while Ada made grits, smothered potato, and glazed fried apples to top the waffles. Even Dolores helped out, though she had been scarce since she started working. That evening, Adam and Ada each held a baby while Diane and Dorsey moved around the house, doing what they could to help out. They appreciated the care their mother received from these two. Also, Ada looked tired from the busy schedule she kept. The two sisters visited the care home twice, and their mother got their names right once. She also used the bathroom on herself, which prompted Nurse Jackson to start using large diapers on her. Diane fried chicken that night, and Dorsey cooked some yams and greens as music blared from down the street. The Thibodeau family was celebrating something. The music sounded good as some of it was live, and then other times they played a record. Just after the twins were put down for the night, Diane handed Ada an apple cobbler. Here, you all take this down the street and tell them we said congratulations for whatever they're happy about. Ada thought it would be inappropriate to go. Cousin Diane, we can't leave you and Cousin Dorsey here alone. It wouldn't be right. Dorsey turned off the television. Cousin Adam, you get up from that sofa and take your young, beautiful wife down the street and do some dancing. Dancing? Ada didn't want to go. Yes, dancing. I know the Thibodeaus don't have a party without inviting everybody on the street, and I'm sure that you all have not been out dancing since your wedding. Ada and Adam looked at one another. Uh-huh, both sisters knew the truth. And I'll bet that a lot of the time you all spend talking about the law, Dorsey added. Both of you change your tops and brush your hair and go. Diane pointed Ada toward her room. And the only thing we want to hear from either one of you is yes, cousin. Yes, cousin, Ada replied and laughed when she felt a playful slap on her behind. 3 generations of the Thibodeau family lived in the home down the street. Everyone was surprised to see Adam and Ada at the party, though they had spoken often passing by. The young couple just didn't get out much. The cobbler was an instant success, since Diane was known for her cooking and baking in the old days. It didn't take long for the music and surroundings to get Adam and Ada to the dance floor. They did the latest dances seen on television and the traditional ones to the cultural Zydeco tunes played by family members. After a couple hours, Ada suddenly became tired, and they said goodbye to everyone before leaving hand in hand. I'm sorry we had to leave before you were ready, Ada said. Don't worry. I was getting kind of tired myself. I didn't mind at all when you said you were ready to go home. They had started to cross the street, but her next question stopped him in the middle. Would you mind if I told you we were having another baby? She had been apprehensive over telling him about her pregnancy. He was scheduled to take the Louisiana and the California bar in 4 months, and in the same week. There were his classes, the internship, Auntie Susan and the twins, not to mention a job search. After the internship, she wondered if they would have to start using the money from his inheritance or return to his handyman work, which represented the very worst-case scenarios. He was supposed to become an attorney, but where and when? Those questions were stressful, and as much as she wanted another child, she felt guilty for her wish that came true. He looked into her face and could see her concern. It endeared her to him even more than before, because she appeared as if she did something wrong. He cracked a warm smile and then lovingly closed his arms around her, right there in the middle of the street. "We're going to be all right, Mrs. Daniels," he said to assure her, and laughed when she started to cry. Her pregnancy emotions had started already. He realized that their future was up in the air, but he would have to fail for things to go wrong. She laughed with him and then playfully hit him on the chest. "Don't laugh at me." She pouted and poked her lips out. "Just for that, you have to carry me home." "Oh, I don't know. I think you've put on a few pounds." Ada screamed and then started to cry. "My husband thinks I'm fat." "No, baby, I don't." He quickly picked her up into both arms. "You're not fat, see?" He threw her up an inch and caught her. "See, I couldn't do that if you were fat." Then he teased her again. "Oh, my back!" And she gasped. A steady Baton Rouge rain started to fall, and he started toward the house, laughing. She continued to cry, however, until he kissed her, momentarily erasing their exhaustion. They had rekindled enough energy to make love once that night, and though they tried to be discreet, Diane and Dorsey heard them from the spare room and giggled enviously. "Damn, they do it more than anybody I know," whispered Diane. "Yeah, I know, and I'm jealous," Dorsey replied. "Me too." They whispered in low voices so that they would not wake up the twins in their baby bed. Both sisters raised their eyebrows when Ada shrieked across the hall. Then they quickly buried their faces into their pillows so that further giggles could not be heard. They all went to Mass the next morning. Ada was glad to have the visitors because it was difficult to get Adam to go with her. As the man of the house, he reverted to his grandfather's ways and skipped church for the much-needed rest. They went to the senior care home after services. Nurse Jackson didn't usually work Sundays, but showed up in case Diane visited. The $10 a week became $15 when Susan forgot how to use the bathroom regularly. Then, regretfully, the sisters returned to Los Angeles later that day, and Adam and Ada returned to their schedule of playing with the babies while reviewing the legal world so that he could pass the bar exams. Regardless of whether Auntie could remember her, Ada faithfully packed the kids up and drove to visit her every day. She only wished that Monica and Beverly did not relate packing the diaper bag to game time. This pregnancy seemed more bothersome than the first. She dreaded the thought of chasing her monsters around so that she could put them in the station wagon. Therefore, she started to pack the bag without them noticing. Then she would bribe them to come with a treat and pick them up. "Hello, baby girl," Auntie said when she saw her niece enter her room with the babies. It was the second Monday after Diane and Dorsey's visit. Ada was pleasantly surprised. "Auntie, you know who I am?" It was the first time in over a month that Susan recognized Ada. "Of course I do. And the question should be, when are you going to hand me one of these baby girls?" The remarkable turnaround in Susan's condition confused Ada. She followed the request and lifted Monica by one arm into Auntie's lap. "Monica is going to be more outspoken than Beverly," Auntie said with the baby in her lap. "But the one inside you is going to be a star." "Auntie, how did you know I'm pregnant?" "Oh, forget about that. You come here and let me talk to you." "All right." Ada was glad that her girls were well behaved away from the house. She sat in a chair across from Susan's wheelchair and touched her hand. "Everybody's going to be so excited that you're doing better." "Well, I don't think it's going to last." "Probably not, Auntie. I've read about this disease you have." Susan smiled and then turned it into a laugh. "You read everything." "Beverly and I prayed that Adam would find a wife just like you. It took a while, but here you came, smart just like him and dedicated to your husband." Ada smiled and added, "He's dedicated to me, too. I know. And I know that you're a good girl. I want to thank you for joining our family. You've been so good to me, and I want you to know that you are appreciated. Child, I love you like one of my own." "I love you too, Auntie." Ada embraced Susan tightly. "I know you do, but you don't need to come here every day. With a baby coming and these two crickets hopping around, I know it can be a bit much. But I like to come and sit with you. Don't tell me to stop, please." Ada felt as if she were being pushed away. "Don't you start crying. I don't want you crying over me." Susan tried not to sound mean. "Now promise me you won't let Adam skip any classes. They're too important." "I promise," Ada agreed, though she couldn't think of a reason why Adam would miss a class. "Now get up and get the wooden box under the floorboards in my closet. Here, baby, I poured you some orange juice." "Huh?" Ada sat up in bed, groggy, and saw Adam holding a glass of orange juice in front of her. She found it strange that she couldn't remember leaving the care home or anything else afterward. "The girls are in their high chairs having dry Cheerios, and I made you some cornmeal." This is really strange, Ada thought. How come I can't remember anything? "You're getting ready to go?" She slowly climbed out of bed and slipped on her gown. "You were sleeping so hard I didn't want to wake you." He picked up his coat and his briefcase. Then he saw how tired she appeared. "Maybe you should stay home today. I'll visit Auntie Susan and explain why you couldn't come." He started toward the front door with her following until she checked on the girls in the kitchen. "Hi, babies." They waved at Mommy and grabbed a handful of Cheerios. Then she went to say goodbye to Adam. She moved to kiss him, and they were both surprised when the telephone rang. Who would be calling so early in the morning? "Is this Mrs. Daniels?" "Yes, it is. Who's calling, please?" "Yes, ma'am. This is Nurse Jackson, and I'm calling to tell you that your Aunt Susan passed away this morning about an hour ago." The nurse didn't know it, but she was going to receive an extra $100 for making that phone call because Diane couldn't bring herself to telling the newest family member. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Nurse Jackson had asked a few minutes earlier when she called Diane. It was 5:30 a.m. in Los Angeles. "Please call my cousins for me," Diane replied, and the nurse agreed. For Ada, this was the first time she had experienced a death in the family. She immediately felt the pain. Adam went to her when she started to cry, and then became teary-eyed when she told him the news. Then she gave him the telephone and went to use the bathroom. She cried the entire time and then looked in the mirror. That's when she realized her conversation with Auntie Susan had been a dream. But it was so real, she thought, and remembered Auntie saying, "I don't want you crying over me." She tried to stop crying when she left the bathroom, but couldn't stop the flow of emotion. "I guess I won't be going to school today," Adam said. But Ada objected, recalling what Auntie said about not letting Adam skip any classes. She hurried to the living room and explained what happened. "But baby, it was just a dream. I'm staying here so that I can help take care of things. And she told me not to let you skip classes, honey." She thought for a moment and took his hand. "I'll prove it to you." In their room, she moved things out of the closet and then lifted the floorboards. "What are you doing?" he asked. Ada then brought out a wooden box, latched tightly. "Adam, I promise I did not know about this box until she told me about it in the dream. You said I was sleeping hard." Adam took the box and unlatched it. Inside was an envelope that said, "What to do when I die." They looked at one another and smiled through their tears. "Well, I guess I'll go to class." His eyes watered, and they held on to each other for a long moment. She gave him the car keys since she would not be going out that day. After Adam left, she went to the kitchen to be with the girls, who made their normal mess, in addition to getting some of the food inside their mouths. She kept a close eye on them as she ate and started to follow the directions Susan outlined when she was still cognizant. It was difficult to get started, though, because of the calls that started to come in. Diane and Dorsey would arrive later that day with their families. They also called other family members because they knew Ada had a lot of other things to do, along with managing her babies. Dolores came inside for a quick bite to eat before going to work and found out about her aunt's passing. She was totally devastated and hugged Ada for only the second time. In doing so, she felt the loving spirit that Adam's wife had for everyone and held on a little longer. "Thank you," she said, and though it seemed random, she meant for taking over the care of their aunt. Dolores admitted to herself she might not have been as attentive. She also realized that the final chapter of the change Susan told her about was close behind. That day she missed work for the first time. Other family members began to show up with food and condolences before 10. A few neighbors saw the line of folks going to the house and found out that they had lost a long-time friend. Ada called the mortuary at 9:30 so that they could pick up Susan from the care home. The owner could tell she was a young girl over the telephone and tried to make a few extra dollars. "Miss, your aunt bought her package over 12 years ago, and we don't have it anymore. We'll have to move it up to the next level, but it won't add much to the cost. But, sir, I'm looking at the contract, and it says that if you no longer carry a certain package, it would automatically move up with no extra cost." "Well, miss, there might be a few charges for miscellaneous things. You know what I mean?" "No, sir, I don't. And actually it's Mrs. Daniels. Maybe you would like to speak to my husband, who is a month and a half away from finishing law school and currently works for Clark, Schofield, and Johnson." "Oh, no, I'm going to look at this and straighten everything out myself. Now I'll get my driver over to the home right away." Then she talked to the folks at the Harper Plantation Heritage Foundation to schedule the burial. St. Joseph's was scheduled next, and it was lucky that she could schedule the services for Saturday so that Adam wouldn't have to miss class or work. By noon, the house was filled with visitors. Everyone admired how well the young couple kept the place, inside and out. They told stories about Susan and the things she did for others, like making Adam move in with her after Beverly died. Some had visited her in the home and noticed how frail she had become. "She didn't know who I was," said one old friend from the church. By mid-morning, Ada had handled everything in Susan's instructions. She sat and talked with everyone who came by, and she also sampled all of the food that came in at a constant pace. "Cousin Dolores, you have a refrigerator, right?" she asked, knowing that there wasn't enough room in hers. "I sure do, and I will be glad to take some of this off your hands, Cousin Ada." Occasionally, Ada remembered why the house was full, and tears filled her eyes, so she kept a handkerchief nearby. "You and Adam sure have some beautiful girls," Dolores said, to distract her cousin from the sadness, and everyone who heard agreed. Folks complimented the babies throughout the day as Monica and Beverly walked around with baby bottles. Ada made sure their diapers were clean, but every guest volunteered to fix their hair as soon as it came apart. Sitting on the sofa was a friend of Dolores's, but Ada couldn't place her. The woman took a special interest in the babies and moved quickly to help if one fell or dropped something. It bothered Ada that she couldn't remember the woman, though she looked so familiar. Who is she? Maybe I shouldn't worry about it because it will come to me, and it did. The woman picked up Beverly and held her up with both arms. "You're a big girl, yes you are," the woman said and laughed with the baby. The laughs gave the woman away. "That's why she looks so familiar, because I see her every day." When the visitor and the baby laughed, they made the same facial expression, and Ada figured it out. "Oh no," she said, and checked the clock. It was only 2:30, but on this day, Adam could arrive any minute. Ada excused herself from the other visitors and went straight toward the woman, catching the eyes of some guest who knew her. Ada had no idea what to say or what to call her, because she had never addressed anyone with the term. And you have some pretty hair, yes you do, the woman said and laughed with Beverly until Ada stood in front of her. Mama, can I talk to you outside, please? Ada asked in a polite tone and took her baby. Those who knew Renee wondered if the two would have words. Most of them hadn't seen her since Beverly's funeral, when Adam kicked her out. Dolores, however, saw her often and talked with her all the time. Do I have to leave? Renee asked outside on the front lawn. She had been there an hour and figured that Ada had just realized who she was, or someone told her. Mama, I'm not passing judgment because we just met. I don't know much about you or why you couldn't or wouldn't raise your son, but I do know that if he came home right now, he would be awfully upset, and we've never had a fight or a serious argument. I want to keep it like that. Are you afraid of him? I'm afraid of disappointing him. I see. Ada set Beverly on the ground when Monica forced her way through the screen door. If you want, I'll ask him if you can come back, but for now, you have to go. How about if I ask him, and that way you won't get into any trouble? Ada embraced Renee. Thank you. You're welcome. And honey, how old are you? I'm 19. My birthday is in May. And when is the next baby due? He's due at the end of April, just before we move to California. Oh, I didn't know you were moving. Ada wanted so much to tell Renee everything about Adam and his prospects of working with Roe Huberman. She was so proud of him and wanted his mother to know what a beautiful man he'd become. You'd better go, was all she said. Ada made it through the rest of the day without any problems. Adam came home to a house full of guests who thought highly of him for following his aunt's wishes not to miss class. Diane and Dorsey arrived at 8 o'clock with their families after leaving Los Angeles at 2:30. Room in the house was scarce, though there were enough blankets to cover the 9 visitors who utilized the extra beds, the living room sofa, chairs, Dolores's cabin, and floors. Adam squeezed the baby bed into his room, and bathroom usage was strategically timed. By 11 o'clock that night, everyone was settled in after a long day. They all waited quietly for sleep to overtake them, but for some it was difficult. The loss proved hard to take, though they had expected it. Would you ever hit me? Ada asked as she and Adam lay together, listening to the sounds from outside. Adam quickly put his arms around her and held her tight. Of course not. Why would you ask that? Because Renee was here, darling, and I didn't know who she was for a full hour until she was playing with Beverly, and I could see, oh my gosh, they have the same laugh. So then I knew, and honey, I asked her outside to kick her butt. She could tell he was not angry. No, to tell her that she had to leave. And I told her that I would ask you if she could come back, but she said she would do it. Oh, okay. She wondered what kind of mood he would be in after hearing the news. He was quiet until he whispered, I love you, and then fell asleep with his arm around her. Susan's wake was Friday afternoon. In the 2 days before, Adam continued his studies, and Ada took care of the logistics with Diane and Dorsey's help. That morning he answered the telephone while on his way out. Hello? Hello, Adam. May I please come to Auntie's services? He caught a glimpse of Ada walking toward him, with her long wavy hair all over, including hiding her face. He wondered how she could see through it, and he nearly started laughing when she tried to blow it out of the way. There's no way I can feel bad or have resentment with Ada around. Yes, you may come. We'll see you later. He hung up when she slid her arms around him and rested her head on his chest. Who was that? She asked. That was your mama. No, you mean yo mama. They laughed suggestively, caught in the moment and kissed. Mmm. Ew, no, yelled Diane and Dorsey's kids lying on the floor. Rachel yelled, Mama, they're doing the hoochie-coochie in here. And her sister Adair added, no wonder she's pregnant again. Damn, Cousin Adam, said Rex, waking up on the sofa. Ooh, you all are going to have to go to confession with those thoughts, Ada said and laughed. Then she guided Adam to the door. The next 24 hours were more trying on the family. Tears flowed at the wake and again at the funeral. Susan was loved by many as her procession to the Harper plantation stopped some intersections for 10 minutes. After she was lowered into the ground, several family members explored and found graves of ancestors 3 and 4 generations before them. Diane had often wondered why her mother wanted to be buried on the former master's plantation. But that day she realized the historic significance. Beneath her feet were folks who walked around with her blood 200 and 300 years ago, and her mother had just joined them. She wondered if she would have her body shipped here from California. This is your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, she said to her kids, wondering if they understood the profound meaning of this place. You all can trace your family further back than even most white people. She felt encouraged when Rachel said, he was born before the Revolutionary War, 1749, but he was a slave, and yet, through his bloodline, we are not. I think that would make him happy, Diane said. Renee appeared with her 3 other children. They had always expressed an interest to know her side of the family beyond Dolores, who could be loud and boisterous and tended to drink too much until she made her dramatic change. Jeff was 20, Twyla 16, and Billy was 15. When their mother saw that they were caught up in the family history, she gently took Adam's hand and led him away. You have a beautiful and caring young wife, she said. Adam appreciated the compliment. Thank you. She was quiet for a moment, sensing that everyone was looking at them and wondering what was going on. I want you to know how sorry I am for everything I did. Looking back, every excuse I have is stupid and just shows how ignorant I was. She remembered being asked if she was a wet nurse because Adam was so light-skinned in his first year. Your daddy was a nice young man. I don't know if they ever contacted you, but his folks knew who you were. Meemaw said he died in the war. Yes, at Pearl Harbor. They stood quietly for a moment. He didn't ask his father's name, and she didn't offer it. Adam, the main reason I left you with your grandparents was that I was selfish, and I knew they would love you. I hope you can start to forgive me. I'll start, Renee. He wasn't going to acknowledge her motherhood, but it was a beginning, and good enough for her. He embraced her, and other family members started to applaud. Renee's other children wondered what was going on as the applause grew louder, and their mother was suddenly surrounded, accepted back into the family after her 23-year self-exile. And as some family members moved close to Adam and Renee, they also grabbed the other kids. Come on, you all. Welcome to the family. And they were embraced as well, and the moment became profound, especially when Renee introduced them to their older brother and his wife. That evening, Susan's family sat in the living room to discuss the future. The daughters did not want much of what was left of the furniture. They collected pictures from their early days and asked Ada for only a couple items that had sentimental value. Neither Diane or Dorsey had any objection when they read Susan's will that listed Adam a 1/3 owner of the house. Diane, however, wondered about the box that had all her mother's paperwork because she knew nothing about it. Cousin Ada, did Mama tell you about that box, or did you just find it by luck? She came to me in a dream just after she died. Ada described the details of the dream, how real it seemed, and how hard it was to wake up. Diane and Dorothy looked at one another with raised eyebrows. They knew their mother had spiritual abilities, and she had told them about visitation dreams in which dead ancestors visit the living. But they did not take her seriously until then. "That sounds spooky," said Rachel. "It sure does," Rex added. Diane's Adair had to question what she heard. Why did she choose Cousin Ada? Everyone looked at Ada, and Dorothy put her arm around her niece. Maybe Ada has abilities that she doesn't know about, baby girl. They all spent the rest of the night trying to figure out why Susan visited Ada in a dream and the meaning of it all. "I think Granny didn't want Cousin Adam to miss something important in class," Rachel said. That made Adam remember that he would have missed a classroom visit by Lawrence Triplett from the NAACP. He was on a recruiting mission for the local office. Adam told him he would consider the opportunity, but he wanted to be with his close family members. "I think she came to me because I was close by, and Adam was already up," Ada said, though no one truly believed it. They accepted that she had become Susan's favorite. Chapter 16. By Sunday night, Adam and Ada were alone with their babies. She played with them until they fell asleep and helped Adam study for an hour. Then, at 7 o'clock, she asked him to join her on the sofa, where they watched the Ed Sullivan Show. It made Ada feel like Susan was still around, but the reality made her cry more than she did all week. When Adam reported back to work that Monday, he entertained a surprising request from his fellow intern, Eric Stowe. He had completed his curriculum at LSU and was preparing to take the state bar for the second time. "Hey, Adam, does your wife help you with bar preparation every day?" They were both in an office conference room working on briefs. Adam held up a finger to signal that he needed to finish writing out a thought. Then he answered, "Yeah, she holds me accountable for at least 2 hours. "Wow. She impressed me with the way she challenged every point you made. I was wondering if I could come over and join in. I would pay her like $20 a session. How does that sound?" "Well, $20 sounds like a lot, but I'll ask her. She'll probably say yes." Ada charged Eric $5 rather than $20. The added voice made the study sessions go faster, though Eric had to get used to the method of study because Adam and Ada usually studied while playing with the girls, which made it harder to focus. They believed it helped Adam concentrate through distractions. Eric was doubtful, but soon came around because he began to process the law more thoroughly. The extra voice also helped with the emptiness from losing her aunt. Ada felt the connection between Auntie and herself from when Adam first introduced them. She knew that time would help with the loss, but it hurt that the grief diminished in only small increments. Renee started to visit at least once a week. She often took her daughter, Twyla, who immediately became attached to her brother and Ada, and also liked to play with her nieces. As Adam had said, he tried to forgive his mother, but their relationship progressed much slower than Ada's connection to her. Renee's presence helped ease the pain of her loss. She lit a candle for Susan every Sunday in Mass, and she kept up with the new Ed Sullivan ritual until the Christmas trip to Los Angeles. 3 weeks before that, Adam had received 2 tentative job offers. Word had gotten out about his writing ability, and the Advocate offered him a position as a legal writer. It paid $10,500 because of his specialty, and he would be able to interpret the new civil rights laws. The law firm he worked for offered him a clerk position that paid $8,500. The offer put a bad taste in his mouth that became worse as the day went on. "Hey, Daniels, Mr. Johnson nominated me for an associate position," said the LSU student Ernest Collingsworth in the men's room. "I'll be starting at 18.5, and you'll no longer be working with me. You'll be working for me, which I guess is the natural order of things." Adam finished washing his hands. "What does that mean?" He tried hard to control his temper. "Well, it's like I'm the landowner, and you're the sharecropper." Ernest finished at the urinal and zipped his pants, unaware that he had a small dot forming in the front. "It's going to always be like that." "Hey, Collingsworth, how far up Johnson's ass did you get that tongue? It looks like you have shit on it." Adam looked in the mirror and slicked his hair back, waiting for an attack. Ernest approached him fast with his fists ready. "You dirty yellow nigger." He noticed that Adam did not face him and stopped. Then he laughed a bit. "You think you're smart, Daniels. You nearly had me on an assault charge. I gotta keep my eye on you. There's nothing worse than a smart nigger." He left without washing his hands. Adam instantly replayed the entire episode in his mind. All he could think about was the offer Collingsworth received. 18.5. 18.5! In a brief moment of rage, he pulled so hard on the sink in front of him, it came loose from the wall. Oops! It started to leak, and he quickly left. He waited until after the girls were asleep to tell Ada, and that was the first time he actually saw his wife angry. It was the first week in December. "They must think you're a damn fool," Ada yelled in the living room. "I know I'm going to have to go to confession now, but you're worth 3 and 4 times that amount, Adam." "Baby, calm down. You're going to wake up Monica and Beverly." Ada realized her mistake and continued in a lower tone. "And for what? A clerk? You didn't spend 3 years in clerk school." She paced back and forth in the room until he grabbed her. "Ada, you're going to wear a groove in the carpet. Mr. Schofield said it was temporary until they can move me up to associate." I just smiled and said I'd think about it, but you know I'm not going to take it. "Of course not." She lay her face on his chest. "Even the newspaper knows you're worth more. They're just prejudiced. It doesn't matter what our complexion is, and I'm not saying we're trying to pass or anything, but all they see is Negro. And I'm going to tell you what temporary means. They're waiting to see if any of the white guys can measure up, and if they all fail, that's when you get your chance." Adam loved the fire in her eyes and kissed her. "Now, can I finish?" "You have more to tell me? Why didn't you say something?" she kidded. "I couldn't get your mouth closed." He kissed her again and then explained that a firm in Washington, D.C., Lohman and Marshall, had heard about him through 3 of his professors and wanted to meet with him the next week on campus to discuss a position. He knew that news would excite her and was glad to see her smile return. But then she had news for him as well. Mrs. Huberman called this afternoon from Los Angeles and asked if we were coming to visit relatives during the holidays, and I told her yes, that we'd be staying with Cousin Rex and Diane. So guess what? She invited the 4 of us to dinner on Christmas Eve. She threw her arms around him and squeezed him tight. "Honey, I know you're going to get a much better job offer in L.A. 3 weeks later, Ada felt anxious about the trip, especially since the Lohman and Marshall offer came in at $21,000. But that would mean moving to Washington rather than California as they had planned. She wished she could talk to Auntie Susan about the situation. Cousin Diane picked them up at the airport in her Chevy station wagon. She noticed right away that her cousins were actually made for Los Angeles. Adam wore a tan tweed sport coat with a yellow turtleneck and beige slacks. Ada wore a long beige skirt and a seasonal sweater. They looked important. The handsome young man and his beautiful pregnant wife. They caught the eyes of several bystanders who wondered who they were with their beautiful twins, dressed alike in Christmas outfits bought at the Sears Roebuck. The Skycaps raced to help them since there could be a big tip involved. The one lucky guy was not disappointed when Adam slipped him $5, which was 10 times what the average tipper gave. "You two look like movie stars with ready-made tans," Diane said as she embraced them. Then she took Monica from Adam and gave him the car keys so that he could drive them home. The reunion was joyous at the Baker home in View Park, where everything appeared more colorful than anywhere else. The bright blue sky complemented the fresh green lawns and freshly painted homes that had shiny new cars in the driveway, like at the Bakers when Adam pulled up in front of the garage. That's when Rex came outside with the 3 kids following. The noise they made in the family greetings had some neighbors looking out their windows to see what was going on. And even though the neighborhood boasted residents such as Ray Charles, Roe Huberman, and Tina Turner, some of the curious spies wondered about this good-looking couple. Inside, neither had seen such a huge Christmas tree in a home before. Maybe in a bank lobby, but not in a home. Ada loved the idea of one day calling this neighborhood hers. She had seen fireplaces burning on television and in the movies, but that night was the first time she'd seen one ablaze in person. With Rachel and Adair watching the babies, she snuggled close to Adam and sipped warm eggnog while watching the Bob Hope Christmas special in color. She and Diane got a laugh when they discovered that each of them had started watching Ed Sullivan since Susan passed. Once again, she quietly thanked the diocese for placing her in the job she had in the law school cafeteria. "I met Adam, who loves me dearly, and I'm so grateful and would do anything for him." She remembered the white girls who came to the convent late and were never adopted. After high school, they were enrolled at LSU or placed in a job there, and then would return to show off their well-to-do husbands. "Well, my husband is better than well-to-do, and we love each other." She thought again about living in this neighborhood. The cousins fit in well, she thought. We'll fit in too. And when she and Adam went for a walk the next morning, everyone greeted them warmly, even the Caucasians. "Merry Christmas," one resident said, and Ada replied eagerly, "Merry Christmas and Happy New Year." That evening, the Hubermans had an early dinner at 5 o'clock. The Daniels arrived a little early with Rex and Diane, who both had met the host at school and community functions. Roe had also invited a friend he had worked with in the district attorney's office, Miguel de los Reyes, who brought his wife, Sylvia. Before dinner, the women all volunteered to help Amanda in the kitchen, while Roe entertained the men in the family room as a college football bowl game aired. Ada thought it was strange that the invitation was early, but yet most of the dinner was hardly ready. She sat back and assisted where she saw Mrs. Huberman needed help. "You have a very nice home, Mrs. Huberman," she spoke up. "I love everything about it." "Thank you, Ada. I wasn't quite sure if we should get it at first, but it grew on me. And the neighborhood did too." She was an attractive woman who still looked for bargains despite their growing financial status. "Yes, I love living here," Diane added. "Ada has a favorite house down the street." "Really? Which one is it?" "Well, actually it's my favorite," Ada spoke up, "because this one is taken, but it's the yellow one with the stone front." "I like that one too," Amanda replied. impressed with Ada's social deportment. "It's much bigger than it looks. She's going places, maybe further than her husband. That would be something." Diane and Sylvia both dived in and started to do most of the work, so Amanda backed out of the way and joined Ada. "You must be tired," Amanda started. 1-year-old twins and another on the way. That has to be exhausting. How old are you?" Her curiosity got the best of her. Ada thought it was amusing that everyone focused on the same thing and wondered how old she looked. She told her age and waited for the shock from Amanda and Sylvia. 19? "Well, how did you and Adam meet?" Amanda continued. "Were your families close?" I was an orphan," Ada started, and immediately captivated the older women, though Diane had heard it before. "Tell them how you met Adam," she suggested. Amanda and Sylvia both laughed when they heard how she nearly demanded that he take her out. Then she described their walk and how they talked until marriage was brought up, and she met the family the next weekend. "Then Cousin Diane's mother adopted me like a puppy off the street that Christmas. Oh, my God, I thought she was going to whoop me at first." "Why?" Sylvia asked. "Because she made plans to stay at a cheap hotel during the holidays," Diane answered. "Well, I had never been in a family and didn't know how things worked, so that's when Auntie made me move in." Those words brought back special memories of Susan, and tears dropped down her cheeks. Diane quickly went to comfort her and explained, "My mom just passed a couple of months ago." Amanda directed them to the servants' quarters bathroom, where they both cried. "Dang you, Ada, now you have me doing it." They washed up, and by the time they came out, Amanda and Sylvia were starting to set the dining table. Nearly an hour had passed since they arrived, and Amanda rang a small dinner bell that brought in the men and the Huberman children. Rose set his wine glass at the head of the table and touched Adam's arm. "Maybe you should talk to your wife outside." "What's going on?" Ada asked when Adam took her hand and led her through the French sliding doors and then closed them. The dining table was able to seat 12, and as everyone picked a seat, a few of them saw Ada first put her hands to her mouth and then excitedly jump into Adam's arms. "Ooh-wee, somebody sure is happy out there," said the Huberman's oldest daughter, prompting everyone to look. Ada held on tightly and agreed to hear what happened when they got back to Rex and Diane's place. December nights in Los Angeles are cold, and they wanted to rejoin the dinner party. Later that night, Adam explained to Ada what happened when the men went into the family room. They lay awake in Diane's guest room bed with the television showing the Beverly Hillbillies Christmas episode, but they weren't watching. When we went to the family room, Mr. Huberman asked Rex what the city was doing about the influx of immigrants coming in without papers. Rex explained plans from his brother and the mayor, so I started to talk about the rights of the immigrants and the proper procedures to handle different situations. Rex explained plans from his brother and the mayor, so I started to talk about the rights of the immigrants and the proper procedures to handle different situations that Mr. Reyes just brought up out of the blue. Then Mr. Huberman mentioned that the mayor's views seemed bigoted, so I pointed out statistics showing that the rate of deportations in California was nearly 30-1 between people from Latin countries compared to Europe. We went on about immigration as well as civil rights here in California for nearly 40 minutes. It was like talking with you, but after a while, I figured out that I was doing most of the talking. I could understand Rex not saying much, but I noticed Ro, and I forgot, he told me to call him Ro. But he winked at Mr. Reyes, or Miguel, and I asked what's going on. That's when they explained that they had an opening in the new office in San Diego, Reyes, Huberman, and Feinstein. He purposely stopped to tease her anticipation, which drove her crazy. Ada grabbed his shoulders to shake out more information. What happened then? I thought you'd never ask, he answered and laughed. They offered me a job in San Diego, which is just a 2-hour drive from here, or about 100 miles. And he asked that I commit to 2 years there, and then I can move to the L.A. office of Huberman and Feinstein. Is that what Mr. Huberman said? Yeah. Miguel explained that he owes Roe a lot and agreed to teach me the ropes as far as immigration, beyond the law, and then I could open an immigration branch with Roe. Honey, what about civil rights? Civil rights in California? You know how Jim Crow works in the South? They enforce some of it with laws, and some are unwritten rules that people follow just to keep the peace. Out here, they put it to a vote. What? Right now, they're working on Proposition 14 that would rewrite the fair housing laws here. So yes, I'll have my fill of civil rights cases. Oh, good. He heard her sarcasm and saw that his news put a damper on her spirits. But you know what? We can drive up here any time we want, or our cousins can visit us. And guess what? Miguel said he's friends with the chancellor at San Diego State University, and that you could start there in the fall. You just need to take the SAT. Honey, I took the SAT before I left the orphanage. She hesitated to give her score until he asked, Well, I scored 1580. Adam was highly impressed, since a perfect score was 1600. He knew his wife was smart, but this score was extraordinary, and 170 points higher than his. Baby, you belong at a top school. I'll be all right in San Diego. I can transfer, but you haven't told me how much you're going to make. Adam looked at her and smiled. Then he gently moved the hair from her face. I want to see your expression when I tell you that we'll be making $28,500. She was so happy she could not hold in the scream. Then she got out of the bed and started jumping and dancing around the room before ending up back in his arms. She kissed his face in different places until he stopped her. Ada, wait, stop. She wondered what was going on, because he had never done that. Okay, what is it, my darling? I need to thank you for being such a good wife and supporting me. Sometimes I think you know this stuff better than I do, but from the very beginning you have been behind me in every way, not to mention that you're an excellent mother and you've learned how to cook better. So I have to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I love you. Now, I still have the bar exams to prepare for, and I know that with your help I can pass them, but we're taking tonight off, and tomorrow too. She cherished his words greatly, because she felt the same way about him. The warmth in her expression melted his heart. I love you too, but why are we taking tonight off? He ripped open her pajama top. Why do you think? Ooh, she exclaimed, and then melted into his arms and body, further culminating their bond. George and Dorothy showed up Christmas morning with their kids Christopher, Lena, and baby Theodore, who was 9 months. Dorothy now had the same number of children as her sister. By 8 o'clock, the three mothers had a big breakfast going on as their husbands all shot footage with their movie cameras. An occasional scream rang out when someone opened the perfect gift. Rex and Diane's youngest, Joey, received a slot car set, and his father immediately helped him set it up so that he could join in the fun. Roller skates were passed out along with clothes, transistor radios, record players, and dolls for the twins. Ham was on the menu with eggs, hash, waffles, grits, and potatoes. With the three families gathered, it was a very merry Christmas, despite Susan's absence. They all lighted candles for her and her husband Theodore, and for Beverly and Peter at St. Bernadette's Catholic Church that morning, when they cheated and took communion at Mass after breakfast rather than before. Then, once back home, the adults took advantage of the kids going out all day to see what their friends had received. Adam, Rex, and George all held several big races with the slot cars. They all relaxed that day because afterward they would return to the regimen of earning a living to pay the bills, buy food, and for Adam pass 2 bar exams. During the plane ride home, he and Ada quietly discussed the law while their daughters slept in their laps. Adam went to reclaim their baggage while Ada waited with the girls, and a clean-cut Caucasian man approached them. "Excuse me, ma'am." Ada turned and saw him smiling at her. "Yes? Hi, I'm Hank Henshaw, and I was wondering if you and your husband are both attorneys. You look really young." Ada smiled and felt complimented. "No, sir, I'm not an attorney. I was helping my husband study for the bar." "Really? Wow. You both sound so thorough in your discussion." He gave her a business card. "I have a small firm in Santa Monica, and I was about to offer both of you a job. Well, my husband, Adam Daniels, I'm Ada, he just agreed to start working with Reyes, Huberman, and Finestone in San Diego, and I'll be starting college in the fall." "Wow, just starting college? Geez. And so you'll be in San Diego, right?" "Yes, we will, though it was Roe Huberman who introduced Adam and Mr. Reyes." "I see. Then I take it you won't be in San Diego long. Roe Huberman always has a plan. But do me a favor, Ada." "Yes, sir?" "Promise that you'll keep my card, and if you decide to go into law, please give me a call. I think you'll make an excellent attorney. And please say you're not related to Roe." Ada laughed. "No, but we've become close." "Darn, but keep my card, okay?" "Yes, I will." She shook his hand and they said goodbye. Then she felt tickled to tell Adam what happened, since he had seen her talking to someone. "Maybe we should call Mr. Huberman and tell him what happened," she said, in the taxi on the way home. "I know exactly what he's going to say," Adam replied, and he was right. "Oh, no, you don't, young lady," Huberman joked on the telephone. "If you go into law, there's only one firm for you." "Yes, sir, Mr. Huberman," she agreed, going along with the fun. She enjoyed the fact that she knew him, this man who worked with Dr. King and others, fighting for civil rights while running his own law firm. Wow, we met him just taking a walk and talking about law. And the best thing is that he thinks Adam and I are special. The incident made her think about becoming an attorney, but she really loved math and science. Several times a day she came up with different ideas about how the universe worked and how to see it better from Earth. She had 2 more months to help Adam pass the bar exams before she could focus on what she loved beside her family. Adam continued the internship, and when the spring semester started, he had 2 final classes to take. One focused on the bar exam, and he found that it did not go as far in theory and practice as Ada. She had been reading all of the material sent by Roe Huberman, and a lot of it was about pending cases and the arguments on both sides. "Hey, what are you trying to do to us, Adam?" asked Glenn Johnson. He and the guides with him started classes the same time Adam did. They were all friends and had attended his wedding. "Professor Malley is starting to give us more work because of these new ideas you're bringing in here." They had just left class and were in the lobby of the A.A. Lenoir Hall. "They're not ideas, you guys. I'm just going further into detail, using cases that Ada reviews with me." "Ada?" They all remembered the young pretty girl who worked in the cafeteria and made a very beautiful bride. "If I can add right, she's only about 19 or so," Glenn said. "Yeah, and from where does she get these cases?" asked Thomas Hurt, who had majored in English. "Rogue Huberman sends them to us. Some of them come from the L.A. Court Docket, the Harvard Law Review, the California Law Review, and others. She even argued the Scopes case with me." "Scopes?" asked Harrison Tate. "Everybody knows God created the world." Adam and the others looked at him and wondered if he really wanted to argue the point. "Anyway, you guys forget that I'm taking the bar in 2 weeks, and I have to pass. My job depends on it." "Whoa," mumbled Glenn, wondering why Adam risked so much by taking the exam 6 months ahead of everyone else. "I guess we'll just have to keep up." Adam felt lucky that the tests were 2 days apart. The Louisiana test was on the last Tuesday of February, and the California test was that Thursday. The hardest part of the week was leaving his family behind. Ada drove him to the airport, and they left the girls with Renee and his half-sister Twyla. "I know you're going to do well," Ada said. They walked hand in hand through the terminal, and then to the gate where he gave a stewardess his ticket. "Thanks," he said, and set down his small suitcase. Then he wrapped Ada in his embrace and held on for a long time before kissing her. It didn't matter that they were out in public. This was their first time apart, and, though it was necessary, it hurt. "I love you," they both said, and kissed again until he picked up his suitcase. She left with tears falling, and as much as she tried to dry her face, they kept flowing. He promised to call that night and kept his word, though he nearly forgot about the time difference. She sat next to the telephone reading and picked it up before the first ring finished. "I miss you so much, darling," she said, and wanted to reach through the telephone to hold him. "I miss you too. I didn't think it would hurt this much, being away from you and the girls. I'll be on the first plane after I'm done." The next morning, Amanda Huberman drove Adam to the test center, since his cousins had to work. Roe picked him up afterward and drove him to the airport. "I was thinking about you most of the day, wondering how you were doing on the test. I actually thought I was doing something wrong because it was so easy." By then, Adam was quite tired. He had to process the words as Roe's '63 Cadillac tooled through traffic. The car maneuvered with authority, and most people moved out of the way. Roe smiled. "I think you have Ada to thank for that." Adam told him about Eric Stowe, paying her $5 for the study sessions. Roe couldn't help but laugh. Here was a teenage colored girl preparing a white boy for the Louisiana bar. The irony was priceless. Adam's plane departed at 5:30 that evening and arrived at 11:40 p.m. Dolores stayed with the babies that time so that Ada wouldn't have to pack them up and push them through the airport in their stroller. She made it through the terminal and to the gate just as he was leaving the plane. "Adam!" She showered him with kisses, and he kissed her back, and when she started to move away, he held her for an extra moment. "You miss me too, huh, Daddy?" "I sure did, baby," he replied, and they headed out of the terminal, with most people admiring their relationship. He took the next day off since he knew he would be exhausted. Ada let him sleep past the time he normally woke. She lay next to him and listened for her kids to stir. When she didn't hear them after 7:30, she made sure they were breathing and then went back to have some juice. "I may as well start breakfast," she thought, moving slowly. At 7 months pregnant, she couldn't get around like she normally did. Halfway through the preparation, she turned everything off in order to leave the kitchen and get the girls when they started calling from their bed, which they were outgrowing. She quickly changed them and took them to the kitchen, looking a mess. Their baths and grooming would come after breakfast. Adam made his way to the kitchen just as she finished cooking. He looked at her and tried to figure out how much she meant to him, but couldn't measure his feelings. "Good morning, Daddy," she said, with a smile that formed nearly every time she spoke. It made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. I have to do something for her. Here, baby, you sit down. He guided her to a chair. I'll wait on you. Thank you, honey, she agreed, and his gesture tickled her. He went to the stove and dished up her plate, knowing what she liked. Pancakes, sausages, and grits. She had stopped buying bacon when she became pregnant, because like the first time, its smell while cooking made her nauseous. "I guess I'll start getting the house ready to sell," he said, feeling freed from the constant quizzing and discussions about the law. It felt strange at first, but they could get used to talking about other things. "I'm not going to let you work too hard, Adam," she said, as he set down her plate. "What are you planning?" He kissed her forehead and then made sure the twins were set before he dished breakfast for himself. In that time he talked about painting, trimming trees and hedges, fixing the railings on the front porch, and touching up some concrete work. Ada started laughing when she heard all of those things. Then the baby started laughing as well because Mommy was acting funny. "What are you laughing about?" "You. I'm laughing at you. When did you plan on starting these projects?" "Well, I don't know. Maybe today?" "No," she replied with determination. Her sudden rejection of his idea surprised him, but he figured he did need to rest. "All right. Well, maybe tomorrow then." "No, Adam. The 3 of your girls want Daddy to spend time with just us. No work except school and your job. We no longer have to study for the bar. So, my darling, I'm going to be selfish with your time." Then Adam started laughing. "Oh, so you're going to be selfish with my time, huh? You know what that means when these 2 take a nap." He moved over and kissed her. "Well, yes, I know what it means. You do your best, buddy, with your son in the way. We'll figure something out." "Good. And you know we have planning to do. How are we going to move? Are we driving or flying with 3 babies and have movers take our things? Are we going to buy a house in Los Angeles and have an apartment in San Diego? 2 years will go by quickly, and we have to think about the logistics of moving twice in that short amount of time." It was clear to Adam that Ada had a set agenda. She was thinking about things he couldn't because of the bar exams in 2 states. He was appreciative that he did not have to take everything upon himself. "Geez, Ada, you've given me a lot to think about." "No, Adam, I've given us a lot to think about." They were just about finished eating and the doorbell rang. Ada quickly got up and rushed to the door, but stopped when Adam called her back. "I'll get it," he said, and accepted 2 large boxes from United Parcel Services. The guy said it's $35.52, cash on delivery. She surprised him when she took the exact amount from a magazine near the front door. Then she gave him an extra $1 and whispered, "Tip him." Adam gave the driver the money and added, "This is for you." The driver looked at the whole $1 and felt grateful. "Thank you very much, sir." Most tips for him ranged anywhere from a glass of lemonade to a quarter, which was enough for a burger and a pop. "These are special baby chairs for the car. I got them for the move because, honestly, these 2 and an infant on a 6-hour flight might be a bit much. Unless you want to fly." "No, we can drive. Neither of us has seen the country, but we're going to have to install seat belts in the station wagon, or a new station wagon." He watched her expression as she stopped opening the boxes. Then he opened his arms for her to rush into his embrace, and from that moment they were in Operation California. Ada knew that her husband would stress over his scores, and tried to convince him that he passed. If his mood became dubious, she would then convince him that the worst thing that could happen is that he would have to retest like his friend Eric Stowe. It was actually Eric who paid for the car seats with the $5 payments for the study sessions. It felt good not to focus on the law at home, though Adam was still thorough on his internship and in class. 4 weeks after the exams, 2 observers sat in on his final course, which was constitutional law. One was Caucasian and the other was Negro. Neither of the two was introduced. The students thought maybe they were recruiters from different firms or maybe a government agency. That day, the professor, James Malley, led the discussion by referring to named cases rather than diving into detailed background and circumstances. Only Adam and his 3 friends that he sometimes studied with offered much information concerning the cases, and he provided precedent for each decision whether the case was decided or pending. "What about constitutional claim in the Miranda case?" asked the white visitor. "Will the case go to the Supreme Court, and if so, under what provisions would it be argued?" Adam stood and talked about the case for 20 minutes. He brought up the 5th and 14th Amendments and went into detail as to how each one related to the case. His classmates were proud that he was able to show up the visitor, especially when he finished. Therefore, the Supreme Court will hear the case, and the result will be a change in arresting procedures. Police will probably have to apprise suspects of their rights with every arrest made across the country. He was glad that Ada brought up every new development of the case during their reviews. "Even if the suspect is a kidnapper and a rapist, Mr. Daniels?" asked the Negro visitor. "Sir, first I think you mean alleged kidnapper and rapist. The Constitution assures equal access to rights guaranteed to all citizens. The degree of crime may make a person more socially egregious, but his or her rights to a fair trial are not diminished by that social standard. Regardless of gender, race, nationality, religion, and immigrant status, every person should know that there are laws against self-incrimination." "Thank you," said the Negro visitor. "You're welcome." "Well, as you can see, we've gone over class time, and I apologize for that," Professor Malley said, and dismissed the class, though he did ask Adam to stay behind. Each of the other 11 students shook his hand on the way out. "Nicely done, Adam," said Jack Sanders, the only Caucasian classmate. He went to Southern after the school offered a full scholarship in order to maintain its good standing with the federal government following the Civil Rights Bill. "Thanks, Jack." Just then, Adam noticed the Negro visitor whisper something to Malley. He could read people well and saw that the professor was upset, and the other 2 men looked uncomfortable. He became anxious when Chancellor Warren Davis entered the room. Davis and Malley exchanged looks in which the professor winked and smiled at the chancellor. "Mr. Daniels, how come we haven't talked more these past 3 years?" the chancellor asked Adam and shook his hand. "Well, sir, the curriculum keeps me pretty busy, and I've taken summers off because I have a family." "You have children?" "I have twin daughters, 18 months, and a baby due next month." "Very good. These gentlemen are from the State Bar. This is Maurice Davenport." He gestured toward the Negro and then to the Caucasian. "And this is James Roxbury." Adam shook their hands as they were introduced, and Davis continued. "They're here because, in their minds, your score is abnormal." Adam's stomach suddenly knotted up, and his chest became tight. Anger quickly arose, but he somehow calmed himself. Ada appeared in his thoughts along with Monica and Beverly. "They think I cheated?" he asked with a smile. "That's why they sat in on the class today," replied Malley. "Wow," he thought, and wondered, is it because I'm colored? Maybe it's the school I attend. "Well, I hope your curiosity was sated," he said. "I have the top professors in the state instructing me, and I have a family of support." Davenport reached toward Adam and shook his hand again. "Mr. Daniels, I was truly impressed with your performance and would like to offer you a position in my New Orleans firm, Davenport and Bourdonnais." Adam had heard of the colored law firm. "Adam has had offers from Washington, D.C. to California," Malley offered, and sounded a little upset. I've mentored him along with Ro Kuberman in Los Angeles, and like he said, he has great family support. Davis patted his professor's shoulder to keep him calm. Does anyone in your family practice law? Roxbury asked. Adam wondered if the white guy still had doubts. My wife helps me, and no, she's not in law. Actually, she was a cafeteria worker here until she hit me over the head with her club and carried me home. I remember that, Davis said, because he could sense the tension in his professor and student. Young, pretty girl, right? You and she have twins? Yes, sir, and she's just really smart. She even tutored an LSU student for $5 a session. Just then, Davenport and Roxbury looked at one another. Roxbury went to his briefcase and opened it. Excuse me a moment. Then he opened a folder and brought out a sheet of paper. Is your wife's name Ada and the LSU student was Eric Stowe? Yes, that's him. What is that? Why do you have my wife's name? Adam's voice rose more than he intended. Mr. Daniels, Davis quickly interjected. I'm sure Mr. Roxbury was about to explain. Roxbury put the paper away and closed the briefcase. We're not supposed to divulge this, but from what you said, you and your wife explained how Eric Stowe's score showed such a vast improvement. The bar thought it was abnormal, added Davenport. That information calmed Adam because at least the bar was an equal opportunity accuser. He convinced them in class that day that he didn't cheat. When he arrived home that afternoon, he knew he had to tell Ada. She was sensed something happened by his mood, and he couldn't tell her that nothing was wrong because that would be a lie and she would know it. I could tell her I don't want to talk about it. Nah. So when she asked, What's the matter, darling? Did something happen? He answered with a smile. Well, I have some pretty upsetting news that gets better at the end. Okay, then, I want to hear the better part first. All right. I scored in the top 1% on the bar. Her face lit up when she heard that news. She rushed into his arms. Oh, Adam, you don't know how happy that makes me. Their embrace was not as tight as normal since her belly protruded into him. But then she figured out the bad part. A Negro man scoring so high in a southern state. They suspected my husband of cheating. I don't want to hear the bad part, she said. All right, I'll just tell you what happened in class. He told her about the visitors and how the professor deviated from his regular lecture format. He explained how everyone participated in the discussions about significant cases, past and current, until they delved into subjects only he had the knowledge to discuss, though others added on where they could. Afterward, one of them offered me a job. You mean after they figured out that you didn't cheat? She rested her head on his chest. Then, because they could feel something wrong, Monica and Beverly put their toys down and went to hug Mommy's legs. The next day was Saturday. Adam got up early and planned to go out alone, leaving his curious wife home. Where are you going, honey? She asked as he dressed. I'm going out to run some errands, and you may as well stop asking because I'm not going to tell you. He tried to sound harsh, but did a poor job of it. Then she saw what he put on to leave in. Oh, no. What in the world? He had on an old pair of 501s and an old short-sleeved sweatshirt from McKinley High. It was funny to him that she tried to sound snooty, but a real snob wouldn't let me leave like this. Tell me where you're going, Adam Daniels, I demanded. She tried to quickly change tactics. I'll do that special thing tonight. You do that all the time. Yeah, well, I'll do it really, really special. Then she screamed, I can't take this. Tell me where you're going. Adam nodded as if he was going to comply, but then said, Okay, no. Then he quickly grabbed his wallet and hurried to the front door with her chasing. Adam, tell me. She stopped and grabbed her stomach with a painful expression. Wait, Adam, something's wrong. Then she grabbed his neck when he came back and pretended to choke him. Tell me where you're going. He raised his brows and swatted her butt. Hey, don't you scare me like that again. Then he headed back to the door. Yes, sir. She knew her act was wrong, but still had to know. Tell me, Adam. I'll see you in a couple hours. Ada pouted with her lips poking out. You're a mean daddy, she said as he left. It was strange to her that he left walking instead of taking the station wagon. The day before, he withdrew $2,300 from the bank. That left him with just over $40,000 from his inheritance and selling his grandparents' house. He'd been sticking to a tight budget, much like his Meemaw laid out for him. The only other time he touched that money was for school and the trips to Los Angeles. That day he set out to surprise his wife with a new Chevy Nova station wagon, just like the one Cousin Diane had. Chapter 17. Since their Christmas trip to Los Angeles, Adam had taken notice of the cars she said she liked while they were out together. The Nova won out big. It received several, "Ooh, I really like that one," as opposed to, "That seems like a nice car," or "That one's all right." He caught the bus to Slim Porter's Cadillac and Chevrolet near the airport. During the trip, he looked everyone in the face and waited for someone to mention that he should go to the back of the bus, but no one did, however. At times, his complexion still confused some folks, but not the only colored salesman in the dealership. "Good morning, young blood. What can I do for you?" he asked and shook Adam's hand. "I'm Jimmy." Adam had noticed how none of the three Caucasian salesmen gave him a second look when he entered, and it reminded him of the Emporium and other incidents in which white folks profiled him. "I'm looking for a station wagon." "A station wagon? You? What are you, 19, 20? You want something like this." He put his hand on the hood of a Corvette. Then he quickly followed Adam to a tan Nova station wagon in the showroom. "Nova, huh? That's a good car. And I'll tell you what, Jimmy watched Adam kick a tire as he walked around the car. "I know what you're doing." Adam faced the salesman. "What do you mean?" I looked in the phone book and got your number. You're dressed all raggedy like you can't afford top price, but you head for a top model, hoping for a deal. My daddy does the same thing. But don't worry, I'm going to give you the best deal these crackers can afford." He looked at Adam and brought a smile. "Hey, the white boys do it all the time. They charge colored folks at least $50 more per vehicle every day." "Really?" The news piqued his interest, but he went in for a car, not a legal fight. So he opened the driver's door and got in. "Yeah, but you can see this car is already marked down $130. Adam noticed the price, $2,154. "Jimmy, this car is used. It has 102 miles on the odometer." "Oh, yeah, it was used in the Sugar Bowl parade." "Is everything going all right, Jimmy?" They both turned and saw a heavy-set Caucasian man walking toward them. "Oh, man, that's the boss," Jimmy said in a low voice. "I'm just trying to make a sale, Mr. Porter." "Well, that's the lowest I'm going on that one. Brand new Chevy Nova, and the price has been lowered." Adam recognized Slim Porter from his television commercials. "This car is used, and you've only taken 5% off when it should have been 10. He said there's 102 miles on the odometer, Mr. Porter," Jimmy added. "Well, yeah, that's the Sugar Bowl car. Was used in the parade." Porter tried to make his point. Adam got out of the car. "There's that word again, used. Are you a mechanic or something?" Adam remembered lessons from his grandmother. Nothing mattered here except the bottom line. He took out his wallet and opened it. "I'm not a mechanic, I'm a lawyer. And I'll tell you what, I'll give Jimmy $2,000 cash right now if I can have seat belts installed in the front and back, and that's all I'm going to pay. So you need to make up your mind before I can count out my money. 1, 2, 3. Jimmy and Porter watched Adam count out $100 bills. I'm going to need those seatbelts in the next hour, Adam said, and then continued counting. What's your name, young man? Porter asked. I'm Adam Daniels. Nice to meet you, Mr. Daniels. Porter smiled and shook Adam's hand. I hope you bring your business here on a regular basis. Jimmy, open them doors so I can have those seat belts installed. Thank you, Mr. Porter. I'm sure I'll be back, Adam lied. Porter got into the Nova and started it, as Jimmy ran to open a pair of huge double doors. Then Porter slowly backed the car out of the showroom and drove around to the garage. He stopped a mechanic from working on another car to install the seat belts. Jimmy went back to Adam after closing the doors. Man, that was something, Mr. Daniels. I don't get to see these boys squirm often. Adam shook Jimmy's hand and started laughing. It was my pleasure. He enjoyed the power of money in the Jim Crow South. It showed the weakness of the old ways in 1965. Ada screamed when she saw her new car. She hugged and kissed Adam and then watched him put in the child seats. Shortly after, they took a ride, though he would not let her drive. You cannot get behind this steering wheel until after the baby comes. Do you understand? She was too happy to disagree. Yes, sir. As they rode throughout the neighborhood, she noticed people gawking at the new car. She felt special, like a movie star or a beauty queen. During the drive, she remembered that it was still gumbo season because the month had an R in it. Honey, take me to the store so that I can make you something special for dinner. What about the... He looked in the back and saw that the girls had fallen asleep. The country farm's market was 3 blocks away when she made her request, so he drove there. I won't be long, she said, getting out of the car. Her pregnancy, though, made it a little difficult. Are you sure? It's already been 10 minutes, he joked and laughed. Ooh, Adam Daniels. How can you tease me like that? You did this. I love you, he said, and received a glaring, pouty face until she closed the door. She shopped in the order that she added the ingredients. First, she picked things that went into her roux. Do I have a bell pepper at home? Well, if I have to ask it, put it in the basket. Shrimp stock or clam stock? Let's see what they have. Okay, great. They have both. Now what? Let's go with the clam stock. Shrimp, clams, oysters, crab, and since I don't feel like crushing sassafras leaves, I'll buy a small bottle of filet. Excuse me, are you Mrs. Daniels? Ada saw a pretty brown-skinned woman next to her in the aisle. The question was followed with a big smile that became bigger when Ada answered, Yes, I am. I'm Ada Daniels. I'm Lorraine, an old friend of Adam's. I used to be Lorraine Mays, but now it's Simpson. The girl from the past did not expect a hug. It's so nice to meet you. Ada figured that anyone in Adam's past had a part in who he was then, and she was grateful. It's nice to meet you, too. Now I can see for myself that the rumors aren't true. Rumors? Yeah, you know how colored folks have to talk about each other. I see you're making gumbo. I'll shop with you if you don't mind. This is interesting, Lorraine thought, and wondered if she would be pregnant if she had waited for Adam to finish college. Not at all. I'm interested in those rumors, she replied, and they laughed. Well, I can see you weren't 15 when you got married. 15? Yep. People were calling him Jerry Lee Lewis. Lorraine went on about what she heard about Adam's young wife. Ada found the accounts amusing. She listened closely and corrected what was wrong and confirmed the right things. Adam had supposedly taken her from an orphanage. Some people believed Ada was white. The biggest thing was that she was just as quiet as Adam. Lorraine had 3 boys, 3, 6, and 7, who were visiting her mother. Her husband was starting his own construction company after working on the interstate project 5 years. She was surprised that Ada was due at the end of the month because she looked like she could go at any minute. She was glad to see Adam again at the car, where she also met the girls, and mused how pretty they were, not surprised that two pretty people would make pretty babies. She felt a tinge of jealousy, since she was Adam's first, not counting Mrs. Jackson. It was difficult for her to block the past and not compare this man with her husband. Well, I am happy, she thought, convincing herself that choosing to marry early and starting a family was good for her. And here he was with his beautiful family sitting in his new car and getting ready to make it big in California. She did get a hug, during which she whispered, "You treat her nice or I will hurt you." Then she hugged Ada and whispered, "He's crazy for you." Adam drove home with a smile, and Ada knew he had fond memories. Good, because it's all a part of his growth. Without Lorraine, he would be a different person. She told me that she knew the inside of the other car quite well, she said, and waited for him to look at her. When he did, they both laughed. She was glad that he was in a good mood. "May I invite Mama and the others over for dinner?" Ada had called Renee Mama since that first day and forged a relationship with her. Adam tried hard and sometimes were easier than others because his wife helped him dismiss the feelings of abandonment. That day he said yes. Only two of Renee's other children, Twyla and Billy, came with her that evening. The eldest, Jeff, had enlisted into the Marines. She sat on the floor and played with her granddaughters, though at 45, she did not feel old enough to be a grandmother. "I'm going to miss them," she thought, and the time for the move lay directly ahead. Ada enjoyed the visitors and readily called them her sister and brother, with whom she shared or enlisted youthful information. She and Twyla shared things like how to apply makeup and hairstyles. "Next time, sis, will you let me make the gumbo with you?" Twyla asked, and then whispered, "Yours is better than Mama's." "Girl, don't you know I can hear you?" Renee was enjoying herself. She remembered the fun side of her family and instilled it in her two younger children. Jeff, however, was too serious like his dad. He joined the Marines because his father served in the war, leaving Renee alone until it ended. They all laughed in the living room as Twyla braided Ada's hair into several pigtails. "Oh, Mama, I didn't say that yours was bad." The three of them loved being together, away from Wesley Barker, with whom they had to live a totally different lifestyle in his presence. He supported his family with his teaching salary, which allowed them to live in middle-class Scotlandville. His personality changed after the war, however. Renee didn't know if it was the war itself or being a Negro officer in the war and returning to Jim Crow. He drank to soothe his demons, or he poured himself into his work at the university. So he did not mind being alone when his wife and children left the house. Renee's youngest child, Billy, took his math homework that day because Ada was a super sleuth at solving equations. Adam engaged in conversations with his siblings, but not so much with his mother. He often thought about Pawpaw driving around looking for her wherever colored folks might be, and he tried often to carry on conversations with her, but other times he had no words, though he would answer questions, and Renee did her best to engage him. Because of the visitors, Monica and Beverly stayed up 30 minutes longer than usual. Adam volunteered to put them to bed since Ada was having so much fun. "I'm going to miss them when we leave," she said later that night when they lay together in the dark after such an exciting day. Crickets chirped outside, though she was sure that one had found its way into the house. "Can they come to visit?" "Of course, baby. They'll like Los Angeles." Ada thought about everything that happened that day, and it made her more grateful than before to have a man like Adam. He's not like other men. Lorraine had told her that she caught her husband cheating, and sometimes he went out alone on Saturday nights. Renee had told her about her husband's drinking. She'd bailed him out of jail a couple of times for drunkenness. Mrs. Turner down the street had called the police on her husband. Ada appreciated that she experienced none of those problems. Adam went out alone that day and surprised her with a car. Yeah, they'll like Los Angeles. She gently ran her fingers through the soft hairs on his chest. Adam, do you realize that you're spoiling me? And here I am thinking it's the other way around, he said. He gently rubbed her tummy and felt the baby kick. Whoa! I know, huh? It's like he's trying to kick his way out. She kissed him softly and then did that special thing she promised. Eric Stowe informed Adam on Monday that he had passed the bar. He also explained the situation with the examiners, who raised red flags when they saw his score in the top 6%. I hope I didn't get you or Ada in trouble, he said. We're all right, Adam assured him, and then changed the subject to things he had to do to the house, and Eric volunteered to help. I owe you guys for the next 20 to 30 years of my life, he said. I was studying the same way I did the first time I took the stupid bar and failed. Ada has a way of getting you to understand things without the bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know. Adam accepted the offer of help because then his wife could not object to him doing the work himself and saving money. It took a day and a half during spring break for them to paint the trim around the bricks on the house exterior and then to clean out the garage. The hardest part was trimming the trees closest to the house so that the foliage would not trap water on the roof. Hi, son, Renee called from the back door. Adam looked down from a tall pine tree and wondered what his mother was doing at the house. He stopped in the middle of sawing a branch. Hi, Renee. You be careful up there. Yes, ma'am, I will. Then she disappeared back inside. You call your mother by her first name? Eric asked from a nearby branch. Yeah, I just met her last year. My grandparents raised me. Oh. It took 30 minutes to cut a final large branch and then lower it with ropes so that it would not hit the house. Then they got down and started cutting firewood. Some of the neighbors had fireplaces. Adam stopped for a moment to get some water from the kitchen, but someone had locked the back door. Hey, what's going on? Twyla rushed to the door and opened it. Hi, big brother, she said happily, and kissed his cheek. Adam liked having a baby sister. Hey, sis, what are you... He stopped when he heard the incessant sounds of a new baby crying. Then he rushed to his bedroom and found Renee holding his son, Drew Daniels. Hi, honey, Ada said, still lying in the bed. Adam recognized the colored nurse who helped deliver the twins in the general hospital. She was bathing Ada and making sure that she had evacuated everything after the baby. Sir, you should leave the room, said the nurse. Then Renee went to him with the newborn. Come on, son, you have a healthy baby boy. She put the bundle in his arms and backed him into the hallway. But I'm dirty, he protested with tears. The sudden situation overwhelmed him. You gave me a boy. I love you, sweetheart. I love you too, Adam. Renee closed the door. Adam, carry him to the living room and give him back to me. She wanted the nurse to finish her work. She followed him to the living room and took the baby back. Look at this big old boy, she said, and sat on the sofa where she was joined shortly afterward by Monica and Beverly. Hey, girls, see your baby brother? That's our brother? Monica asked. Adam laughed and kissed both. Yes, that's your brother. He wondered if his family was complete. A brand new baby boy and twins, 5 months away from their second birthdays. By the time I'm Renee's age, they'll be in college. Thank you, Renee. He kissed his mother for the first time. She was there for his Ada, and he felt that in his heart. You're welcome, son. Then he went back outside, forgetting the reason he went in. The slam of the screen door interrupted what seemed to be a private conversation between Twyla and Eric, who sipped from a glass of lemonade. I'd better go back inside, Twyla said. It was nice to meet you, Eric, and I hope to see you again soon. Likewise, Twyla. He seemed to be enchanted, but Adam couldn't tell. Twyla saw her brother wiping tears away and gave him a hug and whispered, "Don't tell him I like him." She caught Adam by surprise, though he took her only halfway seriously, until Eric said, "Man, Adam, your sister is amazing. Your entire family is fun to be around." Twyla's brother thought about the implications of a relationship between the two and became uncomfortable. "Ada just had the baby." He changed the subject. "Really? Wow, she didn't go to the hospital?" The Daniels family further impressed Eric. "Holy Toledo, your wife can do anything." Ada later confessed that she had never planned to go to the hospital. 5 months earlier, she had called the nurse who helped her so much with the twins. Her name was Deborah, and she had worked as a midwife before. The only way Ada would have gone to the hospital was if something went wrong. So when the labor started, she called the nurse and Renee. Then she quickly prepared dinner. "Are you mad at me?" she asked later that night, leaning back on stacked pillows and feeding tiny Drew. Adam sat at the foot of the bed. "No, I'm not mad. I'm actually mad at myself." "What did you do?" She took his hand. "Today Eric was telling me what an amazing girl Twyla is, and I changed the subject." Ada immediately understood his concern. But if Eric and Twyla were destined for one another, then it wouldn't be right to interfere. "Honey, that just means you love her. You were only trying to protect your baby sister. Besides, they just met." "Yeah, you're right." He looked at her feeding the baby, and the scene touched his heart. "You and Drew make a beautiful picture together. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, darling. Or as hippies would say, I feel groovy. Tomorrow we'll take Drew to the pediatrician, and you'll see that he's groovy too." Drew Daniels weighed 9 pounds 2 ounces at the doctor's office the next morning. He checked everything and said the baby was healthy enough for a long trip. Then he gave the girls a quick checkup and cleared them as well. Time began to sneak up on the Daniels. Adam had 3 weeks of school left, and 2 days later, Ada received her acceptance letter from San Diego State University. With the thought of college starting in a few months, she wanted to do more to help prepare for the move. But she had her hands full with the kids. She found herself picking through the things that Auntie Susan left behind. They had sentimental value, so she took her time and carefully wrapped each one with newspaper before strategically boxing it. She also had to keep the house clean because the realtor started to show it. He said it was considered a hot property because the guest house inflated the price to $12,000. A quick sale would probably bring in $11,000. By that time, McKinley High School had moved for the 3rd time. The final move to East McKinley Street occurred right after Dolores started working there, and meant she could no longer walk to work and had to bum rides whenever she could. She also took the bus, but that still meant long walks and often in the rain. She had started to look for an apartment closer to her job since she did not know how to drive. "Would you like me to pick you up from work today, Cousin Dolores?" Ada asked her 2 weeks after Drew was born. Dolores appreciated the offer and thought Ada was being her usual kind self. "That would be nice. Thanks, Cousin Ada. I was wondering how I was getting home today." "But are you sure? You just had the baby." "Of course I'm sure. I'll be there at 4:30. Dolores heard a car horn out front. "Okay, baby cousin, that's my ride this morning. I'll see you later then." Dolores started to leave, but stopped to kiss Ada's cheek, which was a rare occurrence. "I'm going to miss you." Then she quickly left so that her ride wouldn't have to wait long. On her way out, she admitted to herself that Ada had grown on her like she had on everyone else. That afternoon, she made her way to the front of the school on McKinley Street at 4:30 and expected to see Ada's new station wagon, but it wasn't there. She looked both ways and spotted Ada standing on the corner of Georgia Street, signaling for Dolores to come. "Something's wrong with my car." "What?" She started walking toward her young cousin. My word, Ada, what kind of car did Adam buy that breaks down after a few weeks? I don't know. I made sure I put gas in it. She started walking down Georgia with Dolores close behind. Dolores saw the car parked in someone's driveway. Cousin Ada, why would you park your car at a strange person's house? Are you crazy? Don't worry, I know the owner. Dolores looked at Ada as they approached the car and wondered, who does she know that lives this close to my job? Really? Whose house is this? It's yours. Ada put the door keys in Dolores' hand, and the front door of the house opened. Surprise! Renee and Adam came outside, followed by the twins and Twyla and Billy. They all rushed to Dolores, who at one time was the family outcast. She had pulled herself together after one warning from her auntie. The weight of the moment overwhelmed her, and she broke into tears. "Oh, my God," she screamed. She looked at her new home, freshly painted, off-white with yellow trim. The wood floors inside shine with new varnish and area rugs. The rooms were painted, and they had moved her things from the guest house that day and set it up. They gave her some of Susan's furniture and new appliances, including a small stove and refrigerator. Everyone in the family, including those in California, chipped in for the $5,500 home on a small lot. She didn't need anything big. The grass would grow fast enough on what she had. "I bet this was your idea," she whispered to Ada a couple hours later after everyone had dinner and prepared to leave. Ada smiled. Adam thought it was a good idea, too. Dolores embraced her. "I'm so proud to have you in the family. You have given me so much strength. I'm going to try to find my children and see if they'll forgive me for the way I used to be. You deserve to be happy, cousin. So if they don't forgive you the first time, just keep going back. You are their mother. That means something." As soon as Adam had passed the bar, Professor Malley started to utilize his proficiency in classroom discussions because the rest of the students would take the test in July. Since he had only 2 classes, he did not mind helping out. His skill was also noticed at work. "Congratulations, Adam," said the office receptionist a few days after Dolores received her new house. "Thank you," he replied, thinking that Eric must have spread the news about his bar scores around the office. Other employees congratulated him 4 more times before he made it to his desk. As usual, he started on the work he did not complete the day before. But Stephen Clark's secretary, Betty, approached him. "Mr. Clark wants to see you, Adam. Good job." "Thank you," he replied, though he did not know on what he did a good job. He received several assignments from different attorneys in the office. He mainly researched the state and federal laws in old cases to find precedents for the firm's clients. The week before, Clark used a great deal of Adam's work on a shooting case in which the district attorney charged the defendant with attempted murder. "Your interpretation of the law was right on target," Clark said to Adam. "What I didn't use in the case, I saved for my closing statement. I'd like you to work here, Adam." Thank you, Mr. Clark, but I've already turned down the clerk position." "Clerk? I don't mean as a clerk. I mean as an associate. You'll have an office and your own secretary. We'll start you off at $23,000. How does that sound?" Adam had to think a moment. It was more than the $18,500 offered to Ernest Collingsworth, and that made him feel better about the firm. "Well, sir, to be honest, I've already accepted another position in San Diego." "Really? When did this happen, if I may ask? And have you taken the California bar exam?" "I took the Louisiana bar and then flew to L.A., and I received the job offer during Christmas." "Geez, that's a long time ago. And you said we offered you a clerk position?" "Yes, sir. The offer came from Mr. Wait, don't tell me. I don't want to know which one of my partners was so stupid that they would insult you like that. I only wish that I had worked with you sooner." Clark was a liberal Southerner and had no reservations about working with different races. He knew one of his partners would one day cost the firm. He rated Adam's work at least equal to, if not better than theirs. Adam did like Clark more than Schofield or Johnson, who each looked down his nose at him. He didn't want his boss to feel bad, so he said, "The offer was made during Christmas dinner, Mr. Clark. I see, you're joining a family firm? I'll be working with Roe Huberman and a close friend of his." Clark was very impressed, though sorry that he'd missed out on such a prospect. Wow. Well, Mr. Daniels, I would greatly appreciate it if you would second chair with me on this case next week and help me with others as long as you're here. Also, I'd like to keep in touch with you after you move. I'll be glad to second chair. I can use the experience. Thank you very much, Adam. Clark extended his hand and Adam shook it. Then he recommended Eric Stowe for future cases. That evening he had news for Ada, and she had news for him as well. When he opened the door, she was dancing to "Where Did I Love Go" with Drew in her arms, and the twins dancing next to them. They even joined in when their mother sang, "Baby, baby, ooh, baby, baby." Adam joined the party as well, dancing about and kissing each one during the song. "I have some news," they both said when the song ended, and then kissed a second time. "I love you," they said together and laughed and kissed again. "We have an offer on the house," Ada told him, and gently set his son in his arms. "Wow, he's growing fast." Adam looked at Drew proudly. Then he focused on her statement. How much was the offer? $10,700. Diane and Dorsey both said that they would leave the decision to you whether to accept it. He followed her into the kitchen with the baby still cradled in his arms. "Of course we'll accept it. It's the best offer so far. And it's only $300 off what we expected." He immediately noticed the dinner she had prepared. There was golden brown crispy fried chicken that had marinated in buttermilk most of the day, a pot of rice set on the stove along with collard greens, and an apple cobbler made with Diane's recipe. He knew something was up, but decided to deliver his news. "Mr. Clark offered us an associate position starting at $23,500. Ada was at the stove and quickly turned when she heard that news, though she liked when he said offered us. "What? A job offer? What did you say?" "I told him our plans, and then he asked me to second chair with him next week and to help him with other cases for which he would pay associate fees, $15 an hour. Ada's expression showed her happiness over the news, but she looked apprehensive. "Honey, put Drew in the bassinet so you can wash your hands." "All right, and why don't you tell me what you're nervous about telling me?" he said, and set the baby down. She laughed nervously. "You know me too well. Do you mind if I take the long way to tell you? I love it when you explain things to me." He helped her set the twins in their high chairs. "Okay, so I thought I should talk to the head physics professor at the university," she started to explain as she dished up the dinner, starting with the girls. "So that's a long-distance phone call on the bill, but go ahead." She cracked half a smile because she hadn't even considered the call, which was expensive in those days. He loved that she was able to apply herself in the field that she enjoyed. "Thanks. Quantum theory grew from a collection of theories to describe observations that classical physics could not. So we talked about quantum theory explaining the expansion of the universe, and I said that reversing the mechanics of the universe would eventually lead us to its origin, which might have been an explosion of great energy. Ada, where did you learn all of this?" She started to dish up his dinner as she talked. "Well, there wasn't much to do at the convent. I read through the entire encyclopedia, and then I borrowed books from Sister Rita Mary. She took science at LSU. Wow, Sister Rita Mary was not the average nun, he thought. He had imagined that they sat around praying every free moment. All right, so what made the phone call special? This is really good. He had taken a bite of the chicken. Good. And I'm glad you asked. After a while, the professor suggested that I should attend a school called Caltech, which is in Pasadena, California. I told him that I would have to transfer after 2 years because of your job, and he said he would call a couple of his friends who teach at Caltech and put in a good word for me. So then I called Mr. Huberman and asked if he knew anything about that school. He told me that Pasadena is about a 20-minute drive from View Park if traffic is flowing. And guess what? Somehow I knew a guess what was coming, he said with a smile. She kissed him for being patient during her build-up. Well, he told me that the yellow house with the stone front, a few doors down from him, is for sale for $38,000. You remember the one we both liked when we first walked over there? Now, I figured that if we put 20% down, our monthly payment would be $300, and that includes the taxes and insurance. Now, experts say that your monthly rent or house payment should be between 25 and 30% of your monthly earnings. I figured that the payment would only be 13% of our earnings. If we get this house, Adam, then we'll know where we're going to live when we finally move to Los Angeles. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? Her enthusiasm glowed until he answered, No, it doesn't. Sit down and eat. His answer and the tone he used caught her by surprise. But honey, he looked at her with a stern expression, and she immediately became quiet. I said sit down. All right. She did as he said, since he was the man in a 1960s household. Before she started eating, she made sure the twins were fine and wondered what was going on with her husband. Did I do something wrong? Renee will be over Friday afternoon, he said finally. Oh, that will be nice. Is the dinner all right? She asked, glad that he was talking. Yes, it is. And oh yeah, she's going to watch the girls so that we can fly to Los Angeles and see the house. He started laughing and got a smile from her, but then he felt terrible when she started crying. Baby, I'm sorry, I was just playing. He got up and went to put his arms around her. You know I'll get you anything you want. I love you. She sniffed a couple of times. So you'll buy the house for me? Yes, of course, if you like it. Then she started laughing. That's just what I wanted to hear. She laughed more since she had quickly gotten revenge for his prank. Huh? I was just joking too. Then she threw her arms around his neck and held him tightly. But promise you won't do that again. It was the first time he had ever come close to hurting her feelings, and she did not like it. I promise. He could feel the sincerity in her voice and knew that he had crossed the boundary. I won't. I'd never do anything to cause you pain. He kissed her until the twins started laughing. Then he noticed that she wiped away real tears. Wow, I'll never do anything like that again. He was about to sit back down and enjoy the dinner when the telephone rang. Who could that be? Ada watched him out of curiosity and then concern when his expression became serious. Yes, sir, Mr. Clark, I'll be right there. What was that about? Ada asked. I don't know. Chapter 18. Stephen Clark hung up and turned back to the firm's wealthiest client, Preston Carroll. For 65, he had a lot of color in his hair. His expression was older, but he still had youthful ambitions, despite owning an oil refinery and a shipping company. His net worth in 1965 neared $295 million. He'll be here in about 15 minutes, Mr. Carroll, but I still don't understand why you want me to change my second chair. His work is really good, or did you find out that he's colored? Preston gave Clark a brief glare, but then admired his bluntness. I had no idea of the such. I don't care. I don't even want you on the case. The work is too good. My grandson Fletcher is used to having the best, and in this situation, I don't want him to have the best. But Mr. Carroll, these are serious charges. He nearly killed a man. That's his fucking problem. I'd take the firm off the case and make him go with a public defender, but my daughter would just hire somebody else. That young man is spoiled shitless, and I'm surprised he knows how to wipe his own ass. Preston stood to help the circulation in his legs. What's your hot-shot second chair's name anyway? His name is Adam Daniels. He's only here until Preston started laughing and asked, is he a light-skinned colored man? Yes, he is. You're going to love this, Stephen. Adam Daniels is my grandson. He laughed a moment longer and then sat down with a burst of emotion from the loss of his own son 24 years earlier. I knew Troy would produce remarkable offspring. I kept an eye on him until he graduated high school. This damn company keeps me too busy. I thought your son died at Pearl Harbor. Clark reached inside his desk, took out a fresh handkerchief, and gave it to Carol. He did, but before he ran off to join the Navy, he had his way with one of the help. He sat quietly, thinking about the little baby boy in Renee's buggy. A trace of the scar she put on his face with her stick was still noticeable and reminded him of Troy every time he touched it. He shook his head in disbelief. Now all of a sudden I'm nervous. You don't have to stay, Mr. Carroll. I can give him the bonus you gave me and explain the situation. They both turned when a knock rang through the door. Come in, Adam. The door opened and Adam entered without a tie, which he regretted when he saw Preston Carroll. Hi, Mr. Clark, and I apologize for underdressing. I wish I'd known that Preston Carroll was here. Don't worry about that, Adam, Clark responded. How do you do, sir? Adam greeted the multimillionaire. He had seen Preston on local television several times. Many of his appearances were shot at the old family plantation in South Baton Rouge, where he still owned 50 acres, after selling 32-acre lots to the very wealthy, and then donating 2,500 acres to the Park Services to impede the encroachment of civilization toward his home. I'm fine, thanks, Mr. Daniels. I hope we didn't disturb your evening. No, sir, my wife understood. Adam turned back to Stephen. So how may I help you? Do you have children, Adam? Preston asked. Is it okay for me to call you by your first name? Sure thing. That's fine, sir. He used some of the white vernacular that he picked up from television and Eric. I have twin daughters going on 2 and a month-old son. Preston's eyes watered, but he couldn't help it. Excuse me, I have something in my eyes. He turned away with the handkerchief. Troy's legacy lives on. Do you have any photographs of your family? Adam thought the meeting was going askew, but took out his wallet. This is Ada, and these are the twins, Monica and Beverly. And this is Drew. Drew Daniels. That name has character. Thank you. Adam took a good look at Preston and wondered what was going on. Adam, we're taking you off the Campbell case. Stephen Clark wanted to move things along because the unwitting family reunion was slowing things down, and he could see that the sudden declaration surprised both men. What? The announcement puzzled Adam, remembering the praise he received just hours earlier. There's another case I'll need your help with. But this one, Adam stopped and realized why he met Preston Carroll. Fletcher Campbell is your grandson, he said to Preston. He shook his head with a scornful smile. He'd grown tired of people pointing out the differences between whites and colored. Ernest Collingsworth's voice screeched in his head from when he told Adam, "You'll be working for me." The professors at Southern U always warned the students about participating in any type of protest in order to avoid scrutiny from the bar. But this time the infringement went too far. What's the matter, Mr. Carroll? You don't trust a Negro to keep Precious Fletch out of jail? Adam! Stephen stood and stepped toward Adam until Preston waved him off. That's all right, Stephen. I deserve anything this young man throws at me. And in the point you just made, however, Mr. Daniels, you have me all wrong. I want Precious Fletcher to do some time in jail. Your work is too good, and he's spoiled rotten. If he gets away with this, then the next time he might actually kill somebody. Preston wrestled with the question of whether to tell Adam that they were related. His mother hasn't told him yet, but that doesn't mean she never will. I see, Adam said, understanding the situation. Damn it, I let my emotions get the better of me. I apologize for my outburst, sir. It was completely uncalled for, and in no way should my rudeness reflect upon this firm. He said all of the right things to make sure that his name conveyed the equivalence of humble. I accept your apology. I should tell him. If I don't tell him now and he finds out later, he'll think I'm the biggest fucking asshole he ever met. Is there anything else I can do for you? No, Adam, Stephen started. I wanted you to hear what was going on in person so that you would not get the wrong idea hearing it around the office. Adam went to shake his hand. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. He turned toward Carroll and extended his hand. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Carroll. Preston shook his hand and said, I'm glad you think so, but this isn't the first time we saw each other. What do you mean? The first time I saw you, your mother gave me this. He ran his fingers over the scar on the side of his face. I'm your grandfather. Adam thought about Pawpaw. No, sir. My grandfather died when I was 9. Yes, he did, I know, but Peter Daniels also made the casket in which your father was buried after Pearl Harbor. Adam looked at him and began to recall the whispers of family members when they thought he didn't understand or couldn't hear. He had heard the millionaire's name suggested as his grandfather. By the time he finished high school, he had dismissed the possibility. Like I said, it was nice to meet you. Adam started to leave. I went to several of your football games, Adam. I was there when you threw the pass to win the championship. Preston suddenly became desperate to win over his grandson. Adam turned back and looked him in the eyes. I'm sorry, I gotta go. Good night. He closed the door and ran to the station wagon. Then he drove home as fast as he could without getting a ticket, slowing down whenever he saw a police car and then speeding back up. Ada had put the kids down for the night and went to the door to greet him, curious about the call that interrupted dinner. She opened it before he could put his key in the lock. So what did Mr. Clark? She stopped when she noticed the anguished look on his face as he took her into his arms and held her tightly, lifting her off the floor. I need you, baby, he said with urgency. I need you so much. Hold me, baby, hold me. The emotion in his voice scared her. Adam, what's wrong? What happened? She thought she heard him crying. Ada, I love you so much. I would die for you. She held him as tight as she could. I know you would, but tell me what happened. You're scaring me. Stop it and tell me. Please, Adam, tell me what's going on. He carried her into the bedroom, still holding her tight, and sat on the bed. Then he fell backwards with her. He lay there listening to their hearts beating together, and when they became in sync, he whispered, Preston Carroll is my grandfather. She quickly sat up, and his eyes told her that he was not putting on. This was not a prank. What? I thought you were going to the firm. I did go to the firm. He was there. She took his hand and pulled him up. Then she led him to the kitchen and had him sit at the table, knowing he had only a couple of bites to eat before leaving. Tell me what happened, Adam. Then she started to reheat his dinner while he explained the evening. He told her almost word for word what happened, and she sat with him while he ate. Afterward, she gave him a gin and tonic with a little extra gin to help him relax, and then led him to the bathroom. Go ahead and undress, she said, and turned on the shower. She got inside and started to bathe him when he joined her. Every few seconds she held him tight for a moment and then continued the bathing. That was followed by a soft massage during which she knelt in front of him and helped him relax further. Then she dried him off. "Go get in the bed and I'll be right there." Baby Drew had started to cry, and Ada rushed to get him before he could wake his sisters. She quickly changed his diaper and then propped herself against Adam and fed the little guy. Adam watched his naked wife feed the baby and then felt comforted. "What should I—" "Shh, don't worry about this tonight," she said, hating to see his pain. Then she whispered, "We were just fine before this, and nothing has changed. I am your wife, and you have my support regardless of what you do. I love you, and I am proud of you, my man." "I love you too, baby. Thank you." The next morning he got up and went to class as if nothing was wrong. He felt as if he never found out that he was directly related to one of the richest men in the country who had pretended that he did not exist. But he did say he went to my football games. He saw the touchdown in the championship. That was a nice play. Why would he want to see me play? Adam became confused. The trip to Los Angeles went well, despite Ada having to spend time in the plane's bathroom breastfeeding Drew. Cousin Diane and Rachel picked them up at the airport Friday night. Sticking to old customs, Diane gave the keys to Adam so that he could drive. The traffic was light since the rush hour had ended. Adam drove with Rachel sitting next to him. She talked about going into her senior year at Dorsey High School and joked that it was named after her aunt. Diane sat in the back seat with Ada and the baby, talking about Dolores's new house. "You should have seen the look on her face," Ada said. "She was so happy. Adam did a good job on the floors. They look so shiny and new." "Well, she sure straightened out herself," Diane said. Junior Walker's funky saxophone began to play on KGFJ. Cleo's back. "Cousin Diane, when did you first find out that Preston Carroll is my grandfather?" Adam ended all conversation in the car, and Rachel turned off the radio. "Cousin Adam, stop playing around," Rachel said excitedly, as if he was joking. "You are not related to the Carroll family." She laughed until his expression told her that she was wrong. "Mother, he's not playing around." Diane reached and touched his shoulder. "I think Dorsey and I found out when Troy Carroll was killed. How much do you know?" "Not much, just that Pawpaw made his casket." "How much do you want to know?" "I know enough already." "Good." They rode in silence for a while until Ada asked, "When did you start calling her mother instead of mama?" "She's just being sedity like her friends," Diane answered, and everyone laughed. "Next year she'll be a debutante." More laughter woke up Drew, and Ada unbuttoned her blouse so that she could feed him. "Geez, Cousin Ada," Rachel started after spying Ada's breast. "Don't you drown that baby." She laughed, and everyone joined her. The next morning, Diane and Rex walked with the Daniels to the home on Enoral Drive, where they met the Hubermans and the realtor. By the end of the showing, Ada felt like a fairy princess in a story in which she lived happily ever after. She loved the house with 5 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. They didn't know it was split level, with a family room and bar downstairs that looked straight into the backyard and then across Stocker Street and downtown to the right. It also had a fireplace along with the one in the living room, and the kitchen was much bigger than what she was used to. The home did not have a swimming pool, but Ada did not mind, especially with the babies. A 3-car garage? She couldn't believe it. This place was a dream come true, and in 2 months it would belong to her husband and her. It felt like home, being in the house just around the bend from the Hubermans and a couple blocks away from Cousin Diane, not to mention that Cousin Dorsey was a 5-minute drive away in Lower View Park. Ro Huberman helped Adam with the paperwork for the offer, which was accepted that afternoon. They later celebrated in Rex and Diane's backyard, where the kids all went swimming. The Hubermans brought their 2 daughters and their niece, Virginia, who was spending the weekend with them. Just as Adam was about to take a bite of a barbecue rib, Diane and Dorsey playfully hit him on his shoulders. "Ow! What was that for?" "You played a mean trick on our baby cousin the other day and made her cry," Dorsey said. "And we don't like that," Diane added. "You told on me?" Adam laughed and looked at Ada and got a funny face in return. She described how he pretended to be mean to her. The Hubermans looked upon the family bond with interest. "She tells us everything, Adam Daniels." Diane playfully poked his shoulder. "So you don't do that again." Dorsey poked his other shoulder as everyone around laughed. "Do you understand?" Adam laughed as well. "Yes, cousins, I understand. Now may I please eat?" "He should apologize on a knee," Rachel yelled from the pool. "No, that's okay. He doesn't have to do that." Ada tried to help, but a moment later her husband knelt in front of her and took her left hand. "Ada Daniels, I love you so much, and I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. I will never do anything like that again, and I beg that you forgive me." His words, in front of the entire family and guests, melted her heart. She reached out and pulled him as close as she could with Drew on her lap. "Yes, I forgive you, Adam. I love you too, and I thank you for being such a good provider. I feel so safe with you, and I know you'll take care of us. And I thank you all for being such a beautiful family." She looked at the Hubermans and added, "and friends. I've missed you all so much, and soon we'll all be together again." Diane and Dorsey kissed her cheeks. "We missed you too." "Just how much do you tell them?" Adam moved away and asked. "She tells us everything," Diane answered and laughed with her sister. Rachel did not actually think Adam would apologize on a knee, and thought the scene was goofy, but also thought it was the most romantic thing she'd seen. Amanda Huberman thought so too. "They are really close," she told Ro. Then Dorsey made everyone laugh when she playfully hit George's shoulder. "Why don't you say stuff like that to me?" They returned to Baton Rouge the next day, and in the next week Adam and Ada worked diligently to prepare for the move. School let out for the summer, and Adam had his law degree. He wasn't going to the graduation until Ada found out his plans. "Have you picked up your gown yet?" she asked the day after her birthday. They were in the kitchen preparing Saturday breakfast. "I thought I'd skip the ceremony because we have so much to do." He smiled, but then saw her expression and knew that he had made the wrong decision. "Oh, no, sir, you don't. After all the work you put in, and you're the top of your class. Adam Daniels, you and I and these babies and whatever family we have here are going to this graduation, and I don't mean maybe." "Yes, ma'am," he responded, and then worried. "But, baby, what if it's too late to order the gown? I already ordered it. You can pick it up Monday." "All right, dear." He tried a new term of endearment, and she smiled. "Thank you, and I appreciate everything you do for me." He got her to smile again and then kissed her. The last thing he ever wanted to do was disappoint his beautiful, caring, devoted wife. "Thank you, too." In that moment, Ada realized that she could assert herself more than making suggestions, and it felt powerful. Though Adam never dominated her and often asked for her viewpoint, she had never made a demand, and saw that she had an equal footing in her marriage, which was contrary to what she learned in the convent. Women were burning their bras for equality outside of her home, but she felt equal inside hers. The commencement ceremony took place 4 days later in the Law Center. Ada called every close family member in Baton Rouge to remind them. Renee and Twyla each held a twin during the ceremony. A couple days before the event, Ada bought a breast pump to extract her milk for bottles because she did not want to miss a moment of Adam's graduation to go nurse a baby. Dolores was also there and held Drew while Ada filmed everything with their Brownie movie camera, though she didn't move around much until afterwards. That's when she spotted an unexpected visitor who also caught the attention of the school's dean. Everyone headed outside to take pictures because the light was better. All of the students wanted to take a photo with Adam, since he was a sure shot to argue in front of the Supreme Court someday. Those statements made Ada so proud. "Honey, where did you want to take pictures?" She looked so bright in a white and yellow checkered dress that she didn't think she'd be able to fit, but she lost her pregnancy weight quickly. "Over by the lake," he said, as another classmate stopped him to take a picture. "All right, I'll be right there," she responded, and quickly disappeared. "Where is she going?" Twyla asked her big brother. "I don't know. She said she'd be right back." Ada tried to stay close to the window because the light was better for the movie camera. "Turn around, grandfather, and wave to the camera." She knew the dean was trying to get a donation, but she couldn't wait since she promised to be right back. Her voice carried so loud that Preston Carroll had to turn around. "Okay, wave to your great-grandchildren. You can meet them if you like. They're right outside." Preston recognized Ada from the picture Adam showed him in the law office. "I did not know you had family here, Mr. Carroll," the dean spoke up. "Which one is it?" he asked, knowing it could only be one of 2 white graduates. He had forgotten to bring his glasses, and from a distance Ada appeared white. Ada stopped filming, and their eyes met before he said, "Adam Daniels is my grandson, and this is his beautiful wife, Ada." He held an arm open and she joined him. "Oh, really?" the dean exclaimed, and others around heard the statement as well. The colored journalist for the Advocate took a quick picture and jotted down some notes about the surprise visit and scoop. "I told the family I'd be right back to take pictures," Ada told Preston. He noticed that she started to check through the windows and quickly figured out her situation. "Ada, why don't you go first, and I'll follow, so that you don't get in trouble with Adam." She felt great relief because with each moment away from the family, her anxiety over what she was doing began to grow. "Thank you." Adam's feelings about meeting his grandfather ran through her thoughts. She recalled his pain and anger when he came home from the after-hours meeting. "Where were you?" everyone asked when she returned with the movie camera. She started filming the group taking pictures. "I was inside," she answered evasively. The powerful sensation of breaking the gender barrier at home diminished. Warnings from other family members came to mind. "Just don't get him really mad at you," they all told her. Auntie Susan knew firsthand what a Daniels man would do if riled to the end of his tolerance. Ada wondered if this would reach the end of Adams and feared a whooping. Would he do that? She looked at him and smiled, and then saw his face turn serious. "Everybody waved to the camera," she said, and noticed Renee's expression as well. Then she turned around and saw Preston approaching. "Oh, my goodness!" Dolores saw him walk past Ada and straight to Adam, who stood stone-faced. "Congratulations, Adam," he said, and extended his hand in front of the family. A few classmates and their families. Adam hesitated and then cordially shook his hand. "Thank you, sir." He looked at Ada, who gave him a half smile, unsure of his feelings. Then he saw Preston move to each student wearing a gown. "Congratulations," he said to them, and shook their hands. Then, upon request, he took pictures with them and their families before finding Renee. "I thought about you often," Adam heard him say to his mother. Renee smiled when he saw his jaw. "Looks like I gave you something to remember me by," she said, after noticing the scar she left on his face. She shook his hand and introduced him to her other children, and then to his 2 great-granddaughters. "This is Monica, and this one is Beverly." "Don't forget Drew," Dolores said, and carried the baby to them. Adam wondered if he should stop all the friendly introductions. He looked at Ada and signaled her to come with a serious look. "Did you arrange this?" The tone in his voice made her take a step back. "I saw him inside and went to get him. I think the children should get to know everyone they're related to." Adam noticed her trepidation. He glanced at Preston and figured he was not worth making Ada cower to him. "Come here," he said, and took her hand, pulling her close and allaying her fear. "I'm sorry if I frightened you. I would never hurt you, and I'm sorry for thinking that you would." "Mr. Carroll, why are you here?" "Go get her," Ada said about Twyla, and Adam quickly went to his sister, but Renee beat him. "Twyla, stop," she said, as politely as she could, without causing a scene in front of everyone. Twyla then felt her oldest brother put his arm around her shoulder, and that comforted her. She saw the way Adam scowled at Ada and blamed Preston. "Hey, sis, come here." Adam tried to calm her spirit. "It's all right, I understand. I knew that my presence might upset someone, so I'll leave. But to answer your question, Twyla, I'm here, trying to make up for my 25 years of ignorance and stupidity." Preston said goodbye to everyone and started to leave until Ada stopped him a moment. "This is our address, and we're leaving in about a month." She gave him a slip of paper. "I'm there all the time." He smiled. "Thank you, Ada." Then he left, satisfied over the progress. Ada turned back to the family and friends. She was also satisfied. Another family member and maybe others delighted her. "Hey, everybody, let's hurry home before my breasts start leaking through this dress." Her levity brought laughter and joy back to the celebration. Ugh! But she could see that Twyla still felt bad that Preston upset her brother. "You're too late, Ada," Renee's youngest, Billy, said, and everyone started laughing. Ada, however, did not believe baby brother because she had stuffed her bra with sanitary napkins, but a nod from Renee told her that she was indeed leaking. So she went a step further and tried to hug Billy. "Come here, brother dear. You're so sweet for telling me that." She endured the embarrassment to dissuade Twyla's frustration. "Ew, no. I don't want to get any of that on me." He ran away amid more laughter, but Ada stopped and held Twyla tightly. "Are you okay?" she asked with a smile that charmed her sister. "Yes, I am, with your leaking titties all over me." They laughed and everyone headed to the cars. An hour later they sat in the backyard, continuing on with the celebration. The rest of May went by quickly, and Adam continued with the law firm to help Stephen Clark in making $15 an hour. After work he went home and helped Ada pack. The deal in Auntie Susan's house went through, and they decided to leave Baton Rouge a day after the closing of escrow, which gave them 2 weeks. Since Clark knew that Adam's time was short, he got as many billable hours as he could. The Daniels were both amazed that he was earning more money every day than his prior week's wages. The amount of money encouraged him to work more diligently on the case than he had ever done before. It was a murder-rape case in which 3 witnesses placed the defendant at the scene. The defendant, however, swore that he was with his girlfriend at the time of the murder, and Adam's intuition believed the man. Ada thought about her husband's dilemma, since he would leave town before the trial even started. At the dinner table, she came up with the best solution she could think of. Adam, first you need to question the eyesight of each witness in similar conditions. Right, I brought that up already, thanks. Okay, then make sure that everything related to the crime scene is cataloged and kept in storage, even if your client loses. Eventually, DNA will be used as evidence in trials such as yours. DNA? What do you mean? DNA carries all of our genetic information. It's way more reliable than blood. Our bodies shed skin cells all day, so whoever committed the crime will have DNA everywhere. It's in our hair, saliva, and all other bodily fluids. We don't have the technology to use it in court now, but I'm sure it will become relevant in the near future. Adam smiled. How near in the future? Honey, I'm not sure. It could be 20 years. Ada, how is that going to help now? Well, it probably won't. But just think if he gets life and the courts are able to check DNA after 20 years. He'll get out and maybe the state will apologize. That's better than the alternative. Adam thought about it for a moment. Yeah, you're right. And this case isn't looking that strong, despite most of the evidence being circumstantial. Don't forget, they should keep all of the victims' clothes in a sterile environment. He shook his head and smiled. What? She saw his gesture and laughed. Are you sure you don't want to be a lawyer? Yes, I'm sure, honey. Everything I've talked about is science. I know what. Once we get to Los Angeles, we can meet some movie people and they'll make a show about us called Ada and Adam. We'll use my scientific expertise to solve your legal cases. Yes, and we'll be famous. He laughed with her. That sounds like a good idea, except for one thing. I think the name should be Adam and Ada. They laughed together again until she said, I bet you'll say it the other way around later tonight. Then she winked. And she made her prediction come true after they put the kids down. They made love on the living room floor, though Ada's mothering instincts listened for Drew, asleep in his bassinet in their bedroom. If he started crying, she would be there within seconds to tend to her baby boy. She lay on top of her man, feeling fulfilled in her life, and remembering the late-night conversations with the other girls in the orphanage, dreaming about the future. My husband is going to be a doctor, one girl said. My husband is going to be a lawyer, said another. I'm going to marry the quarterback, another girl said. Then they would ask, what about you, Ada? What's your husband going to be like? She would lie back and think of Doris Day or June Allison and how happy their characters seemed in the movies. He's going to love me, she answered. It didn't matter what her husband did. That night, laying on top of him, she felt very lucky to have a man driven to be successful and a good provider. She also felt fortunate that he did not fear her intellect. His comforting embrace put her to sleep until she heard the first cry from baby Drew. Adam went back to work the next day with the information Ada gave him concerning DNA. She continued to pack at home, wrapping her favorite things in newspaper and putting them in boxes so that they would go inside Adam's old car, which they were going to tow on a trailer. A knock at the door surprised her just after putting Drew down for his mid-morning nap. She quickly buttoned her blouse because it couldn't have been Renee, since she would have just walked in. Back in the living room, she looked past the twins and saw Preston Carroll at the door. Come in. He entered the house, and though it was small for him, especially with all of the packed boxes taking up space, he could feel the welcoming warmth it gave off. He greeted Ada and then the twins, who lay in their playpen in front of the television. I guess I'll be flying to California to get to know my grandson and his family, he said. He wore a pair of Levi's, a sports shirt, and a pair of loafers. Yes, we'll be moving in less than 2 weeks. Would you like something to drink, Grandfather? Ada asked. I have some tea made. No thanks, Ada. You're busy, and I just dropped by to chat. I'll try to stay out of your way, and I hope I didn't cause a problem for you at the graduation. I worried about that because, frankly, Adam intimidates me. Ada laughed a bit. My teddy bear? Her smile disappeared for a moment. Well, to be honest, I thought we might have our first argument, but we didn't. He is the best husband a girl could wish for. I'm sure he is. Grandfather, have a seat. I'll be right back, she said, and left for the kitchen. When she returned, Preston was sitting next to the playpen, playing with the twins' hair. Goochie-goo, he said, and they laughed. He saw his sons' glee in their expressions, and trembled with enjoyment. Here you go. She gave him a glass of tea, topped with a lemon slice. Do you think they'll be able to visit me when they get older? I'll see to it. She sat next to him and crossed her legs. We both know that you have a million questions about Adam. Therefore, I will take a break so that you can ask them, she said as she tied her hair with a piece of yarn. And I can guess where you want to start. We met during Adam's first year of law school. She detailed the entire story from when they met to the day before, leaving out the intimacies. She described the house they bought and the apartment in San Diego where they will live until they move north to Los Angeles, and she would attend Caltech. From the conversation, he could see her intelligence, especially when he heard how she helped Adam and Eric through law school, and her love for science. This young woman is a jewel. Ada, if I moved a corporate office to California in the next 5 to 10 years, would you consider working for or with me? None of his daughter's children had her capacity. The question surprised Ada, who had her opinions about the oil industry. Grandfather? Me? In what way would I fit in with oil? Because you know the Earth's resources are finite. Rachel Carson was right about how we are changing the planet. What would you recommend? I would recommend that you open a new section to Carroll Standard and dedicate it to energy that renews itself. That kind of innovation is expensive, Ada. You're talking about solar and wind. Yes, I am, Grandfather. You could put 1% of your earnings into it. Start off with competitions amongst colleges. Challenge schools like Caltech and MIT and others, and then buy the rights to their innovations. They could be your workforce. But you would have to understand that it could take 20 years or more for the public to demand mass production. That's why I asked you to join me. Wow, she's thinking decades ahead. He had thought about selling his company because he had no one to leave it to, but Ada could keep it in the family if Adam would let her. He wondered about his grandson during his drive home. Will we be close? He sure picked a lovely wife. He remembered the story Ada told him. What a story. What a family. And I missed out on his life. I was such a fool.
You came into my heart so tenderly with a burning love that stings like a bee. Now that I've surrendered so helplessly, you now wanna leave. Ooh, you wanna leave me. Ooh, baby.
Chapter 19. In the next 2 weeks, Ada said goodbye to all of the neighbors. She knew some more than others, but they were all sorry to hear that the family was leaving. Susan and her husband Theodore bought the house in 1926 for $1,600. They welcomed everyone on the block who moved in after them, and each family had a special memory from being neighbors. Adam stopped working at the law firm a week before they were scheduled to leave Baton Rouge. Stephen Clark surprised him with a $10,000 bonus, which he said was for all of his fine work and also an incentive for him to stay. Adam, however, suspected correctly that the money came from his grandfather, though he did not want to insult Clark by turning it down, in case he was wrong. That money boosted the Daniels' cash on hand to $43,000 after the down payment on their home in View Park, and he still hadn't collected the money from Auntie Susan's house. The family farewells were tearful. Both Adam and Ada drove to Dolores' house to say goodbye. Auntie told me that a change was coming to the family before you came, Dolores told Ada in the front yard of her new house. And that's what made me get my life together. Thank you, Cousin Ada. I love you. I love you too, Cousin Dolores. But all I did was marry the man of my dreams. Also, I want you to come visit us. You know I will. They hugged for a long time. Then Adam hugged his cousin, remembering how things were between them when he first moved in, compared to now. I talked to my kids, she told him. Well, that's good news, cousin. Will any of them come out to visit you? Either that or I will fly out there. Or maybe I'll take the train. You know I've never been on an airplane. There's nothing to it, but maybe the train might be more comfortable for you. They had a moment of awkward silence that ended with a hug. You take care of my baby cousins. I will. They both said I love you and kissed cheeks. Eric Stowe stopped over on the day before they left to help put the station wagon on the trailer. Then they packed the car with the little furniture they planned to take, in addition to the boxes Ada put in there. A few antique folding tables, the twins' baby bed, and clothes. Renee also helped pack along with Twyla and her younger brother Billy. By then everyone noticed the flirtations between Eric and Twyla, despite their age difference and the Louisiana miscegenation laws. Adam was confident that his friend knew that a relationship with Twyla would spell disaster for his legal career. Renee told Ada not to worry, because Wesley Barker would never allow such a relationship to go on. Preston Carroll made a surprise visit to say goodbye, and that day he brought his wife, Martha, who looked older than her husband, though she was 3 years younger. Ada charmed her in the same manner she did Preston. It was the first time in 26 years that Renee had seen Troy's mother. She barely remembered Martha's face, but would never forget the condescending way she treated her as a domestic worker. The thing that mattered most to the grandfather was shaking Adam's hand before leaving. He drove home with a smile because of it. Ada made Renee promise to visit sometime soon. Since the family had welcomed her back into the fold, she now had 3 places she could stay on a trip to Los Angeles. We will, Renee said, sorry that she had missed all those years with Adam. She hugged them both, as did Twyla and Billy. Goodbye, Mama, Ada said. I'm going to miss you guys. Then finally, Adam and Eric hooked the trailer to the Nova station wagon. Soon after that, the Daniels were alone in the house that had a mattress and a radio. They ate some chicken delight, and then Adam tried to get as much sleep as he could, since he decided to do some of the driving at night while the kids were still sleeping. So at 2 o'clock that Monday morning, he got into the driver's seat and watched his wife stand in the front yard to say goodbye to her first home. He didn't know what she was saying, but could hear her voice. Thank you, Auntie Susan, for bringing me into your home. And thank you, Grandma Beverly, for raising such a wonderful man. I did not know you, but you must have been a great woman. Now he's taken me to California, and I'm really scared, but also excited. I felt the same way when I started working in the cafeteria at the law school, so I'm sure everything will work out just fine. May God keep you both in His embrace forever and ever. Amen. She made the sign of the cross and then started to the car with 8-week-old Drew in her arms. When Adam pulled away, Ada turned back to look at the house until she could no longer see it. Then she dried her eyes and checked on the twins, asleep on pillows in the back of the station wagon. She turned back when she felt Adam's hand on her shoulder for support. It was just what she needed at that time. She kissed his hand and then started to feed Drew, who showed signs of waking. Adam and his family made it to San Antonio, Texas, by noon that day, and they stayed there for the night. The next stop was still in Texas. Because of the kids, he did not want to drive more than 6 hours a day. In each place, Adam was ready to confront any type of policy that denied his family a place to stay, but ran into none. Maybe things are changing. The third night, they stayed in Tucson, Arizona. "It sure is hot out here," Adam said as he brought things from the car to the hotel room and helped get the girls from their car seats. Once inside their room, he saw how mindful Ada was toward getting the kids settled before doing anything for herself. She filled their bottles with cold water after feeling their foreheads. Then she set them up in front of the television with coloring books. Afterward, she sat to feed Drew, though she looked tired. Adam wished he could help her feel better. "Hey, baby, how would you like to hire a nanny when school starts in the fall?" Ada wondered how he knew when to ask the perfect question. She was just thinking about handling a full-time schedule while maintaining a household. With a nanny, she would not have to dress the kids or take them out to a nursery school. That would save hours every week. She had started a mental itinerary based on 168 hours in a week. Caring for the girls received 28 hours, which included dressing, feeding, bathing, and potty training. Playtime would be separate. Drew didn't take as much effort as the girls, but that would be only temporary. Her cousins had filled her in on how active baby boys could be. A nanny would free up that time. She wanted to get up and kiss Adam, but did not want to disturb her baby boy. So Adam went to kiss her, glad that he could make her happy. The trip was going as scheduled. The next day they would arrive at their apartment in San Diego. Adam's boss, Miguel de los Reyes, owned the building and rented them a 2-bedroom place for $50 a month. Ada knew they would need a bigger space with a nanny and wondered if Senor Reyes owned one. The next morning, fatigue slowed the trip west. Instead of leaving at 4 in the morning, the Daniels did not get out of Tucson till after 9. Adam sped toward San Diego on Highway 8 and arrived in El Centro, California, just after 4. This was by far the hottest part of the journey. Ada did what she could to keep the twins comfortable, since they were regulated to their new car seats unless they fell asleep. "Honey, how much longer till we get to San Diego?" Ada asked that Thursday afternoon, since they were running 5 hours behind. 2 hours. Then we'll have to unpack this stuff when we get there." It sounded like he did not look forward to unloading the trailer. "There's a hotel. Why don't we stay there? Then we'll be fresh when we unload in the morning after just a 2-hour drive." Adam agreed with the plan's logic and got a room at a Holiday Inn. Though he didn't mean to, he fell asleep on the hotel bed seconds after lying down just to rest his eyes. Ada knew he was tired and could see that his left side was darker than the right from having the sun focused on him from the south. While he slept, she took the girls and Drew out. Beverly and Monica had hot dogs, which they ate plain and consumed only half the bun. Then she let them splash around in a kiddie pool where the water level came to their knees. She purposely wanted them tired that evening, since she hadn't felt the passion of her husband's body since Sunday night, and she felt a dire urge, but had to put the kids down first. Her attempt to wear them out succeeded. It was surprising to find both girls dry when she lay them down for changing. She received a bigger surprise when they used the toilet with her holding their hand. Wow, they're almost done at 21 months, and I started them only 6 weeks ago. Despite their success, she still diapered them for the night. Then she fed Drew and set him inside his makeshift crib that she made from an old suitcase which she padded with foam, covered with a pillowcase. There was no chance of it closing during the night because the top opened a full 180 degrees. She turned on the shower just after 8:30 and left the bathroom door half open so that she could hear her babies. She didn't know that Adam joined her in the bathroom until she heard the toilet flush. Then she thought it was amazing that it didn't affect the shower temperature like it did at Auntie Susan's house. He opened the curtain and stepped inside, quickly excited by her expression of desire. He had barely bathed when she pressed her body against his, and both of their excitement came alive in each other's arms. He lifted her off the floor and then surprised her right there in the shower with her legs wrapped around him. How wonderful this feels, she thought, keeping her panting low. She held on tight in order to feel him better and nibbled on his ear. Then she locked into his shoulder, mindful not to mark his neck, since he would start working the next week. Her hand locked onto his hair and guided his mouth to hers, and they danced in passionate style. They enjoyed the desire expressed by the other as they rose steadily toward the peak of their yearning. "I love you so much," he whispered in between breaths. "I will always be yours." "And I will always be yours, my darling," she replied, and closed her mouth so that the scream could not escape. Then her excitement ignited his, and they both overflowed with joy. That night they lay together, looking forward to their new lives. There would be 2 years in San Diego, and then the rest of their lives in Los Angeles, in the house they bought near their relatives and the Hubermans. "I will attend their games and their plays right next to you," Adam said, to assure her that he would not work too hard or ignore his family. "Adam, I would like to have a career in science, if that's okay with you." "Of course it is." "Good, because I haven't told you this yet. Grandfather offered to move a Carroll Standard corporate office to Los Angeles so that I could work with him." She looked at his face to gauge his thoughts on working with Preston. Adam quickly figured that the old man was probably looking for someone to run the company when he gets too old. So after all these years, he might have a colored woman running Carroll Standard. The irony was hilarious, but he didn't laugh. He knew that Ada needed to utilize her gifted intellect. Just from the way she helped him get through law school, he could tell that her mind had to be stimulated. "Well, that's why I mentioned a nanny earlier. And I'm asking your permission to stop having children when I turn 25. She wondered how he would feel about this subject, since most men of the age felt that the number of children proved their virility. Adam, however, felt that 3 was enough. He loved them all dearly and knew, as they got older, they would require more of his time because their problems would become bigger. "Hey, wait a minute. You're not talking about cutting back on sex, are you?" "Adam, are you crazy?" She grabbed his anatomy. "This is my favorite toy, and I'm just now learning how to use it the right way." They laughed quietly and held on to one another, very much in love. The next morning they were packed and warming up the engine on the Nova 30 minutes before sunrise. The night before, Adam had called the apartment building manager in San Diego to let him know that he would be arriving that morning, and he called Diane so that the family would know where they were. "We should probably stop and get something to snack on, and some diapers for your son, who goes through them like I don't know what," Ada said. "Oh, all right." Adam remembered a grocery store on South 4th Street, which was the main road back to the highway. It was called De Anza's Market, and opened early to accommodate travelers and truckers. He could see that some construction work was going on, and because of the trailer, he parked in the outer section of the lot, next to a mound of dirt taller than the station wagon. "I'll be right back," he said, figuring he'd return long before the work crew showed up. "Okay, honey." She watched him go inside the store. The first thing he saw was a plastic bag filled with beef jerky. "This looks good, and Ada will like it." He found a 6-pack of miniature cereal boxes, Cheerios for the girls, and then he wondered whether he should get milk for their bottles. They're actually kind of old for bottles. Ada did say that this will be the last ones they get. "Adam, help us!" He turned around and thought he'd see Ada right behind him, because that's from where he thought he heard her voice. It was so clear and precise. "Jesus Christ!" he heard someone at the front of the store yell. Adam ran forward and saw a small cargo truck on top of the station wagon. A fire had started, and he could see Ada trying to open a door, but they were all stuck from the vehicle's weight. Its gas tank had also erupted, and the leaking fuel caught on fire. "Ah!" He took off through the parking lot for the station wagon, not seeing the 4 deputies and the 8 Border Patrol agents trying to open the back of the truck. Authorities had heard of a load of illegal immigrants crossing the border in Calexico and gave chase with sirens roaring when it didn't stop for them. Another car had pulled onto the street in front of the speeding truck driver, who then lost control on 4th Street, jumped the curb, and ramped over the mound of dirt that Adam had parked next to, and landed on top of the station wagon. Ada's scream alerted a long-haul trucker who had stopped for coffee and donuts. "Hey, somebody's in that car!" He and another trucker started toward the station wagon, but a deputy stopped them. "Get back!" he yelled, stopping the men from approaching the burning vehicle, which had become surrounded by flames. He'd been ordered to keep everyone back. "A fire truck is on the way!" he yelled as the other deputies and Border Patrol officers finally opened the cargo bin by shooting the lock. They helped the immigrants out the back, which had started to burn also. The deputy saw Ada struggling to open a door and didn't think she had enough time to make it out with her children, so he started toward the station wagon. He turned to the truckers that he'd stopped earlier. "Hey, keep everyone back," he yelled, and then started toward the car. "Castillo, get away from there," yelled his supervisor. "There's kids in there. Get the fuck back. That's an order. The fire department is on the way." David Castillo had been a deputy sheriff all of 3 weeks and fell back per his orders. He had been told that he'd see people die while on this job, but didn't think it would happen so quickly after being sworn in, especially not in tiny El Centro. So he turned away, unable to watch, and prayed for the fire truck to get there fast. And that's when he saw Adam running toward him and the car. "Hey, stay back," he yelled at Adam and tried to block him but was knocked to the ground. There was no stopping him from saving his family, his beautiful, extraordinary wife who gave him 3 incredible babies. He tried desperately to open the doors, but none of them would budge because the truck had lodged them tightly into the body of the car, and the door handle burned his hands as well. "Help me!" he yelled, and the deputy wanted to run over after he had gotten up, but he remained at his assigned post and kept everyone else back. That's when Adam turned and with all of his strength punched through the driver's window and moved the shards of glass. He could hear the twins screaming hysterically in their seats, and he knew he had to get everyone out. "Help me! Take Drew!" Ada screamed with a worried look and started to hand the precious bundle to him. "I got him!" He started to pull the baby through the window and saw her reach back for the twins. But then the truck exploded. Adam flew 20 feet onto the hood of another car, and the gasoline ignited, fully engulfing the station wagon and the truck. Deputy Castile was grateful for the smoke that blocked the tragedy inside the burning car. The blast had knocked him backwards from 30 feet away, so he was sure that it killed Adam, who bounced off the car and onto the parking lot asphalt. The scene devastated the young deputy, who had been told that this would be an easy job. It would be possible to go a year without handcuffing someone, he was told. After all, how much crime could 18,000 people commit in a sleepy desert town? He watched the firefighters put out the flames, but it was too late. During his tour in Vietnam, he didn't see this much death close up. It surprised him that the emergency workers did not cover Adam's body. They instead administered treatment and then rushed him away to a hospital. "You take the rest of the week off," David heard after writing out his detailed report about the incident, in which he included, "I could have helped save the family, but I followed orders to stay away." He left the sheriff's office just after 1 that afternoon, wondering how Adam was doing. The pleas for help echoed through David's thoughts as he drove home to the trailer he shared with his widowed mother, Juanita, and 2 sisters, Linda and Ramey, in the northeast section of town. They lived on a half-acre parcel that his father, Sergio, bought and set the trailer on in 1946. He drove up North Dogwood Street to East Villa Road and onto the property on Villa Lane. His mother and her friend sat on the shaded porch, listening to music from Mexico and sipping horchata. Neither had a house to clean that day, and his sisters were both taking summer classes at the junior college. ¿Qué pasó? Juanita figured something had to be wrong, since he was back from work so early. Then she continued on in Spanish. "Did you have a fight?" She looked at her friend, and both raised their eyebrows when he reached into his 1960 Ford Falcon and brought out a bottle of tequila and a case of beer. "I'm hungry," he said, and went to the far end of the porch. He hadn't eaten since breakfast and thought food would help him hold the liquor better, because he wasn't much of a drinker. He wanted to numb his thoughts to the indelible images of the dying family from that morning. The 4 smoke-filled and partially burned bodies, 3 of which were babies, haunted him. All he did that afternoon, however, was make himself sick from drinking and eating. Then he did a lot of vomiting. "I deserve this. I saved my job rather than saving those people." Even at 23, he didn't think he'd have a worse day in his life than that one. The day after the accident, Adam woke up, heavily medicated, in intensive care at the regional medical center. He couldn't tell if he was awake or dreaming. His vision was blurry, but he could hear crying in the background. He reached outward and called for his wife. "Ada! Where's Ada?" The crying increased, and he felt someone take hold of his arms. "Adam, it's Ro." He was the only person who could talk without crying, though he had grown quite fond of the young couple. "Ada and your children all died when the truck exploded." He became choked up while delivering the news, which made everyone else even more upset, because he was not related as they were, but could not hold in his emotions. "What? Ada died? I don't believe that." Ro took a firm grip of Adam's arm. "Yes, she died yesterday. Where do you want us to bury her and the kids?" "If she's dead, then I must be dead too. Bury her right here where I am." You don't want us to take her to Los Angeles? No, I want her right here. I'm going to lie down and die now. He couldn't see but knew he was in a bed. He lay his head on a soft pillow and closed his eyes. Adam? Adam, wake up! Within 10 seconds, he had willed himself into a dark place. Diane moved closer to the bed, followed by Renee. Adam? Diane called out. Adam! She tried to shake him awake, but he remained quiet and still. A nurse, wearing a white uniform and a folded hat, rushed into the room when she saw what was going on. Ma'am, you have to stop that. He was awake, Renee said. That could have been his medication, but he's still critical. A large machine connected to Adam began to beep, and the nurse pushed a button on the wall. You all have to leave immediately. A doctor and a couple more nurses entered and started working on Adam. The first nurse ushered the visitors out of the room. No, 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 Renee cried out in the corridor. And she embraced Diane, who loved Adam as much as anyone in her family. The loss of Ada and the kids was already terrible. In just under 3 years, the shy, light-skinned girl had endeared herself to the family that had adopted her as if she was a baby sister. Her constant smile was contagious, and she was an excellent mother. She had placed herself into their lives and memories forever. If Adam had died, it would mean he wanted to be with her that badly. Because he lost so much, news of the fatal accident reached into homes across the United States as Adam hung on in a coma. All 3 networks ran pictures of his family, and hearts poured out with sympathy for the young man who had lost everything in the beginning of his life. 10 of the immigrants also died in the explosion, along with one of the Border Patrol officers, though the driver of the truck escaped in a car that followed the chase. The focus of the story, however, remained on the young wife and 3 babies who perished in the calamity. Adam received letters and cards from everywhere. Wake up, man. It's time to get up. Auntie Susan, what are you doing here? Adam looked around but couldn't tell where he was. Hi, Daddy. You have to get up. We're graduating high school today, and we don't want to be late. He looked at his twin girls, 18 years old, and wearing their graduation gowns. Where did the time go? Monica and Beverly? You didn't die in the accident? Daddy, what's wrong with you? I'm Beverly and she's Monica. Mama, something's wrong with Daddy. The girls left him, and Ada appeared in her wedding dress. She got into bed with him. I want you to come back to me. Where are you, baby? You know where I am. He saw the anguish on her face as she struggled to get out of the station wagon. Come back to me, Adam. She screamed. I still need you. Tears drained from his eyes. I'm coming, baby. You know that girl is dead. Adam saw Susan at the foot of his bed. Auntie, don't say that. She's right there. Right next to me in heaven. And you have to go back to her until she says you can leave. What? I love this girl. Now you do what I said. You're not done with this project, young man. Pawpaw? I miss you so much. We miss you too, my precious baby boy. I'm sorry I slapped you. Adam saw his grandmother. Mima? That's all right. I miss you so much. Susan cupped his chin in her hand. I said, get up! Adam turned away from her and saw Peter on top of Beverly. We're just doing what married folks do, Peter said. Now get out of here. Thank you, Jesus, Cousin Dorsey cried out 2 weeks later when Adam opened his eyes at the UCLA Medical Center. Praise the Lord, said his half-sister Twyla, whom Renee agreed to leave with Diane. Preston Carroll had flown in 2 specialists to assess when his grandson would be stable enough to move to a better-equipped facility. 3 days after he went into the coma, They moved him along with the equivalent of a portable hospital to the Imperial County Airport onto Preston's private jet. From there, they flew into Los Angeles, where an ambulance took him to the campus so that family members could visit every day from their homes. "She sent him back to us, Ada did," said Diane, as they all gathered around his hospital bed. It was not his time. She wanted to make sure he was truly back because he had opened his eyes on several occasions during the 2 weeks. She watched doctors wave a finger in front of him to see if he followed it or flashed a light into his eyes to get a reaction, but he remained comatose. She held up a finger. "Follow my finger, Adam. Do this for me, okay?" He could see clearly this time, though all of the images from his dreams had disappeared. He had only faded recollection of things he experienced while in his coma, and some of those with his wife were quite passionate. He saw his cousins and his sister, but not the face he wanted most to see. The memory of shopping for snacks came to mind. Then he heard Ada's voice in the store calling for help. His right fist went through the front window, and he reached for the baby just when the truck exploded. Finally, he remembered Roy Huberman saying that Ada had died. That cannot be true, he thought, until he searched the room for her face. She's not here. His eyes welled with tears, and the realization hit that his family was gone. "No, no," he said in a woeful tone. He was so numb with anguish, he did not notice the 1st and 2nd-degree burns on his hands and forearms, along with the 3-inch scar across his forehead from a laceration that doctors sealed with 37 stitches. Those things didn't matter. He missed his beautiful wife and children. What was a 25-year-old man going to do after such a devastating blow in his life? He cried for the next 2 weeks until he had no tears left. During that time, hospital therapists helped him regain his strength after being down so long. No one knew that Preston had paid the therapist extra to put his limbs through full range of motion 4 times a day while he was still in a coma. So he did not need much work to start walking normally. Shortly afterward, the hospital released him since all of his wounds had healed. That is, all of the wounds not inside his head. Doctors said he was lucky that he suffered no internal damage from the explosion. Diane and Dorsey picked him up in Rex's new Mustang rather than her station wagon, not wanting him to think about his family dying in one just like it. "I fixed the guest room up for you, Cousin Adam," Diane said. He had been quiet during the ride to View Park. She made her way to the Santa Monica Freeway and took the Robertson exit. "I appreciate everything you all have done for me. You're going to have enough mail to keep you busy for a while," Dorsey said. "You must have at least 500 letters and cards. People all over the world heard about what happened and wanted to do something for you, even if it was just a few words of encouragement." That was really nice. Adam looked at everything they passed by on the drive home. This is part of Los Angeles Ada would have loved to see. Where are Ada and the kids now? Dorsey let her sister answer that question. "Well, Adam, you woke up the day after the accident and said you wanted them buried right there in El Centro, so that's what we did." She hesitated as she drove up Stocker Street toward the neighborhood. Preston Carroll paid for it. He gave the funeral home and the cemetery $10,000 not to take money from anyone else. It was a beautiful service, too. In addition to all of us and folks from Louisiana, including Preston, maybe 100 residents from the town attended. "Like I said," Dorsey jumped in, "everybody felt badly for you and your family, Adam." "They sure did," Diane continued. "It was held at the Our Lady of Guadalupe Catholic Church. A few of your lawyer friends flew in with Preston. By the way, Did you know that one of them, Eric, is trying to court your sister, Twyla? That's why Renee left her out here with us. Her husband, Wesley Barker, would have a fit if he found out that his daughter had eyes on a white man. Twyla's here? Adam sounded happy to learn that his sister stayed behind. Yes, she sleeps with Rachel. You know, they're only 2 months apart. Yes, I knew that. And by the way, she's pretty torn up over this. We all are. But Twyla is starting to act like she'll never get over it. They became close really quick, Adam said. He recognized some of the Holmes. Oh, Adam, Dorsey started again, that Preston Carroll also transported you to Los Angeles. We flew with you on a private jet. George and Rex had to drive home. Diane pulled into the driveway, and the family members rushed out to greet Adam. Twyla broke down as soon as she saw his face, though she had visited him in the hospital. His being out was like putting the final nail into Ada's coffin, which had the babies inside as well. I love you so much, big brother. Your heart stopped twice when you were first in the hospital. Adam held her tight, not knowing about these details. He wondered what else he didn't know, but had to comfort his sister. I'm all right now, sis. You're going to have me around for a long time. Do you promise? Adam chose his words carefully because he began to think that he could not stay in Los Angeles. He had to be where his family was, at least for a little while. I promise that whenever you need me, I will be there for you. Adam knew he was the center of attention inside the house. Everyone treated him kinder than ever, which meant the situation was pretty bad because the family was already nice. They're just showing their love, he told himself. Chapter 20. Just because the Supreme Court sided with the government doesn't mean their decision was correct, Ada said. They bypassed 2 of Mr. Korematsu's constitutional rights. He had no access to a speedy trial, and the Japanese Americans were separated from fellow citizens without due process. But you have to remember the duty of the government to protect the majority of citizens. Roosevelt perceived a real threat to national security. Adam enjoyed these back-and-forth discussions with his wife. That was their excuse then. What would they say if an African country attacked us? Adam? Adam, can you hear me? He was sitting alone in the backyard, daydreaming, with his feet in the swimming pool, when Diane called his name a few times. He turned off his memory of the past conversation to hear out his cousin. I'm sorry, Cousin Diane. I did not hear you. He started to stand. That's all right. I just wanted to tell you that Rose Huberman is here to see you. But I need to ask something before you go inside. Since your heart stopped twice, I was wondering, did you see my mother in your coma? Adam thought for a moment because the entire family grew up believing in Susan's abilities to see or do spiritual things. The latest was her visit into Ada's dream. Adam vaguely remembered visions while he slept, but they didn't come through clearly. Yes, I did. She's the one who woke me up. He had just remembered that. Really? Anything else? Well, I can't be sure. Neither had truly understood how Susan's powers worked, or even if they still did, since she was dead, though Adam had a feeling that he wasn't where he was supposed to be. Roe Huberman did not stay long. He just wanted to check on Adam and let him know that there was no hurry to start work. Whenever you're ready, Adam. Thank you, Roe. The young widower put on a strong appearance, but everyone could tell that he suffered great pain. This is way worse than when his grandfather died, Diane said to Rex that night. They had just climbed into bed and Peyton Place was on the television. She wished there was a way to record the show like music from the radio, because she really could not focus on the story. Maybe he needs to see a psychiatrist. He doesn't need a psychiatrist. Adam is a strong man. A psychiatrist would make him go crazy. I was in the war, and I didn't need to see anybody like that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh what? What? Rex asked. Diane remembered the dreams he had about the war, though there hadn't been a war dream in years. She did not, however, want to argue. Nothing, sweetie. I just know I could have used someone to talk to after what we went through. She thought about her miscarriage in the 6th month of pregnancy the year before. And I don't think men handle deep pain like this any better than women, especially someone who went through what he just did. Rex laid his head on her lap, and she started to inspect his beard for ingrown whiskers. It's going to take some time, honey. Not just for him, but for all of us. Ada was special, and those girls were just as happy as they could be. And we saw baby Drew alive only once, when they viewed the house. Diane's eyes filled with tears, and she gave up inspecting his face. She kissed his forehead and held on to him. The next day, Diane drove Adam to the Crenshaw shopping center to buy some clothes, since he had none, except for what his cousins bought for him to wear home. Desmond's always has nice men's clothes, Rachel said, as her mother parked the Mustang that caught the attention of everyone around. You guys go eat, Adam said. I need to go to the bank. Diane agreed and took Rachel and Twyla to the pancake house on Stocker, while Adam crossed the street and went to the Bank of America on the corner at Crenshaw. Yes, I would like to transfer funds from my Baton Rouge First Mercantile Bank to this one, please. Adam had walked into the building and approached Nick Garfield, a Caucasian man in his 30s, whose nameplate said Vice President. Old Nick saw Adam's complexion and then his blue jeans and T-shirt. Patricia, come here, please. He called a pretty, light-skinned new girl who was in training to be a teller. Adam saw the young woman from behind, and for a moment thought he'd see Ada, until she turned around. Yes, sir, Mr. Garfield. The young lady walked around the counter to Garfield and Adam. How can I help you? Help this guy transfer his account to this bank, Nick said, without looking at Adam again. Transfer his account? Patricia was just in the middle of her training and had no idea what to do. Don't be ignorant, he said. Use Mr. Dickinson's desk. He's on vacation. Patricia looked at Garfield with a fake smile. Then she looked at Adam. Right this way, sir. She led Adam to the desk closest to the vault. He knows damn well this is only my 2nd day, she blurted, and then realized where she was. I'm sorry, please excuse my language. It's quite all right. I didn't know that this kind of stuff went on out here. I'm from Baton Rouge. Oh, yeah, it does, she replied in a low tone. It's just that these white people are sneaky. He wants me to mess up. I need this job. I just got married and my husband is stationed in France, and I need to buy a ticket so that I can join him. Adam smiled because this young woman's problem was distracting him from his own grief. Don't worry. You call the First Mercantile Bank in Baton Rouge and ask for Mrs. Johansson. Tell her my name and explain your situation. She'll walk you through the process. 20 minutes later, Adam had a California bank account with $34,953.89. Nick Garfield watched from his desk and couldn't wait to inspect her work. He would surely find mistakes, but he didn't wait for her to finish when he saw her counting out thousands of dollars in cash. He hurried back to the desk that he sent her to with Adam. I forgot to tell you that Mrs. Johansson sends her condolences for your losses, Mr. Daniels, Patricia said, and you have mine as well. What's going on here? Nick interrupted in a mean, surly tone. I'm giving Mr. Daniels a cash withdrawal of $10,000 from his account, Patricia answered. $10,000? Nick grabbed the bills from her hand. Give me that. What kind of scam are you running here? He said to Adam in a low but angry tone. Adam remembered being put in handcuffs just because he had $300 to buy a washing machine. He also recalled how calmly Lawrence Triplett handled the police when he happened upon the incident. Adam wanted so much to be like him, but he couldn't. He didn't realize how much the loss of his family affected his grasp upon right and wrong. All of his years of family training and law school left him. The only thing he could see was a white man who thought it was his privilege to judge how much money he should be able to carry. Adam stood in front of the man. "Look, motherfucker, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to put my motherfucking money back on that desk, or you and I are going into one of those offices back there, and I'm going to kick your motherfucking ass." He noticed that he had spoken loud enough to alert everyone waiting in line. Wow, now everyone thinks I'm a nigga gone crazy. That's all right. I am a nigga gone crazy. 1, 2. Garfield looked toward the front door when 2 cops entered the bank. "They are just in time. Over here, officers." 3. "Mr. Garfield, you're making a terrible mistake," Patricia tried to tell him. 4. Just then an older Caucasian man came from the back office and approached Adam to welcome him and his money to the bank. "He's trying to rob the bank," Garfield yelled and waited for the cops to draw their guns. 5. Adam balled his fists. "Excuse me, are you Adam Daniels?" asked the older gentleman, not cognizant of the situation. The sudden appearance surprised Nick. "Mr. Ingalls, this man is trying to rob the bank, and she's trying to help him. It's a good thing the police are here." Adam was about to pounce, but Patricia's hand struck the side of Nick's face so hard his neck snapped. "Who do you think you are accusing me of a crime?" she yelled, and that's when the 2 cops rushed over. They started straight for Patricia, but Adam moved in front of her, and then the older man, Aaron Ingalls, moved in front of him. He had to protect the grandson of a multimillionaire with whom he had just spoken. Preston knew where Adam kept his money and wanted to hear about all transactions on the account. "You're not needed here, officers," he said. "I'm Aaron Ingalls, the branch manager. There's no robbery." One cop looked at him and then at Patricia. The other focused on the several $100 bills in Nick's hands. "What's all that?" he asked. "That's my money, and he didn't think I should have it," Adam spoke up. "Well, that's why he's being demoted to the teller pool," Ingalls said. "I thought he was robbing the bank. Look at all this money, and look at him. Garfield, one more word like that and you won't have a job." Ingalls didn't want to fire a white for racist behavior, but he would do it to maintain a relationship with Preston Carroll, who instructed him not to mention his name to Adam. He would also open a line of credit of $100,000 to cover Adam's account in case he ever overdrew it. Ingalls assured the police officer that there was no problem and apologized to Adam and made Nick apologize as well, in addition to count out his money under Patricia's supervision. She gave Adam a discreet money belt, which he wore under his shirt. "Thank you for everything," Adam told her, and shook her hand, and then shook hands with Ingalls as well. Then he asked Patricia, "How much money do you make on this job?" She thought it was a strange question, but answered anyway. "I make $75 a week." Adam took out a $100 bill and gave it to her. "I hope this helps you get to your husband in France sooner." Patricia was so happy she hugged Adam. "Thank you very much, Mr. Daniels." "You're welcome." Adam left a moment later, glad that he could put some happiness into someone's life. She slapped the shit out of him, he thought, as he crossed the street, suddenly hungry, so he joined his family in the pancake house. There he ate the most he had since leaving the hospital. "Did everything go well in the bank?" Diane asked. "Oh yeah, it went fine. I opened an account and had them transfer my money from Baton Rouge." This is good. Diane was glad that he was getting an appetite because he had lost 17 pounds. Afterward, they all went into Desmond, as Rachel suggested earlier. He liked a couple suits and was getting measured for them when he heard a white salesman ask Rachel what was she looking for. He asked in a civil tone, but the anger inside Adam heard the words as if they came out, "What the hell are you looking for?" His grieving process had actually just started, since he'd been out of the coma for only 2 weeks. The effects of condolences lasted as long as it took the words to leave the sender's mouth. His anger dominated his sense of loss. The universe took his family, and he wanted to hurt someone for it. "Don't you talk to her like that!" He left the tailor and started toward the young salesman, who became afraid. "Adam, what are you doing?" Diane yelled, and then both Rachel and Twyla blocked him. "Sir, I didn't do anything, I swear. I just asked Rachel what she was looking for." "Adam, we go to school together at Dorsey High," Rachel told him. "He's my friend, Jacob." Adam closed his eyes, regretting his outburst. He looked at Jacob and apologized, ashamed that he scared this boy, and surprised that Rachel went to school with white kids. He took out another $100 bill and gave it to Jacob, whose eyes grew twice their size almost. "I hope you accept my apology." He shook Jacob's hands. "Yes, sir, I do. Thank you." "He's been going through a lot lately," Rachel explained. "I understand completely. Big brother, you can yell at me all you want." Twyla wanted to lighten the moment, but she also wondered if she should ask for some money. Diane took Adam's arm. "Let's get back to your fitting." After leaving Desmond's, they headed to the Broadway department store and bought him a few pairs of Levi's, some shirts, socks, underwear, and workman's shoes. He can't be buying these shoes for court, Diane thought, but didn't say anything. She was the closest person related to him, but even she couldn't figure out his emotions, though she knew he needed to talk to someone. He needs help, she thought, as she fell asleep that night after drinking a much-needed cup of chamomile tea. Dear family, I am in so much pain I don't know what to do. What I do know is that it would kill me if I hurt one of you, or if my actions resulted in something bad happening to one of you. I love you all, and my heart aches from having to leave you, but it is truly necessary. After what happened yesterday in the store, and I didn't even tell you about the bank. Where I am mentally, I surely could have killed somebody. Ada and those kids were my life. Without them, well, that's all for now. Love, Adam. Dear Twyla, this money should last till the end of your freshman year of college. There will be more after that. Spend it on whatever you need, but you must go to college. I will contact you when I get settled, though I don't know where that will be, but I promise I will. Your big brother loves you very much, Adam. Diane found both letters on Adam's bed the next morning. He left his sister $2,000. No sense in trying to find him, Rex said in the kitchen, having breakfast with his wife and oldest daughter. Twyla was crying in Adam's room. He has the whole world to ease his pain, Rex continued, and he has millions of dollars to last a lifetime. You shut up, Diane yelled. He would never use Preston Carroll's money. He's better than that. If he ran out of money, he would work. What's wrong with you? A flood of emotions hit her when she remembered being 13 and holding baby Adam right after he was born. She watched him grow from infancy into a man, and she loved him dearly. His pain was her pain, and she couldn't do anything about it except cry. I'm sorry, honey, Rex said. I don't know what I was thinking. I know he's better than that. Rachel sat quietly and absorbed the affection between her parents as Diane moved to Rex, put her arm around his shoulder and kissed his cheek. I'm sorry too, she said. Their children rarely witnessed an argument between their parents, and Rachel appreciated this display of closeness. She would miss the bonding between Adam and Ada, whom she thought made the ideal couple. I bet he went back to Ada, she said, and saw the light bulb turn on in her mother's head.
Te lo juro por mi madre que me las voy a cobrar. Que Diosito me perdone este negro pensamiento, pero es que ya no aguanto lo que tú me haces penar. Le daremos tiempo al tiempo, ya verás si no resistes. El orgullo es siempre orgullo y te voy a hacer llorar. Cuando tú me veas con